Thank you to our creator for gathering us all. Before we get started with our program, I would like to invite the Honorable Clayton Winishik from the Ho-Chunk Nation to come up and give our opening prayer.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is part of the Ho-Chunk Nation land base that was here for quite some time. A lot of our stories date back to this area and south of here. We'll talk about Lake Winnebago and different areas where a lot of our stories generate from. So we have quite a history here in Milwaukee, and I'd like to thank Colin Price for asking me to come down here and be a part of this. I feel that we as not only Ho-Chunk, but whatever tribe you come from, that we need to work together. And this cannabis industry is something that, to me, I look at it as a good thing. There's a lot of good things that come from this. And you also have the negative thoughts and comments about it too, but we as Native people from wherever we come from, that, you know, we have to learn to live together and help one another. And, you know, before the white man came here, we had so much. We still have so much, but we're losing it slowly. I was talking to a few of our younger people here that before our Constitution came about, I was a little boy growing up out in the woods, no electricity, no running water, things like that. By the 1970s, you know, things started changing, going to school, things like that. 1980s, a big change came about. And we as Ho-Chunk people were never federally recognized until 1963. And my uncle, we look at it in a white man's way, was the chief at that time. And they came to him and asked him about what he thought about becoming a federally recognized tribe. And the first question he had, one of the first questions, was that, how is it going to help our people? And we thought this was going to be a good thing. Well, it was in a way. But then we got into gaming and stuff like that, and for the Ho-Chunk Nation, I feel that we need to make changes, diversify, however possible. I think we've been stuck in a rut for a long time looking at the same thing, our gaming. And I think this is one step we can take into this cannabis industry to help not only our people but others amongst our walks in life. Again, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to the Milwaukee area. At this time, I'm going to speak to our creator in our Ho-Chunk language. Na igi mauna igi hamte igi degi hastowi nuka igi hijang kikishana igi haji oinde nera igi pi nango igi degi mani wo onak naga igi hamte igi jago igi de igi jikere o oinek shinina de igi horogocho onak naga igi wange jo igi wa khopani khatire igi horogocho unje naga igi jaske igi hiu wa wan joina egi pi horogo chonjit egi hamte egi jago egi de egi chikere o oinek shishini nanga warera egi wochachi wa onjit wochachi wa onjit noinge wang shik naka wochachi hogi weba wa oinera egi hamte egi de egi wajan pi de egi unak egi wang shik nanka he kikishana egi haji oine nera egi dango pi egi de egi he pahwa wa bahajin egi gojige egi pepeje ga egi de egi jikere wa oinera egi de egi nanske pi egi de wa oine nanga wang shik nanka hajinja una nangra hananchik egi degi nangu pi egi degi mani egi degi hi pankhwa hajit jago egi degi udna nangra egi kureja egi degi wajan pi egi degi jekere unak nanga egi hanke egi inekikti egi degi wogi gidi degi pankhwa hajit egi gukojige egi degi hi chakaro hadna egi hananchikchi egi degi wogi gidi egi degi hi pankwa haje egi hi kishana egi haji wa shushuwe nanga egi nango pi egi degi haji wa shushuwe nanga egi kudeja egi degi du jawingi hachinja chawe da akshinawe da egi degi nango pi egi egi hi pankwa haje egi hi kishana egi haji wa shushuwe wajan he wida egi hamara go jakshi kikiri nanga egi rashkunikchi egi degi hi pankwaje heskena kekwe. I want to thank you. I was speaking in our Ho-Chunk language that I hope each and every one of you had a good road coming here, and that the things that are happening here that someday it not only help us but help others that need the help that come from this, and that we as people that been through rough times, Native people have gone through a lot, us Ho-Chunks have gone through a lot, but we always overcome whatever kind of hardship we endure, and that what you're doing here, that someday that this Wisconsin cannabis industry not only help us, but our friends outside of this, these tribes that could benefit from this, and that when this is over with, wherever you plan on going, whether it's home or to another conference or whatever, that you have good roads, and each and every one of you and your families, that your families live a happy life. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have Zor Fulwilder, the owner of Movid Construction, to come up and do a land acknowledgement. Zor is a man of many landscapes. He brings his trails across Indian country, and it's an honor and a privilege to have him provide a land acknowledgement for us this morning.
Well, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ICIA Cannabis Summit. I'm really happy to be here, and this is my first land acknowledgement. Again, my name is Zor Fulwilder. My Menominee name is Miigwech, and I'm a enrolled member of the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community in beautiful and sunny Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm also from the Menominee Nations, Oneida, and Stockbridge, Munsee. See the Stockbridge president here. So I'd like to take a moment to recognize that Milwaukee has been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial, and is the ancestral homelands of the Ho-Chunk Nation, Forest County Potawatomi, and the Menominee Nation. In addition, I would like to take this moment to commemorate and celebrate Indigenous peoples past, present, and future as we continue to thrive and be an active and positive force in business, sports, go more Marjan Beauchamp, the community leadership, land stewardship, and taking a leadership role in emerging industries like cannabis. I'm happy to be on Indian land, and let's make this a great conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just teasing. Not that kind of an MC, although I do wish that I could carry that kind of power and authority as well as get you all hyped up for some big fight, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for another reason: unity, connection, and empowerment for tribes and leaders across the state of Wisconsin to engage on a very robust conversation around cannabis and what that means for the state of Wisconsin. Inuwat Niktwas, Mary Jane Oatman. I am a member of the Nez Perce tribe. I traveled here from the ancestral homelands of my people in present-day Idaho on the Nez Perce Indian Reservation. I serve as the executive director of the ICIA, and so on behalf of our organization, our growing and thriving membership, and the work that we have ahead of us, thank you all. It is a great honor to have you all gathered with us and to be working alongside the wonderful and fabulous Rob Perot. I'm going to let him introduce himself because I think that there's just really some magical things that are happening in this room, some very powerful things that we have ahead of us. And one thing that I think that we can all agree on as we gather here today is that a failure to plan is planning to fail. And we are all of the mindset shared that that is not the case. That's something that we've scrapped already to move forward with this cannabis conversation here in Wisconsin. So I would love for Rob, the founder and visionary of the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association, to share some words.
Bonjour. Greetings, my name is Rob Perot. I'm Bad River, Oneida, German, and Polish from the Bayview area here in Milwaukee. Was a military brat growing up, born in Virginia. Father was full-blooded. He was diagnosed with leukemia when I was about a year old, passed within about 6 months because of lack of good medicine back in the 70s. I was adopted by my stepfather, Harry Hills, another proud German, Polish guy from the south side of Milwaukee that took me on a whirlwind tour of Earth. I was a military brat. So what did that mean for me, and why am I telling you that? Because I think it's totally relatable. I've been having to read a room since I was 5 years old. So for me, every year or two I moved, and I had to go meet new people and connect again and figure common ground. How can I find common ground with this new crew, the new guys, the new girls, whoever that may be in this new school, and how can I relate to them and find a spot for me to provide value? So that was really just a fundamental skill I started learning growing up. Didn't realize, definitely not in high school, that was going to be applicable to sales later in life, or relationship building and all those things. So later in life, I started a business, Perodigm Media. I do design and marketing. I network with the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of Wisconsin. Again, I'm just networking with chambers, trying to get more business, trying to figure out where can I bring in and drum up, and fill that hopper full. Well, that was really my first introduction to my culture. And my whole entire life, I saw the Perot family, maybe Easter, maybe Christmas, but we moved a bunch, and I was living in this, very non-native world. I knew I was enrolled, but I didn't really know what that meant for me. And I didn't know what that meant until I was in my 30s. So, to fast forward a little bit, I got involved with the American Indian Chamber. I understood the needs of Native country. I understood how vast and beautiful and diverse Native country is and how many moving parts there are. And also how I, as a reservation, non-traditional enrolled member, could actually have an impact on my community. So for me, I got involved in workforce development, economic development, Native business development, trying to elevate, the acumen and the talent of our native business leaders and decision makers, because we really are the stewards of our community. We have the sustainability. We don't get reelected out of our business leader position every 2 to 4 years. So we really are the ones that have to place it upon ourselves. If we want to call ourselves Indian, then we need to be doing something for our people. And for me, my people are all those people. Those are Bad River, Oneida, natives at large, and my non-native family at large. This is by Indigenous for community from where I'm seeing this industry coming from. So, that being said, I have this experience in economic development, workforce development, sitting on boards. Cannabis comes to Wisconsin in 2018. I get really flippin' excited to get involved with this, and I become a farmer. Everybody becomes a farmer in 2018, 2019. The bubble pops, everyone loves CBD, everybody hates CBD, then Delta 8 comes out, everyone's like, well, what's THC, what's legal hemp-derived THC? And now we have this big, beautiful mess in Wisconsin that we're sitting here now trying to figure it out. So we are trying to instigate this, not to say how can you help us as natives, how can we help each other solve this problem, all right? And this is a problem. And I watched a show last night called Weed the People. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but it brings me back to the medicinal aspect, which is very relatable to Wisconsin because we have a bill that our governor is trying to push through, and it's included in the budget that they're talking about today. And right now, it's probably going to be medicinal because we're a very kind of pragmatic state. But just to wrap your brain around the fact that the data out behind this plant medicine is so behind the times, and about 95% of the data that's out there on marijuana is to prove how bad it is instead of how good it can be. So at the end of that, there was 2 success stories. There was a little 2-year-old girl that did a treatment of, first it was cannabinoids and THC, and it was some chemo, and it actually shrunk her tumor, and it was a success story. And there was a story of another teenage boy who had tumors all in his brain and throat, and the combination of cannabinoids got rid of everything. It cured him. And then there was a case of an 8-year-old little boy, and it didn't work. And all I thought about was my little boy. And all that is data. It's just our country investing in our well-being. And you have people that are making medicine in their kitchen because they don't know where else to get it because it doesn't work. So that's just one of the problems, and I'm shaking a little bit, and I apologize for that, but this is a big deal for me. We've got industrial, we've got medicinal, we've got rec, we've got job creation. We've got all sorts of things, that we need to open our eyes to, in our state that our neighboring states are already moving forward with. And typically it's just, one domino that has to be flipped before everyone goes, oh yeah, that makes sense. So the goal here today is not to party. I mean, we're gonna have a good time, but this is not a celebration in Wisconsin just yet. This is a chance to network, to learn, to connect the dots, to build business, to create opportunities for yourself, to learn. So with that, thank you all for being here. I'm humbled, I'm honored. I see a lot of friends in the crowd, and this advocacy work is heavy lifting, man. I'll tell you, and MJ knows it. But I'm truly honored and humbled. So with that, and keeping this very data-driven, I'm honored to announce and introduce our first keynote, Dr. Rodney Haring, director of Roswell Park. I'm going to get to the video because he's in the video too. So hold on there, Doctor. Dr. Rodney Haring, director of Roswell Park Center for Indigenous Cancer Research. Did you hear that? Indigenous Cancer Research. We met Rodney, and here's my segue to the video, in DC. He was referred by Apache. He heard about the work that we were doing at our DC summit, and he just had to be there. So he's someone that is driven by passion to do the right thing and to make sure that he's sharing the knowledge that he has, and we're so appreciative of that. So as a teaser for Rodney coming up, we're going to show our DC summit trailer, which talks about the instigation that ICIA is making across the country. So please bear with me.
summit is a beautiful awakening. It's a coming together of people around a unified purpose.
Having this organization as some kind of catalyst to help push our voice at the federal level is helpful. To have it kind of in an organized fashion is really exciting, and hopefully, the beginning of something that's going to continue to grow.
I'm here to learn and share some perspectives from medical context and research context and sovereignty context as it relates to cannabis movements.
It's important for cannabis and Indigenous peoples to move this industry forward.
The fact that the Indigenous community is now unified by the ICIA is a beautiful thing.
The collective voice with this organization gives us an opportunity to organize our thoughts and how all this could be orchestrated as a collective body.
When it comes to advocacy and getting your solution set enacted into law, you have to have an organized idea. Well, how do we execute that plan? That's what this is about.
I want to participate. I want to help tribal as well as Native entrepreneurs take their businesses to the next level.
To help take care of the land, to provide medicine to their people, to provide jobs. We're focused on not just the profit, but providing for the next 7 generations.
It's time to tell our story.
It truly was an honor and a privilege to gather everybody in Washington, D.C. in November to connect and network.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you very much for joining us tonight, particularly so short notice and on Super Bowl Sunday here in the U.S., no less. In light of tonight's take.
I thought that was the governor patching in. He heard about what was going on here, and he wanted to have a special message. Again, so Washington, D.C., the first event that we held national, we just launched in early 2022. And Rob reached out and invited me to be a part of the magic that was happening with the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association. And it was just absolutely yes, 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 let's do this. And I only made one promise. We're going to be very ambitious with our timeline to execute. And so we had our first Washington, D.C. Policy Summit. And after we wrapped that event up, we realized that what's really happening is, some amazing policy incubation in this patchwork manner state by state, and oftentimes a lack of consultation with tribes by states. And so we're going to be rolling out more of these state and regional summits, piggybacking onto the existing large national organizations to bring the cannabis policy conversation into that fold. But what was really critical about the policy summit in Washington, D.C. is that, just like that Field of Dreams movie, if you build it, they will come. And I think that this room packed full of beautiful people wanting to learn and share knowledge is proof of that. That happened in Washington, D.C., and that's where we got to meet our keynote speaker, Dr. Rodney Haring. Come on up. He did a fabulous job wooing the crowd with the work that he does. And I think, as was mentioned earlier, like Rob said, Indigenous specific cancer research focus. And so we really do have a national treasure with Dr. Haring to be able to advance the future of cannabis, which is truly science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. And so Indian country, start thinking of cannabis as STEAM education, workforce development, economic development. Let's get past the reefer madness, and this is a great first step in that. So without further ado, Dr. Rodney Haring.
Well, I truly appreciate the invitation. It was really an honor to kind of serendipitous, just happenstance that we met. I was in D.C. for another event, was invited to lunch. Good conversation occurred, and here I am. So I'm Rodney Haring. I'm Seneca from the Cattaraugus territory of the Seneca Nation, which is one of the tribes of the Haudenosaunee. I'm also the director for the Center for Indigenous Cancer Research at Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. There's only just short of 30 comprehensive cancer centers in the U.S. Roswell Park is the oldest one. It was established in mid-1800s. And when I first came there about a decade ago, there was one stark thing that I noticed. There was no Native representation. And as I looked out that window at the top floor, I could see our nation. And I'm like, man, there's Seneca Nation here, Tonawanda Seneca, Tuscarora Nation, just on the Niagara side. And it was really, it's like, wow, since the 1800s, there hasn't been any Native integrations into the work here. And the work at cancer centers range from patient care to education to science research. So that was my first thing. I was like, we need to change that. And the leadership said, yeah, you're right. We need to change that. So since I began there, now we have a staff of about 15. Probably by next month, we'll have 17 Native people that are working through our center. And our goal was to, with many of our communities, look at 3 different things. One is the research side of things. How do we bring our Indigenous knowledges to the research side of cancer, along the cancer care continuum, patient care, things of that nature. But also, what is the environmental side? What's that mean to our communities from an environmental side? The health and human condition in relation to our environment. And the third thing was education. How do we bring up the next generation of cancer scientists so that when we're not here, there's going to be a long line of cancer scientists that are Indigenous. And our staff is intertribal. We have members from all across the Haudenosaunee nations, and from as far away as Navajo Nation that are part of our center. And so we continue to build that out, and we're very proud of that. It's really the first of its kind in the country, and it's totally integrated into the fabric of the Cancer Center. And so I'm going to share a quick story about one of our stories that I always tie a lot of my work to, one, sharing about kind of the modern science, so to say, but a lot of that's based on our stories and traditions and how we think about the research, what's in our communities, and what it means to us. One of the stories that in our nations is about how our people became healers and the duties behind that. And so in our Haudenosaunee villages, we have longhouses. Many tribes have kind of symbolic longhouses or longhouses of some sort. And one day, this guy came into the village, and he wasn't dressed so nice. Came on, had one moccasin on, shirt was torn, and had just didn't look favorable. Hair was all over the place. And as he went through the first longhouse, knocked on the door and said, "Hey, I'm here kind of hungry. I need some help." And they said no. I said, "We're not going to let you in." So they went to the next longhouse, Beaver Clan. Same thing. I said, "No, I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before, and you look kind of rough." So went up to to another one, and it was Bear Clan, and came to the door, and they said, "Let him in. Let him in, and we'll take care of him." And the women combed his hair and fixed up some new moccasins, new shirt, cleaned him up, and said, "Rest. We're gonna take care of you until you're well." And as he laid there every day, he had an ailment. Right, first day it was like a stomach ache, and said, "Oh man, stomach kind of hurts." And he said, "I'll tell you what to grab in the woods. Grab that medicine and bring it back. First day is grab these roots and parts of this tree and this berry and bring it back." And so they did. They brought it back, and he told them how to make all that, and drank it. Stomach pains went away. Next day, he had an eye problem. So go in the woods and grab this other type of branch, water from this area, plants from this area. Brought it back. Make it this certain way, and then put it on your eye. And again, it helped fix the ailment. Day after day, for a different ailment, went into the woods and grabbed different medicines. And after a long time, they said, "All that stuff I've been teaching you, remember that. It's going to help you in the long run for your people too." So it was. After a while, he became healthy again, and it's like, "Well, it's time for me to go, but I want to share something with you." I said, he says, "I'm actually the creator, And every once in a while I come back down to help out and to see what the people are doing, to see if you're carrying what's been taught. And I'm also here to share these medicines with you. And because the Bear Clan had accepted me in, and I've shared all these different remedies with you to help you out, all these different ways of health and wellness. And, you know, to carry the message of kindness, that you welcomed me in and you took care of me, I share that back to you. And that's the way our people should be. So I think about that story, about how that we have different medicines in our societies and what that means to us and how we carry that forward. Also, the act of kindness, that we're respectful, that we are there to take care of people, and no matter what condition they are. Sometimes they may be strangers. And, you know, that's kind of how our Indigenous people are taught to be. And I think that cannabis, you know, as part of that, although the origins, they say, are in Eastern Asia, but I think plants in our world, different combinations of different things are important to understand, and that we embrace and have a better understanding of different types of medicine in our communities. And so I always think about that when we do research and we do talk about medicines. And, you know, there's cannabis is one side of things that I think are important. So at Roswell Park, we have the Center for Indigenous Cancer Research, where we're looking at research along the cancer care continuum, from prevention and screening all the way to end of life, survivorship, palliative care, and everything in between. And our research focuses on a number of different things. Most comprehensive cancer centers have different divisions within. So there's behavioral science and interventions and prevention, but there's also basic science, meaning looking at different properties and composition of drugs and pharmaceuticals and things of that nature, plant medicines. And so it's really important to understand all those different levels. Roswell Park also has a cannabis, medicinal cannabis cancer research translational science. And translational science is how do you bring basic science out of the lab to the people. And so we've been working with them to talk about possible synergies. We're open to collaborating with tribes and nations on that. And what I've also brought today are a bunch of jump drives. And so cannabis isn't like my wheelhouse clinically, but I did communicate with our MDs at the cancer center, and they provided information about what we give to patients about cannabis. And then I also talked to the director of the Center for Cannabis Research, and she also provided information to me to put on the jump drive. So I have a jump drive for everyone here that you can pick up afterwards. It has information from the cancer center. And what I would take note of too, there's different studies in there, like the latest studies about cannabis and medical research. You can read through those, but what's really good about articles, it has a reference. Like there's a lot of references on the at the end of the articles, and if you look at that, there's even more information. You just have to look it up and read those articles. And then I want to just share a little bit about research, right? If you look at a lot of the research, and as Rob was saying, there's actually very little out there, and there's a couple scientific studies that are done, but the important thing about research is that it needs to be replicated, and also it needs to be indigenized. So when you look at research studies, a lot of the studies are done with like non-native participants, for example, and sometimes that's not good, because if we're not included in that research, we don't know if it's applicable for our people. And there's a lot of examples of that in scientific literature. It might be normed for a certain population, but it might be harmful for another. And so we need to, that's part of research too, to be included in that research kind of paradigm. But I think as I read a lot of these research calls for service and calls for research, that it always says in the U.S. Laws and regulations, you can't do X, Y, Z. But we as sovereign nations have the ability to do our own research. We are sovereigns in the way that we can carry forward health research in our own capacity, and driven by our own foresight, based on our indigenous knowledges and how it's represented back to our community. And like Rob was also saying, we can carry that forward from the things that we learn to other communities beyond our sovereign nations, and with other countries beyond the U.S. And so it's really important to understand that and bring that back to your tribal leaders, that you are able to also, as tribes, conduct health research on your own sovereign territories. And data is also another concern, because what we know also is that a lot of times, especially Indigenous data, is sold. And what is that? How do we protect our data? Sometimes is a really big question for Native nations. And recently we created a data user agreement. We hired a team of Indigenous attorneys to create a data user agreement based on other data user agreements that were out there. We took best practices for data protections, and then we brought it back to the Cancer Center's legal team, had them vet the terminology, and then we brought it back to a community advisory board to vet from a community stance, and then we went back through the whole cycle, and we created a template or a data user agreement that can be used by tribes, organizations, to protect the data if you decide to do any type of research. That's also on that Jump Drive, and it's free for everybody to use. So I'll just end, and I'll be here for the next couple of days too if you have any other questions or you want to share some ideas. But a lot of our research is based in our seventh generation philosophy, meaning that the things that we do now are not for the here and now, but it's really for the generations forward. And our research is set up in that way, and the service to our people is set up that way, our center is set up that way, that we move forward in a way that the things that we create now is really for 7 generations forward. Anyway.
It's not every day that we get a wonderful expert such as Dr. Haring on the stage, so we'd love to open it up for some Q&A with Dr. Haring. Just a few-minute session of Q&A.
In regards to you pushing your sovereignty for the testing, are you finding that you're able to do that, testing that's not available maybe to do in the standard U.S. but on res? Are you getting pushback on that? And looking down the road, are you going to be able to implement, wouldn't say cures, but treatments that aren't available in the U.S. on the reservation because of the sovereignty?
My response to that is that every tribe has the ability to do that, and that it's really up to the tribal leadership to take the initiative and direction on how they want to be involved in any type of health research. And cannabis is a good example of right now, the here and now, where we have the ability to start looking and investigating like what it means to our people. So every tribe, a lot of tribes have their own kind of health research committee. Some tribes have an tribal institutional review board, and health committees that create research ideas. But every tribe is unique in their own way. Now, one thing I would note is like the federal government, if they fund a study, they'll want all these parameters about how to implement research, and it doesn't always match with reservation sovereign research. And I always make that case, like, are you going to, if you did research in Canada, is the U.S. going to impose the U.S. laws in Canada on research? No, not going to happen. We have to look at research that same way, and we have to fight for that every time we do research. That's why that data user agreement is important. But tribes do have the sovereign ability. Our research is always community-led. So we may propose an idea, or a tribe may propose an idea to us, and we work with the tribe or committees or groups within the tribe to build up that research, what's meaningful to that community, and wrap the science around it.
Any other questions for Dr. Haring? Got another one back here.
How do you unlock the jump drive?
How do you unlock the jump drive?
That's an easy one. So since we work in a medical campus, a lot of our stuff is always protected, right? So the jump drive is there's an encryption password, and it's just Indigenous. So when you put it in your computer and you want to open it, just type in Indigenous and it will pop open.
That's INDIGENOUS. I got another question over here.
Thank you so much for being here. Are you doing research and studies on THC, CBD, of the wide variety of cannabinoids, or what have you been concentrating in? And also, I'm sorry if I missed it, but where is your center located? And thank you so much for all your research.
Yeah, the Roswell Park is located in Buffalo, New York, but our work is national, international. We work with the Native Hawaiians, the Maori of New Zealand, the Sami of Norway, Canadian First Nations, and across the U.S. But our main center campus is in Buffalo, New York. And so your question about the type of research, it's really at the beginning of what can be done. And there aren't really too many studies out there, just a handful that are on your slide that were given to me. But my pitch is we have the ability to do it. We need to take a sovereign stance at doing that. And it may be small in the beginning, but we have to exert our sovereignty to health research in relation to these items. And, you know, that's my biggest thing here. My takeaway is take action in your community. If you're interested in doing research, work with your tribal council and governance about how to do health-related research in your community, and the protections and the ideas around it. We can do it. There's there's a growing number of Native scientists around the world. But, you know, it's really about exerting that medical research sovereignty in your own communities.
All right, you heard that. Health sovereignty. We do not need permission to heal our communities. Any other questions? Another one for Dr. Haring here.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Do you have or do you know if there's any opportunities for students to work with the center, or what students can do to get involved? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. We have one center. It's like a grant for students. Right now, it's focused with the St. Regis Mohawk tribe in northern New York, and we've been doing after-school programs and inviting them to campus over the summer. But there's a general, larger program at Roswell Park, and the larger program also works with our center. So if you look at the Roswell Park website and you look for student internship opportunities, you can apply and be part of our program in that way too. And but there are a lot of internship opportunities across the country. And if you look at just Native Internships Medical School, there's probably about 10, 15 now. And I think we all kind of collaborate on different things and encourage students. So if you want to come up and share your information with me after, I can give you information for our program and others and anybody else that's interested in the student side of things. Because you are our next generation of scientists. I mean, it's we were only here for so long. We're setting foundation for others to come up and take the lead. So.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haring. He gets me so excited about the future for tribal colleges and universities and the future of medicinal research within those institutions. Thank you so much. Any other questions for Dr. Haring? And then we have a little special moment here.
And one last shout out to one of your Nez Perce sisters who recently passed from cancer, actually, Leslie Randall. I don't know if you knew her. But her legacy of training in health and research comes through me to share as well. And we were great colleagues, and I miss her. So she was an awesome person.
I appreciate that. So many relatives across Indian country. He was mentioning one of our tribal community members that did some phenomenal work across Indian country. So I appreciate that recognition. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Haring. Oh, here you go. A little thank you gift.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a little bit of time before our next panel. We talked really fast this morning. And we're amongst, friends, family, colleagues. And so I think that it's really appropriate that we get to know who each other are. So we're going to do a hot mic moment. We're going to pass the mic around the room, introduce who you are, where you from, represent. But you can't talk too long or you will get the gong. I will completely gong you. So you know what that means. But before we get started with that, why don't you look at your coasters? There's 2 people out there that have an ICIA sticker underneath your coaster for a little goodie bag. All right, we got one right here, and one right here. All right. So we're going to start with the mic right here. And if you could just stand up and face up in the back, because we are live streaming, everybody. Folks from across the country and possibly even internationally are watching this live stream. So who you are, what you represent, but not too long, like under 30 seconds or you get the gong.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Larry Wright Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the National Congress of American Indians. Thank you.
Good morning, Zor Fullwilder, owner of Mavid Construction and co-founder of the Indigenous Business Group, the notorious IBG. Yep. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Marnie.
I'm special. I'm Marnie King, Menominee and Oneida. I am the Assistant Vice President at Hub International. I'm an insurance nerd. I do insurance. Also on the Board of Directors for ICIA and on the Board of Directors for the American Indian Chamber of Commerce here in Milwaukee.
Good morning, Samantha Skenandore. I'm an attorney at Quarles and Brady Law Firm. Good to meet you. And I am also, luckily, the legal counsel to the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association.
Besaw, my name is Dan Levine. I'm an enrolled member of Citizen Potawatomi Nation, formerly from northern Indiana, now in Oklahoma. I myself am born and raised in New Jersey, and I'm really hoping to increase Indigenous networking in New Jersey in the cannabis space, and also to try to increase cannabis awareness in my tribe, because even though Oklahoma is legal, we haven't quite gotten on the same page with it, so that's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Canndigenous. My pronouns are pi, they, them. I'm a student from Chicago. I'm a cannabis student and a future nursing student also. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Holsey. I am the president of the Stockbridge Munsee Band of Mohican Indians, one of the 11 federally recognized tribes in Wisconsin.
Bonjour, my name is Alexander Oxendine. I'm with the White Earth Nation, northern Minnesota, and I run their medical cannabis program from top to bottom, hopefully.
My name is Ashley Movritis, and I'm an ally and just a curious soul. So I'm here to say hi and meet people.
Joshua Vettles on Southside Native and tribe member of Bad River.
Casey Brown, I'm the Public Relations Officer for the Ho-Chunk Nation in the Office of the President. I am also the Ho-Chunk Board Member for Native American Tourism of Wisconsin. And I have no clue which way I'm supposed to take this now. Here, let's jump back over.
My name is Dave Mahalski. I am currently a small business owner, and I am here today to suck up as much knowledge as I can to see how I may be able to help this incredible movement that is much needed.
My name is Chris Kruger. I'm with Complete Phytochemical Solutions. I'm a scientist, phytochemist, very interested in all natural product chemistry. Much like Dave, just here to learn and meet folks, so thanks for having me.
Hello, I'm Brandon Danforth, partner in the dispensary, also Oneida, working on developing training platforms, education for cannabis in Wisconsin where we have none of it. So,
my name is Stash Wasik, and I'm a co-founder and co-CEO of the Fire Station Cannabis Company. We are a dispensary in Michigan. We currently have 8 retail locations, and we're here to make relationships and offer infrastructure support to nations and just see where we can help. And here's my co-founder.
Hello, Logan Stauber, co-founder and co-CEO of the Fire Station Cannabis Company. Similar to what Stash said, we are also allies here, and we share the love of the plant and cannabis. We've been in the industry since 2008, roughly, when it went medical in Michigan. We formed a beautiful partnership with the Hannahville Indian community in Michigan, and we look forward to learning and sharing our experiences with everyone here. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Steve Parker from the Rocky Way Indian Reservation in Montana.
I am an enrolled member of Chippewa Cree Tribe there, and I am the founder and CEO of E2 Strategies, where I specialize in providing financial services and banking solutions to cannabis-related businesses, as well as tribal lending entities.
Hi, I'm Casey. Sorry, I had my back to you before. Here.
Hi, I'm Tashina Williams. I am Stockbridge, Munsee, and Oneida, and I am a marketing professional. I specialize in Google social CEO.
Bonjour, everyone. My name is Brooks Boyd. I'm an executive council member, and I'm excited to be here and soak up some information. I am from northern Wisconsin, northern Forest County. So also have some trust land here in Milwaukee.
Hi, I'm Diane House. I'm the Economic Development Director for Great Lakes Intertribal Council.
Hello, I'm Louis McGeeshik out of Lac Reserve Reservation up in Waters Meet, Michigan.
Morning, everyone. I'm Joe Shar. I manage the cannabis operations for Lac Desert Tribe in Waters Meet, Michigan.
And I am Keith Williams. I'm from Lac Desert also. I'm a tribal council member.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Colin Price, and I am a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation and a board member of ICIA and the IBG.
I am Jeff Bauman. I'm on Lac Flambeau Tribal Council, also on board of directors for Business Development Corporation in Lac Flambeau.
Bonjour, Joseph Wildcat. I'm a tribal council member for the Lac Flambeau tribe. I'm also a tribal member, but I'm also here to gather information for Lac Flambeau.
Good day, everybody. I'm Venetia Simpson, owner of By Design, a graphic design and marketing company.
Hi, my name is Elise Wild. I am a senior editor and journalist at Indian Country Media. So I report for Native News Online and Tribal Business News. And I'm just very excited to be here and meet a lot of you who I've interviewed over the phone.
Indian from Wisconsin. I live currently in Georgia, and I'm just so delighted to be here. I'll be one of the people on stage this afternoon at 3:30, tell you a little bit more about our businesses, but I'm in my 55th year in business, and I have 7 of them currently. So all of them can give, whether you're a tribe or whether you're an individual entrepreneur, Indian entrepreneur, or any kind of entrepreneur, I have ways to help your companies succeed. And be happy to talk to you. You can stop by my booth outside as well, but I'll see you at 3:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brent Hoffman from Madison, Wisconsin. I am the GM and Marketing Director of Perodigm, Rob Perro's business partner, so I'm kind of involved in a little bit of everything that we have going on. I feel it is incumbent upon me. Mary Jane has not had to pull the mic from anybody yet, so maybe I would press that luck a little bit and talk for a while. But first off, thank you guys all for coming. It's really awesome. Everybody, please give yourself a round of applause. It's fantastic. But thank you, and like everybody else, we're learning at the same time, so I look forward to learning from all of you all, and if there's anything I can do to help your visit or time here better, please let me know.
Hi, my name's Tina Widmeyer. I'm with Supporting Strategies. I also have a booth out there. I met Apache a few months ago, and she invited me here today. I'm excited to be here. We provide anywhere from bookkeeping to controller level services in other states, so hoping to provide it here soon for the cannabis industry. So I'm excited to be here, meet people, and just learn as much as I can about it. So thank you.
Good morning once again. I'm Clayton Winishuk, Chief of the Ho-Chunk Nation. It's good to see all these faces here, all of these smiling faces. I walked in here this morning and everybody was kind of, but I think all the coffee kicked in. So again, I want to welcome each and every one of you here in Ho-Chunk land, and I hope we can all take something positive from this gathering. Thank you.
Anin. No, just kidding. Bonjour, everyone. Michael Decorah. I'm Ho-Chunk and Ojibwa, a member of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. I work in intergovernmental affairs. I am truly honored, Rob, for you guys for your invite. I'm very honored to be here with my chief from the Ho-Chunk Nation. So I just want to say that real quick, and I look forward to being part of the discussion today and hopefully helping folks learn a little bit more about this wonderful plant, and I hope to learn a lot more too as we have these conversations. Miigwech Pinigi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter LeBlanc. I work in intergovernmental affairs for the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. It's good to see everyone.
Thank you all so much. Again, another round of applause for you all for showing up. And a big good morning and thank you and welcome to all of our live streaming guests that we have coming in. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors. They're listed all over. Fire Station coming in at the last minute really helped us be able to do the live stream and be able to have the resources to be able to share a lot more broadly. We did have a couple of folks reach out this morning and cancel their trips here because of the inclement weather that's going to be coming in. And so, you know, travel mercies to anybody that's still making their way in. Speaking of traveling, can we get our next panelists to start traveling your way towards the stage, as well as our moderator, Samantha Skenandore. We have Building Bridges for Wisconsin Cannabis, a listening session on cannabis in Wisconsin. And really honored to have a wonderful lineup of guests join us. As you may know, there's some action happening in the state legislature. The governor's got an address this evening. We did have tentatively scheduled Senator Melissa Agard was going to be joining us for the listening session, and reached out to say that she couldn't make it due to the budget session. So I'm going to just have all of our panelists come on up. And while they're making their way up here, I just wanted to just kind of go over the little one-pager that you have in front of you on the table there. There's There's some federal progress updates on there, as well as the Wisconsin status, and it just kind of talks about what the current state of cannabis is here in Wisconsin, as well as the tease about the potential medical model here in Wisconsin. And that was another impetus for starting this conversation here specifically, is for tribes to be a little bit more proactive on the conversation. So we're really excited to be able to step in as an organization. Cannabis is still a very taboo topic. It's still a hard conversation to have for many communities. And that's what the ICIA looks to do, is to lead and empower tribal communities to host these conversations. Our relationship with cannabis has changed. Once our states legalized, we had to have that conversation. We still have to have it at the federal level. And we're trying to do that amongst the landscape of, what does consultation look like for tribes in Indian country? What does, cannabis in Indian country, from each federal agency look like for consultation? And so that's kind of our big first start for tribes, is to really call to action and engage them to implore the federal agencies, as well as the Biden administration, to really do their due diligence with Indian country on this topic of cannabis, to host a listening session for cannabis in Indian country. And so we'll have I'm blocking panelists out from the stage, but we'll have them take the stage, and I'm going to introduce our moderator, Samantha Skenandore. As Samantha mentioned earlier, she also represents the ICIA, and she's a powerhouse. We had her come out to the National Congress of American Indians meeting with us in Sacramento last fall. We had a standing room only panel, almost 300 tribal leaders gathering in our session. And it was a wonderful, engaging conversation. But I think that's what we walked away with, is knowing that we need to continue to host robust conversations and provide tribes the opportunity to engage at a high level, all puns intended, with this conversation and dialogue. So without further ado, I'll pass the mic over to Samantha, and I'll get out of the way so our panelists can hop on stage.
Gong. Thank you, MJ. Can I have our esteemed panel up here? You can pick any seats you want, as long as you don't pinch each other or poke each other. Good morning, and I am the luckiest person in the world, because this is the power panel of the conference, so I'm super juiced. I have 200,000 questions ready for them, and I'm a little sad that the state representatives, are there any state representatives that made it today? I know there's budget meetings, other meetings. Yeah, so it's either they show up there and get no money, or show up here and make us happy, so I think they made a choice. Good morning, Rep. Lemieux. Rep Lemieux is my representative, so I get to finally grill her. All right, as we get started, I'm going to have these guys reintroduce themselves quickly.
Okay, good morning again. Michael Decorah. I work with the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin. I've been responsible for advocating for hemp legalization starting in 2014, and I've worked with a lot of the tribes. We do a lot of this cannabis discussion within our Chippewa Federation, so I'm very excited to talk a little bit about this subject. It's very important to me. Thank you.
Yep, Sarah Lemieux from the Ho-Chunk Nation. I am a district legislator.
Hey, I'm Rob. I'm the founder of ICIA. I'm also a business owner. I own Canndigenous. We're a CBD cannabis farm in Wisconsin. I'm the owner of Perodigm Media. We do marketing, consulting, and video production, and a co-founder of the Indigenous Business Group.
Good morning. My name is Shannon Holsey, and I serve as the president of the Stockbridge Munsee Band of Mohican Indians. I also serve as the president of the Great Lakes Intertribal Council, which consists of the 11 tribes of Wisconsin and one of Michigan, Lac Vieux des Airs. I've done that for about 8 years now, so that's incredibly exciting. And I also serve from a policy base as on the National Congress of American Indians, and I serve as a treasurer.
Larry Wright Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the National Congress of American Indians. And previous to that, I served as Tribal Chairman for my tribe, the Ponca Tribe in Nebraska, for 11 years.
Thank you, CEO Larry Wright, for being here. This is fabulous. So if you can tell, our composition of our panel today includes a lot of tribal leaders and a lot of folks that have already made some contributions into the industry so far. We also, of course, have Rob, who represents the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association, which is a trade organization. Again, there's a one-pager on your tables to learn more about how ICIA is working, how Rob has envisioned that. I know he shared a little bit this morning, but we want to just dive right in. We are in Wisconsin. We are on the cusp of this state looking at cannabis legalization. We've looked at it again last session. We had Senate Bill 1034 that was brought out in the last session. There was lots of opposition to that. We have analyzed that bill, and going forward, we can expect, as we are hearing rumblings twice now in January, that the Republicans are again revisiting a new Senate bill for this session, what that bill might look like. Right now, it's looking like the conservative approach, medical marijuana here in Wisconsin. So we want to hear from our tribal leaders. Knowing that that is on the cusp, are you ready? Any tribal leaders here in Wisconsin, are you ready for cannabis to be legalized in Wisconsin?
Yeah, I'll start. Thank you. I think it's long overdue that we get involved in this arena because of the fact that there's so many potential benefits, not only financially, but medicinally and really helping deal with generational trauma for Indigenous people. And so very excited when I heard the keynote speaker talking about doing their study on cancer, knowing that we have a higher rate of cancer, high blood pressure, diabetes in our communities, and a lot of it, we're finding out has to deal with a lot of that generational trauma. So helping people have a better frame of mind, helping people with something inside that's grown from Mother Earth, I really believe is a long time coming. Unfortunately, we do live in a very conservative state. I know this because when we started this process in 2014, remember both Senates, we initially had discussions. They literally put their hands over their ears to not want to talk about cannabis, only hemp, because they were so scared of it. And that's the biggest thing that we have to overcome in this process of getting us here in the state of Wisconsin is overcoming that fear, that reefer madness campaign that started, and it really infiltrated our loved ones, the people that raised us. And so it's kind of hard to unthink that thought process of staying away from that, something they were told was bad. And we now know with data and research that it's completely not the case. And, we're told it's a gateway drug, yet in the states where it's legal, you're seeing studies where you see a reduction in opiate use and overdoses. And those are key starters for me in Indian country, dealing with what we're dealing with in our community and the people that we're burying at an alarming rate. And we're talking very young. In fact, it's impacted our life expectancy because, and they contributed that to the massive amount of overdoses going on because of these drugs that are claimed legal. Even though now we're starting to find out a lot of information about the true facts about those medicinal objects, I guess. I don't know how to term it. I'm not a lawyer, a doctor. I just read and try to research and understand that we have a governor now that is very supportive of legalization. He did it before he came into office. I know that because I've had discussions with him. And I've also had the honor of being on his transition team when he was elected. So I really have a lot of belief. Senator Agard is mainly a lot of the information you get in his bill is coming from her bill for recreational in Wisconsin here. But as you know, we have a majority that is still uncomfortable of going to that next step. So, if they want to talk medical, I know the governor's all on board. And I know talking with the tribes, we want to get something started. And, you get it to medical, and I think the tribes can help you get farther down that road, similar to the path that St. Croix used to legalize hemp. we mentioned the chaos that we're dealing with hemp here in the state of Wisconsin, even though it's been legal for a number of years now. I think it's because they, in my opinion only, they weren't ready for legalization but they were ready for, they were heading to a battle in court with the St. Croix Chippewa because of Governor Walker signing Lydia's law. He essentially legalized hemp, and tribes had civil regulatory authority to adjust their laws accordingly. And so we just took it a little step farther. And so we kind of forced that hand, I believe. And we also did a lot of work in D.C. to get tribes included in the Farm Bill, in the Hemp Bill, to protect our interests. That was the big objectives for us. So to answer that question, it's long overdue. We definitely need this, and I just want you folks to know that there's reasons behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Decorah, for your advocacy, both on the state and the federal level. That is unprecedented here in Wisconsin, and we really appreciate you. Just a note about the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill is being actively debated right now. There is an Intertribal Ag Council working on technical changes and revisions to that. But what Mr. Decorah said was absolutely important. The 2014 version of the Farm Bill left tribes completely out of it. And guess what happened? Raids in Indian country happened because of it. Tribes were not at the table putting themselves in that Farm Bill in any of those titles before 2014, or if they were trying to, it didn't make its way in. So we learned a really big lesson, and that lesson is a huge lesson for this particular cause, because here we sit now, tribes are afraid, the stigma's huge. We're worried about getting shut down and raided, discriminatory enforcement in our Indian country. This is all because we stayed out of that Farm Bill. That's a lot of it anyway. So we want to make sure we get that right with this Farm Bill. Make sure that you are talking to your lobbyists about Farm Bill advocacy and making sure you're included so that your participation will be upheld. Any tribal leaders, we need to hear from you. Are you ready for cannabis to be legalized in Wisconsin?
Well, don't threaten me with a good time, Samantha. I think obviously, as Indigenous communities, I appreciate what Dr. Haring said. It's a time and place where we're going to invoke healing, and we're going to teach the world about what we've done historically. And you heard Michael talk about the disparities that exist in our tribal communities and the opioid endemic. As a matter of fact, the tribal nations of Wisconsin and Michigan, one of Michigan, we're building an adolescent wellness and treatment facility because of the opioid endemic among our kids. Our kids are dying at an alarming rate, and it's not because they're smoking weed, it's because they're overdosing on opioids. And it's an indicative issue that Michael talked about, but about the mental health. We also know that there is a point of saturation with regards to some of our economic development in Wisconsin, specifically gaming. And so there's an opportunity for a paradigm shift. And it is important to legislate and to advocate for something that he also talked about is exercising our sovereignty. As tribal nations, and I know that it has been attempted here in Wisconsin, and it didn't work, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't a good strategy. It just didn't mean that, it just meant that there weren't enough people that understood the realm of sovereignty and our ability to exercise it and what that truly means. Because there are people among us, allies and people that are in the industry all throughout the United States that have found avenues by which they made it work. They partnered with tribal nations, they partnered with others, they partnered with our Indigenous brothers and sisters from Canada, and even globally. I heard people talk about it from a global perspective. And I think as we move forward, we have to think more broadly that way. We have to see ourselves as Indigenous and invoke those rights indigenously. And to Michael's point too, we have been engaged with our governor on this robust issue and this significant issue, but we can't stop there. It also requires tribal leadership, and to Samantha's point, our lobbyists to invoke people on the other side of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue. This is an issue where, Senator Agar is not here today because they're debating the budget that Governor Evers is going to discuss this evening. Why it's so critically important is Wisconsin has immense economic need. This would be an opportunity to amplify that in a controlled and strategic way and build the revenue that's necessary. Tribal nations have disproportionate issues and needs in their tribal nations, and Wisconsin is primarily rural. You have dense populations, but for the most part, they're rural, and they lack access to many things, and I think this would afford that opportunity. And tribal nations are highly regulated. We all operate casinos. We're in a regulated industry, and who would know best? There have been ongoing discussions with other tribal leaders in Wisconsin about opportunities that we could discuss with the state about endeavors moving forward.
Thank you for that. And going right off of that very important point about the economics, we're primarily talking about data. We're looking at data as we've heard from the good doctor this morning. But going back to the panel, and this is for anybody, are we building data at all to talk about feasibility, economic development advantages of the cannabis industry here in Wisconsin? Is the University of Wisconsin Business School, is Marquette doing any independent third-party institutional educational information building for this industry? And how do you make that happen if it's not happening?
Well, Dr. Haring talked about this morning. There is data collection, and to his point, there's a huge initiative with data sovereignty in the exercise of it. I think we all learned during the pandemic that there was acute interest of tribal nations in studying and researching us from a health perspective. Mike also talked about the fact that disproportionately many of our people die at alarming rates from cancer. Our tribe, so much in fact, that we are working with the Carbone Cancer Center, Research Center, to aggregate our data to study it so that we can create healthcare horizons, because they're not typical, they're not monolithic, they are very broad. And so you heard Rob get his passion plea about that and the need to heal ourselves. Any one of you in the audience who have ever sat beside somebody who is dying from cancer and has to internally ingest morphine and really not be able to, I think, die humanely is a really difficult thing to be a part of. I've had friends that have chosen different paths, have chosen not to have morphine, but chose to partake in cannabis because it brought a different kind of healing. They were more fluid, they were less lucid, they were able to do things in a way and say their goodbyes and in my opinion, die in a dignified way and manage their pain in such a way that we, to your point, Samantha, we do need to aggregate it because it's all intercorrelated. The use of cannabis and the idea of stigmatizing it is just, we need to debunk that. It is medicinal, it has so many other purposes, and we really have to find ways to educate the population of what that is. Now, we drink Wisconsinably, we're from Wisconsin, we consume large degrees of alcohol. As a matter of fact, I think 10 of the top 20 alcohol consumptions in the entire United States, 10 of them are in Wisconsin. So, and there's economic benefit from that. I mean, I don't think prohibition is ever going to come back to Wisconsin, or the consumption of nicotine or tobacco. So I don't see why there can't be this robust conversation around finding opportunities to aggregate those data to show a balanced approach and opportunity for people to see what it truly is. I think I've never heard of anybody dying from a weed overdose. So, I mean, there is a lot of different things that have to be debunked. There's a lot of education that has to go into it. The state of Wisconsin is primarily legislatively led by one party, and it's going to take all of us to educate them about the benefits of it and create that data of aggregate, because I don't want to build another adolescent wellness and treatment facility, and I don't want her children to continue to die as a result of it. I want to find proactive and holistic ways to heal our children and their families.
Thank you, President Holsey. I think she touched on a couple of things, that healthcare is an economic development engine, and two, that the feasibility goes beyond the footprint of the one project, the one enterprise. It goes into the economics beyond, all kinds of other healthcare that you have to provide for your constituents in tribal communities and in state communities and local communities. So thank you for drawing us that real perspective.
And I'll just jump in a little bit on that. And, when we're trying to move policy in a state like Wisconsin, it really is all about data. And how can we, do things responsibly and mindfully with, a lot of stigma perceptions out there. So I think, well said. that's what we're doing actively at ICIA. That's really the heavy lifting that we found ourselves in, is how do we go have credible conversations with tribes, cannabis executives, businesses, federal, state governments, unless we have data sets that we created. I'm not saying we have to reinvent the wheel, but that we can have collaborators that can help us create foundations for baseline decisions moving forward. So that's what we're doing actively in Wisconsin. You know, we want to create those data sets kind of by Indigenous for community, but also understanding mortality and health for Indigenous communities has always been horrible. It's been lacking. So understanding what, you know, the testing in regards to health, how that can impact our Indigenous communities has yet to be done. Another aspect where ICIA really wants to provide the network and the umbrella to bring in people like you're seeing in this room today to help fill those gaps.
Thanks, Rob. I'm going to turn the page on over to Mr. Larry right on the end here. So Larry, you are an NCI, you're the CEO. Tribes across the country that's your game, that's your policy arena. Now, tribes here in Wisconsin are going through this process right now of soul searching what policy should be here in Wisconsin. Other tribes in other states have already been through this, right? What is the history of what National Congress of American Indians has seen with other tribes, and what has been the policy perspective that you're hearing as a consensus of tribes?
No, thank you. And really, it all comes down to tribal sovereignty as a whole. And the purpose of NCAI since 1944 has been to defend tribal sovereignty and the continued attacks on all of our sovereign issues. If we look at the mission statement that was set out in 1944 and what it purports for NCAI to help defend, we can look at those key issues that are still relevant today. And we continue to see sovereignty attacked and eroded on all levels, and this is no different. And so, when we take an issue like this and this topic of cannabis and the tribes' rights to do what they want to do for the benefit of their own tribal citizens, that's sovereignty in its basic form. And so for us, when we look at this from the national level and from a policy and advocacy standpoint, and based on how we operate as NCAI, and we are based on a membership organization, and we take our direction from the resolutions that are passed by our membership that represents tribal nations across this country. And this is one of those guiding principles, guiding documents for NCAI to defend and help advocate in this space. And those things are still relevant today for us, and we continue to look at other organizations like this one to help and guide and help direct. And so when there are tribes in other areas beyond Wisconsin, how do we help connect those dots, and how do we help bring that thought leadership together so that it can, from a national policy in particular, how can NCAI be an advocate with Congress, with the administration, to help empower and amplify tribal nations' voice and make sure that at the end of the day, whether one tribe agrees with cannabis or not, it is still about tribal sovereignty and making sure that the federal government upholds and respects that treaty and trust responsibility. And we at NCAI want to make sure that we are protecting tribal sovereignty regardless of what that topic might be.
That's great. That's great. And how many resolutions has NCAI passed regarding cannabis?
I believe there's 3 standing resolutions on this right now.
Pro-cannabis,
For
pro-sovereignty.
yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Wright, what do you think of when you see states passing state legislation, for example, Washington State, the state legislature in Washington passed legislation that authorizes them to enter into compacts with tribes for the purposes of, so they're basically state law, right? Because it's still illegal federally. So state law is playing a big role right now in tribal sovereignty, and we are seeing compacting. What are your thoughts on sovereignty and compacting for cannabis?
Well, I think that's I would say kudos to the state for recognizing that tribal sovereignty and working with the tribes to help strengthen that and strengthen the economic opportunity for that tribe to enter into cannabis and know that, as President Holsey said earlier, we're highly regulated across the board on almost all of the things that we do, especially when it comes to casinos and gaming. And when you take a model like that and look at the benefits that it has, not only for the tribal nations themselves, but the economic impact that the state could benefit from, when it's mutually agreed and recognized and that tribal sovereignty is respected, I think that gives tribes a stronger outlook and stronger opportunities to help grow that industry, protect their investment, and make sure that they can continue to count on that partnership. So until, now and until federal law changes and recognizes and protects the interests of cannabis as a whole, but specifically on tribal land and in deference to tribal nations. And so I think when the states like Washington enter into that open-minded and sets those parameters, it really creates a win-win situation for the state, but especially for the tribal nation.
Thank you. That's good. So compacts are a tool. They're a sovereignty tool until we get to that big ticket federal policy, right? Rob, you have interviewed dozens and dozens of tribes that are in some way, shape, or form engaged in the cannabis industry. Can you share with us any perfect solutions? Has there been a tribe that stepped up and said, we decided to get into cannabis and the state and or local municipality rolled out the red carpet? Did you get any of those stories?
I have yet to hear that story. Tell me more. No, I think one thing that MJ and our team at ICIA has been, lucky to be privy to is really being a fly on the wall to a lot of these conversations across the country, and knowing that all our tribes, all 574 have, they govern themselves. They're all independent. They're all different. All autonomous, and for years and years and years have been acting in those silos. Well, now, we've kind of brought a friend to the table for ICIA, and it's been amazing to just hear the conversations. It's also been horrifying because we've heard the horror stories too. So compacting is a tool. Does it always work? No. What does that mean for Wisconsin? I mean, I think that would be a good question for tribal leadership too.
What does that mean for Wisconsin, President Holsey?
I agree. I think what it is it's an opportunity to not only engage in the government-to-government relationship, but oftentimes a lot of people don't understand that tribal nations are not just race-based, we're politically based, that we have sovereign inherent rights that are in the U.S. Constitution. And there are capabilities, because when there's that direct engagement between two governments, you don't have necessarily the bureaucratic issues that entail all of the red tape that oftentimes goes into introducing something new. And so I think just like the exclusivity or the supposed exclusivity of gaming, that's another conversation with regards to people that are instituting gaming machines in places that aren't regulated, but yet they allow that to happen and leave money on the table, in my opinion. But yet we are heavily regulated and we are compacted. So to me, that opportunity to look at that exclusivity with tribal nations, to everybody's point, who are already highly regulated, operate in those business spaces and models, would serve and probably be able to execute something much more quickly in terms of that government-to-government relationship, in terms of how that was going to be instituted and advocated for, and right down to the production and sale and all of those things. But as tribal nations, we need to cultivate that relationship and remind people that it is imperative. And we're very fortunate in the state of Wisconsin. Our government does understand that tribal nations are not sub-sovereigns of the state. We are not. We are sovereigns. And so I think when we can sort of see ourselves in that space and start executing different things and taking that leap of faith, or to your point, like I said, don't threaten us with a good time, I think it's necessary. I think every Indigenous person or ally or person who is here today would agree that the most important thing to tribal nations are our citizens. And so we will do anything we have to do to make sure that their needs are met and that those authorities and those inherent rights are instituted. So there's a lot of work to be done, but in my opinion, it is a tool and it's something that tribal nations in the state of Wisconsin should ostentatiously look at and explore.
Mr. Decorah?
Just a little point of history real quickly. That was one of our strategies for St. Croix, was to try to get a compact with the state of Wisconsin. And I can tell you, I had numerous discussions with the former governor to try to get some kind of agreement, and he just could not go anywhere. I mean, it just, you know, they stay their party lines, I'll be honest. That's what I deal with. And so I am encouraged that there's discussion for medical. It's a long way coming from when I first started this venture, and you know, for us to even work on hemp, we had to agree not to talk about cannabis. You know, from 2014 to 2018 until we got in the Farm Bill. So to know that we're in a position now, you know, with more information, more education for our lawmakers, our tribal leaders, and our communities, because we need that support to our tribal leaders to continue this, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there that, you know, if we get into it, if we talk about it, they're going to take our federal funding away and all these kind of other threats. And you know, that's kind of what is the status quo out there. So we do need to do our due diligence. And so I'm really happy for Rob and this group. And, you know, also St. Croix was also a member of the National Cannabis Industry Association. We were the first tribe to join that industry as well, doing similar things here to help, you know, folks that are not directly connected to the industry, but the banks, insurance companies, all those kind of things, they need that kind of support too, because even though it's legal in some of these states and a lot of these people who operate in dispensaries, there's still a lot of things that they have to deal with in regards to banking and insurance. So, you know, let's keep moving.
Thanks for bringing that up. I think my question was, are you ready for cannabis to be legal? And you hit on two big touchy subjects, which is banking and insurance, right? We know that there are certain companies that are friendly towards the cannabis industry. Have you explored those or had any experience with those?
Well, not directly for the tribe here in the state of Wisconsin, because again, being illegal, they're even scared to have that kind of discussion. But we have talked to those interest groups with the National Cannabis Industry Association. We've done the lobbying efforts in May, I think it was. Every year they go out there and talk to lawmakers and try to advocate, because, you know, you hear stories of a guy that's got interest in a business that it's 5, 6, 7 times down the line that has the word cannabis in it, and his bank that he's been doing banking business for 35 years drops him because of that, and he's not even connected to it, you know. So it has its tangles, and it really has a lot of disruption, and, you know, we should be supporting a lot of these initiatives, especially when we have data to prove that it's beneficial, not only economically, but medicinally as well. So, you know, yes.
I don't think we had a microphone, but we'll have some questions and answer time afterwards. Thanks for that. I want to bring up a quick question. I want to dig and maybe get some insight. State of the Tribes is coming up here in Wisconsin. It is later this month? March 14th is State of the Tribes. And if for folks that don't know what that is, that's when the tribal leaders here in Wisconsin select one of their own tribal leaders to deliver an address to the state legislature. And in that address is all of the tribe's most latest pressing priorities. And they will lay them out in a manner that hopefully is meaningful to a bipartisan crowd, and will talk about all the highlighted topics of the day. My question is cannabis on the agenda? Absolutely. I think you guys should be clapping right now. Cue the clap, cue the clap. That's so good to hear. That's wonderful to hear. Now, before we get to that, how can tribal leaders and Mike, you've probably had this experience. How can tribal leaders convince those senators that opposed SB 1034? How can we convince them that this is a good thing to do?
Well, I think the biggest thing we have to do with that support is provide the data, because the data is going to really speak through. The leadership can give its its advocacy for it, but we're not going to move these lawmakers unless you have data that's going to push them and force them. And I think that requires also working with your folks in your parties, that you get involved when getting out to vote. It's also important to get those folks to talk to a lot of their folks in those districts where they're not the majority, but to make sure that they're constantly calling those lawmakers to get more information on this and pushing that envelope, because that's that kind of pressure is what's going to help. I mean, that's why we're talking about medical marijuana right now in Wisconsin, is because I think that they're getting a lot of pressure moving that way. So they got to get something rolling, and we're ready. We're ready. I know that the governor's ready, and I know the tribes. We've been talking about cannabis, I know, with the tribes since about 2015 when we had a meeting in Secaucus, where the Chairman Van Zyl right now will be doing the State of the Tribe address. But that's where St. Croix had a first meeting with the tribes, the Chippewa Federation tribes, and I got to tell you, for the folks that were there, that place was packed, because the community wanted to hear about this too, and there was a lot of debate on whether to go for it or not. And that's because of that lack of good information out there, factual information, and that's kind of where, for me, it all breaks down to that. All educational components to get the lawmakers to take action, to get tribal leaders to let their constituents know what's going on out there, so that they're trying to help them. We're trying to address all these issues in our community, and we have all these roadblocks that we have to get by, and thank God there's 37 states that are moving forward. 21 of them are of a recreational, so there's a lot of benefit going out there, and there's a lot of data starting to come out. Killing cancer cells, slowing the growth of tumors, taking the appetite for that addiction away, calming them, helping them sleep. There's a lot of benefits, and we just got to start getting that information out to everybody.
That's great, and I'm going to go build off of that a little bit more. So there's different tactics in lobbying. We've all tried every which way, and the wonderful thing about Indian country is I think we're extremely skilled, excessively skilled in diplomacy and lobbying and advocating for ourselves. So I ask you, and this is the topic of this panel, is building bridges. Besides direct lobbying, besides going in to maybe the naysayers and having your day and your word, even bringing data in, what are other ways that we can lobby? What bridges do we have? What partners do these naysayers listen to? How do we build that bridge with them? Who are they?
I don't know. But I think that's from an advocacy standpoint, and you see it in your own states. With elections, you have turnover, and we're always in an educating process, especially when it comes to tribal sovereignty and when it comes to a state legislator, or state senator, or members of Congress. It's always consistent and persistent, making sure the issues are in front of them and how that relates to the cannabis industry as a whole, but specifically how tribal nations can and should be a part of this, and especially when it comes, again, to the sovereignty issue and the treaty and trust responsibility. So I think it truly is an educational process, and I think for NCAI, as we look to, even though we're a member organization, and we talk about this consistently, that NCAI is only as strong as the member tribes that are part of it, and we want to continue to build that membership, because good, bad, or indifferent, if tribes aren't a member of NCAI, members of Congress look to NCAI because it is one of the oldest organizations representing Indian country. And so to be able to have all 574 federally recognized tribes, and we represent state tribes as well. When you have that kind of number and Congress looks to that, it looks to NCAI and says, what does NCAI think? We think, when we say we think, it's because we want to be engaged with our tribal leaders regardless of what state they're in. And when we have an issue like this, what do the tribes say in Washington? What do the tribes say in Wisconsin, et cetera? And so we can bring that collective voice, and that's the advocacy and the power that NCAI has to help bring that together. And so we may not be able to do all the research and collect all the data from this specific topic, but we want to work with our other organizations to help bring that together and help bring those conversations together, so that when we advocate or we get a resolution that's passed to help support this topic, we want to make sure that we're bringing everything that we can from that education standpoint. So when we go into the Hill and we talk to members of Congress with tribal nations, we're having that collective voice. And so they know if legislation is going to be passed on the federal level, we truly are listening to Indian country, and they know that we're reflective of that. And so we may not all agree on those issues, and so that's another piece to that, but how do we bring that together to have those conversations?
Thank you. So NCAI is a trusted partner. I don't know, I would probably walk in with those 3 resolutions and plop them down on my representative's desk just to familiarize them with how federal policy works for tribes and how it relates to Wisconsin. President Holsey?
I would also say, I think that as public servants, you are constantly reminded that you're there to serve everybody's interest. And so I think overarchingly, as a strategy, I always look at ways to find things that we have in common. You know, access to good health care or education should not depend upon what zip code you live in. You should be able to build a better Wisconsin. And also there's that risk of losing your brain trust, because professionals are not going to stay here in the state of Wisconsin when all around us there is remarkable things happening with regards to economic diversity and opportunities. So that you're going to start to see a mass exodus, because if the state of Wisconsin is not going to invest in our education, our public education system, our healthcare systems, our roadways, protections of our waters, then who is going to? And this is an opportunity that would support those endeavors. It's really not hard to enlist people when you come to them with that perspective. They have to look at things differently, because it is their responsibility. They're elected officials just like tribal leaders are, and so we all have a job to do. And so it can be collective. I think probably 8 of the 11 tribal nations in Wisconsin are some of the largest employers in the respective counties. There is parity to a lot of the different things, and it's also reminding tribes the strength that they bring, but also having that engagement of relationships with whomever, whatever I always say I pledge allegiance to the Mohican Nation. I don't get the luxury or the latitude to serve one party, because my job is to serve my entire nation. And so you have to look at things differently that way, to advocate, to create allies, and to educate people around that. And I think when people start to see it as more transactional and an economic opportunity, and destigmatize the things associated with, and to Mike's point, you can educate people about what that really means in a factual and meaningful way, I think you'll start to see that paradigm shift.
Thank you. And I think you're right. Speaking of paradigm, Mr. Pero, what are you doing at ICIA to come up with some data here in Wisconsin? What are all the things you're working on?
Well, I was going to add to that advocacy piece or lobbying piece. Lobbying is tough to do. We pay a lobbyist at ICIA, and they want to make sure that they're going in with good data before they're going to, put forth an argument for our cause. So, what can you do beyond that, and things that we're constantly doing beyond that? The idea of partnerships and advocacy partners. There's a lot of players in the space, specifically in cannabis, that are working now. You talked about the National Cannabis Industry Association. They did not have a tribal inclusion policy for their association, and they still don't, and they're still working on it. So, there's a lot of organizations that have been out doing a lot of heavy lifting for a long, long time. that just are not aware of what tribal nations are doing. That it's in our own state. That's a reason that we invited, our non-native partners here today. We need your help. We need you as, good relatives to help educate each other on what we both are thinking of each other. I think that's an important just piece of the puzzle as well. How many non-natives in this room have been to a reservation in Wisconsin? How many know that there are no reservations in Illinois? So I think that awareness of who we are, where we're located, that we're very, very rural, that our economic infrastructure is completely different from what's outside that reservation, is important for people to understand. And how do we do that? We don't pay a lobbyist to go talk about that. We have conversations. In moments like this, in conferences like this, in ecosystems where we're around peers that are native and non, but we have common ground, this is where we can make change. So this is what we're doing every single day. We are drinking from a fire hose from LinkedIn, email, and all the outreach that comes in from people that love Indigenous and they think we're the best thing in the world and they want to help in any way. Well, I'm not going to slide that off and say, we don't want you because you don't understand us. No, we want to be inclusive of that. We want you, we need your help. We want to help you understand. And then we have the Indigenous tribes, businesses that are out trying to do this on their own and just asking for help. Can I get a mentor? Can I ask you a question? It might sound dumb, but I don't know who else I can ask, and I don't trust that guy. We hear this often. So for us, that is our work. Those conversations, those interpersonal conversations, those lifting people up, showcasing a little bit of awareness for our native people, for our non-native people, being more inclusive of our non-natives that want to support us in this industry, that is ultimately what we need, is a bit of an ego check for everybody.
Amen, brother. Thank you for that. It's wonderfully stated. So here's the tough question of the day. How does Wisconsin get it right? I know, give yourselves 20 seconds to think about that. How does this lovely state of Wisconsin get cannabis policy right? I'm not on the panel, Rob. But I'll back you up, whatever you say.
Take a stab. All we're doing right now with ICIA is learning from what the other states are doing. And obviously there's different models, whether we're a PL 280 state, that's tribal specific. But just if you look at the state as a whole, what would be a responsible rollout for Wisconsin? Is it medicinal? Sure, like one step at a time. If that's the way they want to go, is it state-run dispensaries? It doesn't sound good to me, but if that's a baby step in a good direction, maybe that's where we want to go. And we have to ultimately hold the hand of what our state leaders are going to do to help show them the way. There's no perfect answer to how this gets rolled out, except it has to be done in a mindful way, in a progressive way, in a responsible way, and in a way that, is appeasable and an olive branch to both sides. And that doesn't make people happy because we want to be bold, we want to utilize our sovereignty, but there's a public safety issue here. There's an illicit market. There's real people that, are out in that black market that don't want that to go away either. So there's real risk out there too. So the way that this is transitioned has to be done the right way. I'm okay with it being, a slow medicinal transition. I'm even okay with there being, state-run dispensaries if that's a way that they can bring in proper regulation. But I would love to see the tribes to be at the table as a partner with the state as they roll this out. That would be my ideal.
Can you speak to the carve-out? So the market, President Holsey mentioned saturation in the markets. There's saturation in every market, right? And because it's illegal here in Wisconsin so far, we have a market thing we need to pay attention to, correct? How much of the market should Wisconsin set aside for tribes, if at all? You can say all of it, that's okay.
In theory, we could capture all the market right now.
I think so. I think we have to go forward, maybe audaciously, And I think to your question earlier about how does Wisconsin get it right, sometimes it's not about always getting it right. I think there's value in the failures. And so I think seeking other partners, allies, people that have been in the industry early on, I think that knowledge is just as significant of how we get it right, because there's best practices, there's lessons learned, there are all of those other things. But yes, would I like exclusivity? Absolutely. Will I get it? Maybe not. Will I advocate for it? Absolutely. But to Rob's point, there has to be a level of compromise, and diplomacy. And there are underlying issues and systematic barriers that are in place that we have to consider. And so I think it's doing it in a very thoughtful, strategic, and educated way. But I think it also needs to be done in an inclusive way. So sort of no decision about us without us. I think it has to be not just that internal conversation among necessarily certain interest groups like tribal nations and others. I think it's a broader conversation that has to be among Wisconsin citizens about what that means and what that looks like, both from a healthcare perspective to a mental health care perspective to an economic perspective to a public safety perspective, all of those things. And I think it starts there. It starts with those robust conversations. And then I think you will find that there will be more insistent of the people that are there to serve them about initiating things to help support Wisconsin, grow our economies, create healthier communities, and do the things that we need to do to support our citizens.
God, that's why you're elected. Listen to that. That's major diplomacy right there. Thank you for that. And you said something, underlying issues. Let's talk about underlying issues. Federal legalization really quick before we finish up the panel. I will let you know that ICIA tracked 14 pieces of federal legislation last year, right up through the omnibus bill. And I know because I tracked them for Rob, because he made me every day, which was great. But that said, and it says in your white papers there, it says change is coming. There's no question change is coming on the federal level. And that means all of this reservation land here in Wisconsin can see a big change coming. I want to also put out a note here. We've got 3 bills already. We're only a few weeks into the 118th Congress. We got 3 new bills that were introduced involving cannabis. H.R. 394, the Veterans Cannabis Use for Safe Healing Act, which prohibits the Secretary of the VA from denying a veteran benefits administered by the Secretary by reason of a veteran participating in a state-approved marijuana program, and for other purposes, of course, which it always is. That was introduced on 1/17 of 23. Want to also let you know that the H.R. 610 was introduced. It provides for the rescheduling of marijuana into Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. That's a big one. That was introduced on 1/27 of 23. And the last one is S326, the VA Medical Cannabis Research Act of 2023. It's to direct the Secretary of the VA to carry out a study and clinical trials on the effects of cannabis on certain health outcomes of veterans with chronic pain and post-traumatic stress disorder, and for other purposes. That was introduced by Senator Tester from Montana on February 9th of 2023. So we've already got 3 pieces of legislation in the first weeks out there running. So this is looking like it's really happening this year. So I asked these tribal leaders once again, 1, do you have tribal members that are interested in engaging in the cannabis industry? And 2, are you getting ready to welcome, govern, regulate, do what you need to do to make that happen for them?
Absolutely. One of my tribal council members has an acute interest, both from an economic perspective for our tribal nation, but and individually. You heard Ms. LeDuc say, I'm a farmer. There's a significant push for reclamation in terms of food sovereignty and just re-engaging cultural and traditional practices that inherently we've always done. So I think that there are those opportunities, and I think tribes should be ready to look at it more broadly and more diversely. It doesn't necessarily have to, tribes may decide, I don't want to necessarily do X, Y, Z, but we'd like to invest. We would like to partner. We would like to go out to somebody that's a subject matter expert or who has found great success in doing different things. You see that in the realm of gaming, where it's no longer just a monolithic brick and mortar standalone. You see the amplification of sports betting. You see international gaming operations of tribal nations. We need to think more broadly and more globally, and we need to look for allies and partners. And so I think that there is opportunities both internally and externally, and I think however we can support our citizens. You heard Mary Jane talk about STEMs and what that means, and the economic drivers, not only in creating professionals, but there's scientists, there's job creation, there's a lot of different things, and you need to look at it as a business opportunity versus just looking at it more personally and try to stigmatize things that don't necessarily need to be enjoined to that. Remember 30-some years ago in Wisconsin with the pre-era of gaming and how there was going to be, all of these, the underbelly of the mafia and all these other illicit practices that were going to come with that. But the tribes prepared themselves. They addressed those issues. They had those tough conversations about what needed to be happened. And after 35 plus years, many of us in gaming, we understand what that means and what we need to do. But it would be the protection of any operation. This just happens to be cannabis.
Yep, and in the Ho-Chunk Nation, a few years back at our general council, they did approve us looking into doing this. So we have got membership that is very interested in this.
Wonderful, wonderful. How about hemp? Any of the tribes doing hemp projects? I'm sorry, Michael, if you want to answer that. Hemp projects in Indian country?
I'm not going to speak for those tribes, but I do know that we do have a few tribes that are getting into the hemp arena, and it's also one of our topics in our Chippewa Federation meetings, collectively looking into the future, maybe as working together in many of these arenas. There's over 50,000 uses of a hemp plant, man. I mean, we just got to find that niche that is needed out there, and so there is opportunity. It's not just CBD. Pharmaceutical grade CBD oil. There's so many other benefits. Hempcrete, all these fibers, the wonderful things that Winona's doing out there. Tribal leaders, you got a great partner in ICIA here. Take advantage of what they're offering. They got a great team. I know just knowing here, they got Zor, they got Collins, they got Samantha, Apache, Mary Jane. I mean, that's a game changer in my eyes. The future's bright for Indian country with these folks paving the way for us, so I really appreciate it.
No, I think, hemp has been on the radar for a long time, and I know when you talk about how conservative Wisconsin is, I come from Nebraska, which makes Wisconsin look very liberal. But change happens at a glacier pace there, and especially when we looked at trying to do hemp and what the opportunities are for tribes for sure. And medical marijuana has been a drive for the last several years by some state senators, and it continually gets rejected. And so all of these things together, when we talk about hemp and what that means for our tribal communities, and when we talk about that basic sovereignty issue again, especially when we talk about environmental sovereignty and those kind of practices, and when we have native farmers trying to get into this space and understanding all the benefits that hemp has, and the true segregation of doing a cannabis operation next to a hemp operation, and we hear all the stereotypes and those different things, but truly understanding what it takes to be in that production of either one of those, and what that means for the environment, what that means for our tribal reservation, our lands, and the protection thereof, our traditional ecological knowledge from our elders, and bringing those practices back to help put into the earth instead of taken out. So when we look at all of these kinds of things, again, when we have a concerted effort to come together and educate and amplify sovereign issues on these topics, whatever they might be, when we start looking at the benefits for our tribal nations and our citizens, and we can touch on every different area that you as tribal leaders that affect our people, whether it be housing, healthcare, education, social, all of those different things. We can take, and when we can show and use data to back that and what the impact is, the social impact, the economic impact, when we get into just taxation, creating a new tax base for tribal nations within their lands that all of us have trouble with, there's another economic opportunity that can help alleviate some of the underfunding issues in other areas. And so this is just another from the medical piece, but it has a positive social and economic impact for tribal nations. And I think those things go hand in hand.
They absolutely do. I'm glad you brought that up. That was my next question, was if folks did not know that there was a federal cannabis law that did pass in the last Congress. It was H.R. 8454. That was the Medical Marijuana and Cannabis Research Expansion Act. And if you read the act, it includes tribal colleges. So it's a federal act that includes tribal colleges. If you have a tribal college in your community or your constituents use a tribal college, you may want to reach out to them and have a conversation. That was signed into law on December 2nd of last year. Public Law number 117-215. That's Public Law number 117-215. And again, this is probably something that can be taken to our state legislators here in Wisconsin and say, hey, guess what, guys? This is moving. So we need to have some conversations. So now I wanted to leave some time for questions for these awesome panelists. So if you do have a question, we are on Zoom Live, so we do need you to have a microphone in front of you. Otherwise, it won't work for our folks that are watching from afar.
Questions for our panelists back here. I'm going to start here, and I'll make my way back to you, Tina.
Thanks for the discussion here. My name's Joseph Wildcat from the Lac Flambeau Reservation. So I guess you mentioned one model. We're talking about compacting with the state. Just from my perspective, that there were some issues. There's issues with compacting. We're asking the state for permission on things when we're talking about the gaming. Is there other models around the country that is not compacted that tribes are using? Is there examples for us to look at those?
I can tell you that ICIA has tracked all of the models involving tribes across the country. And there are different models from no model to compacting models. And what we can say, I think, from our analysis at this point is that they are largely under development. Just like things, and I hate to parallel it to gaming because we're really trying to move away from gaming at this point, but paralleling what tribes have experienced, because it's still agreeing between the same two parties, right? It's still the tribe and the state of whatever. It's the same parties. It's an agreement for an industry. It's an emerging industry that is not fully backed by policy yet. So this is something we experience with gaming, IGRA, and state compacting, and those still go on under litigation today. So what we look at when we analyze we undertake analysis of no models versus compacting models, the most extreme, where you are very much chipping away at your market and at your sovereignty under state law, under state authorities. We have yet to see how those play out. A lot of those folks that have compacted have not actually really launched their businesses just yet. They have not vetted out all of those issues that come with an emerging industry. And so we have yet to see how those models will play out. So I think we're under development, and I would be remiss to say that there's one great model or no compact is the better model. Either one of them could invite a whole bunch of litigation, right? And we've litigated everything we've ever done in Indian country. When it comes to tobacco, to gaming, now to cannabis, we're going to be litigating. This is going to be a litigation cesspool. And the idea here of ICIA is to not be in that space this time around, that we've learned a thing or two, like the Allstate commercial, right? So that's a very good question. What models are out there? Membership in ICIA buys you all that data. I just want to make sure I sell what he pays me to do for him, that it's not free. You kind of have to join Rob's crew here.
I just wanted to piggyback onto that, just a little bit of teaser data for those tribes to answer that question and follow up. So, one of the tribes that I've been really interested in because they are in a state where they're not compacting was the Bay Mills tribe. And the reason that that was so intriguing to me is our current assistant secretary is now second in command at Department of Interior. He was the president of Bay Mills when they started up their whole development. So, that's one of the tribes that has seen challenges. They are not compacted with the state, fully vertically integrated, and they have issues with diversity of products. They can only carry so many SKUs, they can only produce and process so many as one tribal nation. California tribes, none of the California tribes are compacting. That means that it's a red market. Tribal products only on the shelves in that market, not compacted. That means that state products are not allowed on there. So there's issues with testing reciprocity that we need to work through, with what this looks like, whether it be compacted hybrid or not. But we actually do have a long list of all of the non-compacted tribes and how they've been able to start up their business operations. New York's very interesting as well. We have a question here.
Tina Begay with Red Tail Accounting, and I wanted to just make a comment. I taught at a tribal college for 10 years, and one of my classes that I have, it's called Economic Development on Indian Reservations. And I partnered with a fellow in our community, and we created a game. And the game is organizing your assets, basically. And the students can choose to do forestry, irrigable farming, they can start a casino, they can do mining for this pretend mystic reservation. And one year I had the bright idea of adding hemp to the mix. It was not the best idea because obviously students understand quickly how to win the game because it's the most profitable, it's the easiest to do, and so they ditched everything else and everyone just did cannabis. And so after I had to stop that and say, okay, now no one can do hemp. We're gonna go back to the main components. And I questioned myself after that, and I thought, Tina, why are you stopping students from doing this? And this is just a comment of letting us think about this. We can teach our people, our young students, how to do this, and they're very entrepreneurial, and they can do this. But then once we teach them, they get to states that they get roadblocked and they can't go any further. And so I would like to just hear your thoughts on that, we teach our young people how to be entrepreneurs and then we kind of cut it off where they can't flourish. And I just don't understand that. That's my first comment. My second comment is, I often say this is when you're forced to work with your state, it weakens your sovereignty. We should not have to work with the state. We should have our own regulations, both in cannabis business and any business. That's my comments. Thanks.
Well, I can speak to kids and youth and how excited I am for the next generation, knowing that that was me 20 years ago, selling 3 quarters to get a quarter for free in college. So that was my first experience as being an entrepreneur. I didn't know that was such a bad thing back then. I watched people go to jail and I watched people get hurt and really bad things happen. But I'm so glad it's not then. And the conversations that I have with my kids are pretty darn candid. And I want this to be a normal thing. I don't want them to look at this as something that they can't have, this big taboo thing that you only get to have when you're this age or you have this much money or whatever. This is a medicine. This is a plant medicine that should never have been put in that box. So for me, I have upfront conversations with my kids and my father-in-law, who's the former captain of Calumet County Police Department or Sheriff's Department, who still calls the weed dope. Still looks like dope to me, Rob. Well, okay, Captain Paul. But he's changed, because he's watched me do my due diligence, first as being a father and the husband of his daughter, and follow through on those commitments. So why couldn't I be someone that was in cannabis and still follow through on my commitments? Why couldn't I be a professional that can come out of the green closet and claim my passion for this plant in a good way and talk about it in a good way? So I think that is a really important conversation that I get often, like, well, what about our youth? We don't want more kids on drugs, and how are we going to introduce another drug into the society, especially in Wisconsin? We've got all this booze. Well, it's on you to have those conversations. We're not going to run an anti-dare campaign. It's on us as individuals to go out to our other community members, to our own kids, to our elders, which we know that we have to be mindful of because there's still a lot of stigma, and have mindful conversations that maybe turn pragmatic when we talk about workforce development or industrial hemp. Maybe we bring it around in a way that makes sense. So that aspect of talking to the next generation, I think, is critically important. We love that we have interns that are reaching out to us to try and engage with us. We love that Rodney has youth that are working in science. We have youth working in legal, data research, all those areas. So I'll speak to the youth part, and I can't remember what your second comment was. I'm sorry.
Any other questions for the panelists? Sorry. Got one right here, and then we'll go there.
Sagoli. I just have like a few comments, maybe not necessarily questions. In regards to, the 3 resolutions that you're going to bring forward, whenever that will be, I'm curious to know what those look like. And then we talk about, the possibilities of compact. And I think what he was getting at, and maybe the lady behind me, is in regards to individual opportunities, that economic development in regards to, as an individual, as a community member. I'm not saying that I don't want Oneida to prosper, but as an individual, I want to be able to have that regulation on my own, right? So as I work with entrepreneurships, individual dispensaries, obviously not in this state, and whether they're following state codes, whether they're following tribal codes, or whether they're not following any damn code, right? It's really interesting to see the opportunities for an individual to really prosper and to really make the hit in the community in regards to wellness, right? So you're talking about collecting data, but at the end of the day, I think we all know that the Republicans just want taxes, right? They want funds. They want they want to be able to tax, right? So that's kind of the parity, I guess, in regards to that I see in Wisconsin and how we're going to move this forward. And so when we talk about the data within health and wellness, they want that just because they want to see that you're working on it, right? You're not just coming in, you're not just developing these things, this verbiage on your own. We know all of that. So when we talk about the compact and what that looks like for the state of Wisconsin, or even that big question, is Wisconsin tribes ready? Like, no, not really, right? You're not ready because there's so much analyticals that are involved. And so which way are we going to take it, right? So as this group, you're on the forefront. You're leading the way. Thank you, right? You're leading the way. And when you're in those litigations and you're having those conversations, because we're at the seat we finally have the seat at the table because we talk about the Farm Bill. So I come from the egg food industry, so now I'm in this great world of cannabis. And so that compact, and you say the compromise is a success, and that really sucks, right? That we have to look at compromising for us to have that seat at the table and then look at state dispensaries. Oh, I hope that that's not the first movement and that it gives us the opportunity to expand on our skill level and what we're able to bring to the table. Because looking at an entrepreneur, as opposed to maybe the nations, we are far, far away from really getting, getting movement and getting, it really launching. But then I look at the dispensary. I mean, they were up and running in Oneida. They had some logistics in regards to policies, and they had to move. So are we ready to take and have those conversations? And then are we ready to even look at drug screening? So are we really ready? Is the tribes really ready in Wisconsin to really look at the whole conglomerate of supporting cannabis?
I love her. I planted her here, really, I did. No, because what she's saying is so important. She's talking about tribal codes, tribal ordinances, about how we really have to get proactive on the front end of that. And then what are those codes and ordinances, and what does that reform look like for the individual? I mean, we know how to create enterprises. Tribes can do enterprises, but what does that mean for the individual? So according to the Native Farm Bill Coalition, there's 80,000 individual producers across Indian country providing $3.5 billion in revenue for tribal nations. So when we talk about cannabis or hemp, that's like, for me, I come from a treaty tribe in the Pacific Northwest. We do a lot of salmon. Well, there's a commercial aspect to salmon. But our people are very ceremonial about the salmon. It's subsistence, it's our way of life. So how do we create a code or an ordinance that protects conservation of the salmon for a commercial code, decriminalizes people from being able to barter and trade it, for subsistence purposes, and then, in addition to that, just, the ceremonial aspect. And so I kind of always see cannabis kind of going back into that same, as tribes, we have to look at the individual right, the individual tribal member's right, aside from what the tribe is doing as a commercial enterprise. So I appreciate that aspect, because it triggered that thought in my mind that we have to be mindful. We're not monolithic tribes. We're made up of beautiful citizens, and we have to look out for their rights as well. Question over here.
Thank you. This is especially a question for the tribal presidents and et cetera. Everybody talks about youth and how you're looking forward to youth taking over, et cetera. My question to all of you is, how many of you have youth right now, youth groups, youth in your organizations, in your boards, and besides having youth, how many of them are trans? How many of them are gender nonconforming? How many of them are Afro-Indigenous? Because if we're talking here about, our youth is the future, are you really welcoming these communities also? What about Two-Spirit, All-Spirit folks? I want to know, where are these communities at? Because as we all know, our communities, I'm a trans person, we are at the bottom, and always have been, because of colonization, because we have been around. And as Indigenous folks that we are, we know that trans, gender nonconforming folks have been around forever. So I want to know, where are these communities, if you're saying that you're open and you're welcoming to our youth specifically?
I'll answer. For me, I think that I agree with Rob in terms of our youth, our brain trust, and there needs to be acute acknowledgement, investment, and mentoring. But also to your point about some of the invisibility that you just talked about are you being seen and heard, and for me, I always especially tell young people, if you feel like you're navigating this world where you don't belong, it's because you're here to create a new one. And so with that said, there are a lot of endeavors, and it's cross-sectional in terms of how we describe it. Perhaps it wasn't so eloquently as you described it, but we all know historically and inherently our Indigenous, Two-Spirited, LGBTQ, and all the other acronyms that they self-describe have always inherently been among us. And tribal communities tend to be very communal. There, to your point, there are existing challenges, and you see it it inflects in different ways, especially with the MMI. Our issues and everything else. There is the erasure and invisibility issue that exists. And not until I became involved on a more larger scale, both with the state and a federal, I sat on the VAWA task force. Did you realize that your relatives, that they themselves self-describing, were not being seen and heard? So I think that there needs to be that part of it, because we know that according to the U.S. Census, the world is primarily, the United States for the first time is 51% female. It's diverse, and it needs to be inclusive. And so that doesn't stop with just generalization. That has to start with our tribal communities. And when we say we value our citizens, we need to value our citizens, not just choose because it fits our standards or something that is familiar to us, but because my tribal nation's quite small, and so every citizen is important, regardless of whatever you choose to become. It doesn't matter to me. It's just my job as a tribal president is to make sure I find ways to not only create a platform of inclusion, but a platform of safety, and also a platform where you are seen and heard and where you're supported. So I think that starts there. And I think that goes back generally to some of the intergenerational trauma that we've all experienced for decades, centuries.
First, thank you for volunteering with us today. We appreciate you. You're of high value to us, and we look forward to building a relationship with you. I was lucky enough to work in MMIR and awareness for a number of years, and there's a lot of people that are never seen and never heard, and their stories never get told. So the fact that you stepped up today and told us how you felt specifically about a marginalized group that needs to have a voice specific to another emerging industry is important. So thank you for doing that. And as you're already part of our team, so we're excited about that. And we only partner with groups, and inclusivity obviously is a very attractive word these days. I would just tell you to leverage that. If they're gonna say that, leverage that, make them lean into it. Hold them accountable to that because it's important. But thank you for your comment.
Thank you, great comments. I just wanna say one last thing about your question back there about how do our tribes ready? And I think my question was pretty pointed to say, what do we need to do to be ready for Wisconsin, to engage in the industry? What is needed? What do you need to hand, not just your community for the stigma piece, not just your diversified constituents from all walks, all areas, people that live on and off the reservation, this whole urban Indian concept thing. How do you tackle the on-reservation urban Indian issue that happens, I think, in most communities, definitely mine, where we need to take a look at how we actually govern this emerging market into reality. And I think that was your question. And in one of the things that we've worked on at ICIA is a legal toolkit. And it's not meant to be legal advice. It's not meant to be, an exhaustive measure. But there's one thing, again, we've learned. We've learned a lot of things in Indian law and a lot of things in state law and a lot of things in tribal law. One of the things we did learn is that when we passed the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, Congress already set up a process for us. So they gave us best practices within the IGRA. We don't have a federal law. We don't even have a draft of a federal law for cannabis, what tribes would like to see. I've asked, haven't found one. Nobody's written one up. I've been out doing this for several months now. Nobody actually put pen to paper and say, what would a dream piece of golden legislation look like where we could build our governance around a dream piece of policy? It doesn't exist yet. It's under formation. These conversations are making this, the script come together. So it's really important to have this conversation. In the meantime, while that script is developing, how do tribes look at governance here in Wisconsin in Public Law 280? Now, Michael mentioned they've already analyzed Public Law 280 at St. Croix. They know the civil regulatory scheme. Any lawyer that is barred and competent in your jurisdiction can do an analysis for you. And this is really where your relationship with your attorney and your lobbyist is really important. For us, we certainly know that the law is very mechanical. We can be great persuasive talkers and arguers. At the end of the day, you have to have a mechanical piece that founds you. And in this case, for us to really strengthen our membership, really help all these governments here within Wisconsin, all these nations within Wisconsin, we thought we would hammer out a legal toolkit, and that is yet to come. We are having these conferences again to write that script and make that toolkit as important and usable for you we can hand to our member tribes. You can hand those to your attorneys. You can hand them to your lobbyists and say, these are the things we need to analyze for us here, X nation within Wisconsin. And we need to, look at certain things that matter to us. Like President Holsey said, healthcare, this whole healthcare component is very important. That needs to be validated in her community. That's going to be a built-out portion for, obviously, her tribe. So there are pieces that you will need to vet within your own government. That's the beauty of governance. You get the ability of make your laws, your ability to be governed by them. So that said, that's what we're working on. That's one of your membership benefits, is a legal toolkit to help you, especially in these public law 280 states. And we focus on states like Wisconsin that are on the cusp of legislation. So just want to make sure you're aware of that as well. I know we've mentioned that in our DC Policy Summit, but here in Wisconsin, you need to know the value that ICIA brings. This is where they spend your money on legal analysis and support and technical, mechanical, legal engineering to help you and your attorneys and your team, really get yourself ready for legislation. Any more questions for our esteemed panelists? I think we have one more.
All right, so just a quick comment and then a question. Regarding the youth and getting them integrated into cannabis, I think just from my own experience, in my own exploration, I discovered the medical benefits of cannabis. It was a miracle remedy for ADHD and autism symptoms, and it allowed me to really get into my studies for the first time, getting into college, etc. I didn't have much interest in plants before that, but that one experience with that plant made me realize the power of all plants, etc. And I wanted to get in and make a living in it, and that was 20 years ago, and we're still trying. The other thing I'll say is just from experience in California and New Jersey with medical cannabis, you simultaneously have the newspaper saying children vaping and using cannabis illegally right next to same-age children using cannabis medically. So all cannabis use is medical if it's clean cannabis. Not everybody knows it, and the government takes advantage of that to tax it as recreational. But unlike alcohol, which hurts your body to create its high, cannabis doesn't. It does the exact opposite. So I think we'll eventually transition out of the recreational era, hopefully, and hopefully natives can help lead the way. My question is this, regarding sovereignty and not having to work with the state and the federal government, which sometimes is easier than done than not. With cannabis, it's particularly hard because I think state governments and federal governments want to absolutely claim their piece of the pie in exchange for giving up their prohibition piece of the pie. So that being said, it's my rough understanding that sovereign tribes, their businesses, gaming, tobacco, are not taxed. Are we seeing that trend continue on cannabis? Do we have any tribes operating under cannabis regimes that are not paying federal taxes? I don't know the answer to that question. It just popped in my mind, and I'm wondering if maybe anybody knows anything about that. Thank you.
Well, I have an example from California, and there's a tribal market in California that's proprietary of the open market there. And just like you go to the casino or the reservation and get cheaper gas and cigarettes, it's the same in California. They don't have that excise tax. So it is cheaper. So if we were to think about that in a simple context, we have hemp-derived THC in our state right now that we sell on every corner, just regular old sales tax. If tribes were selling hemp-derived THC on the reservation, there could be an instant discount. So it's not happening yet, but just there is an opportunity there for a discount for the tribes to be selling with a tax relief.
Great, thank you. I think we will, one more question.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little food for thought. As you were discussing, we are in an environment of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as I mentioned before, I do insurance. A little closer, sorry, I have a little bit of laryngitis. I work very closely with our employers, HR departments, and this is a big topic. And I recently joined as one of the voices of our Native American Voices group, and the First Nations. We're based out of United States and Canada. And I have been in a lot of meetings with a lot of other ethnicities, a lot of different groups. And I think that one thing that I just wanted to say, food for thought, when it comes to us as natives, we look at ourselves as native, but we have to also realize that we have these groups within our tribes and within our tribal employer groups. And so having those employees come forth and represent who they are being and who they are, I think is something that we have to embrace across Indian country, just like non-Native organizations are doing that today. So they're bringing forth Afro-Indigenous, they're bringing forth Native American, Hispanic, LGBTQ, everything you can imagine. Basically, our organization said, who do you represent? And do you want to be a part of this? And so now we've made, all these different voices groups. So I just wanted to add that as to what you were saying, because I think that's important. And it will give, that's my phone, but it'll give people who may not have voices.
Right, and that's the whole topic here is building bridges, building partnerships to be able to get this over the finish line. Well, can we give a round of applause for our esteemed panelists here? Great conversation. Bravo. I guess she's kicking me. I'm getting gonged now because I've gonged her once. All right, thank you everyone. Great panel.
They actually did call my bluff. I do not have a gong. I do not. Okay, so just a few housekeeping notes. I mean, I'm sure you found it by now, but I personally was trying to track some steps on my watch, so I've been going way down there. No, it's honest because I thought that was the bathroom, was the one way down there. There's actually a bathroom at the end of this hall, and we encourage you to go down that hall and visit our vendor booths that are down there. So if you checked in and you did not get a wonderful bag sponsored by the Nez Perce Tribe of Idaho, that's the tribe that I'm a member of, stop by the registration booth and grab one of the conference bags. Please, I cannot bring any of them home with me. Second, if you are paying to park in the facility, you can stop by and get a flat rate $8 to check out from your parking spot. So at the registration space, they will give you a little parking code so you can have a flat rate there. And then lastly, so yes, we're a new organization and we just came out with some merch and some swag. I grabbed there's several. $20 beanies. This one is Canndigenous. There's also some ICIA beanies back there as well. $20. Keep your head nice and warm. You know you lose most of your heat through your head, so it would be a good idea to cover and cap that. Thank you again so much. Another round of applause for our panelists. Okay, I'm going to tell on myself just really quick. So I was a little uncertain of how like a listening session panel would go with a lot of like predetermined questions, but I had 100% confidence in not just the panelists, but Samantha. Samantha is becoming one of Indian country's top cannabis experts. Like she's owning the cannabis game. And so I want to give a special round of applause to Samantha Skenandore for the work that she's doing for ICIA. Now, as was mentioned earlier when we had the little go around, our board of directors, I see one of them in the room, Marnie. Fern Ori is also on our board of directors, as well as Colin Price. And so I just want to thank our board of directors and Rob, the founding board member, for having this vision and creating it and moving forward with it and doing it in a way, it's hard starting up a new organization. It's, we're really working hard to build the pillars, of support so that this is an enduring foundation. How many of you are familiar with the National Indian Gaming work that's going on? Now, can you imagine if Indian gaming communities would have had the opportunity to get organized before IGRO was passed. That's kind of what Samantha was saying earlier is, this thought, think tank of tribal cannabis experts and professionals from across the country being able to convene and have these kind of conversations about how we move forward, how we reclaim plant medicines and reclaim sovereignty over the health of our communities. And so it's truly an honor and a privilege to be working with the folks across Indian country. And I think that that's also what is so magical. This room here, this is just like the tip of the iceberg in regards to the cannabis professionals that we have across Indian country. And so ICIA will be doing that over the next year, more state and regional convenings. Save the date for November. We're going to go back to Washington, D.C. with our second annual National Indigenous Policy Summit in Washington, D.C. The other thing that's really great about having this organization is the level of inclusivity that's happening. After the murder of George Floyd, the social justice, racial equity conversations spiked tremendously. And within the BIPOC community, specifically in cannabis, the I was really silent. Like you would hear all of these things, but you would not hear much about what was happening with tribes or indigenous communities, specifically in cannabis. Since this organization has been formed, we have been invited to participate or help facilitate or build, I think there's about 6 different panels now, 2 different indigenous pavilions in large national organizations saying we want inclusivity, we want native presence. And so if you are traveling out to NOCO next month in Colorado Springs, I'm really honored that we're working with Winona's group over at the Anishinaabe hemp farm and all of her colleagues to be able to host an Indigenous pavilion at the NOCO event. And we want it to be experiential. And we want to call in those experts that have been doing the plant touching, doing the rematriation work of fiber in their communities. And we're really honored to be working with Ira Vanderveer from the Navajo Nation community, who's going to be bringing in traditional Navajo rug weavers to do a demonstration of hemp rug weaving on site. And so we're just getting started. We really, truly are just getting started. I know you guys are probably starting to think a little bit about food right about now. So we're going to have a break so you can go out and grab your box lunches, use the restrooms. And I'd like for you guys to be back here at about 10 till, and we'll have a presentation from some of our sponsors, the fire station. We have the co-owners of the fire station going to come up, and while you guys are doing your lunch, they're going to give a brief presentation, and then we'll have the Miss Winona LeDuc come up and give the keynote address. But you are dismissed for lunch. Box lunches are out in the hallway there. And yeah, if we could meet back here at 10 minutes until, that would be great. Thank you. And it's just been really, phenomenal to be able to engage and work with them. So just a little shout out. So Prairie Band Egg could not make it here for a presentation, but was one of our sponsors. If you get a chance, go check out their facility. They're doing some great things on the industrial commercial side of things. Quarles stepping up. Tokeland is one of our tribal cannabis dispensaries in Washington State that stepped up as one of our sponsors. So we have other tribes from across the country stepping up to sponsor this very, very important convening, as well as you heard earlier, allies. And one of those allies, the fire station, really bringing the fire, coming in hot with their sponsorship. So I would love to introduce the owners of the fire station to be able to come up here, give a couple remarks, share with you all. So without further ado, Stosh Wasik, Logan Sauber, owners of the fire station.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for having us today. We were thrilled to be a part of this event, and first and foremost, further the decriminalization of cannabis across the U.S. So. A little background on us, who we are. My name is Logan Stauber. I'm here with my partner, Stosh Wasik. We got into the industry at an early age, and we were actually the first recreational cannabis dispensary in the Upper Peninsula. We've grown to 8 stores, over 200 employees, and one of our locations we originally were talking about doing consulting with the Hannahville Indian community. And what that led to was the realization that we bring a lot of value, and we're able to end up providing a white glove service with the Hannahville Indian community. So with that, we opened our 4th location with them, and we were able to open a shop it was an old gas station that we had. So we outfitted it, and eventually led us to the belief that, hey, we can provide this service to other people and potentially other tribes looking to enter the space. So with that,
Thank you. Again, thank you guys so much for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to come in and find new networks and meet new people. I see a lot of great faces, and I'm excited to meet everybody. And just to touch on the relationship that we have with Hannahville, and the opportunity to come in and offer infrastructure support for tribes, and Mary Jane said it the best, failure to plan is planning to fail. I caught that at the beginning of the speech, and it truer words couldn't be spoken. We have the opportunity now to lay the framework for what needs to happen in Wisconsin, and getting your ducks in a row to make sure that when we do see policy change at the state level, everyone is prepared to move forward and use that and to see the biggest advantage go to the tribes. And so we're here today and tomorrow. We're going to give a presentation tomorrow on infrastructure support and what we can do and how we can help, and if it makes sense for us to fit in and help along, and if it doesn't, we completely understand. But we want to make sure that we continue to see progress, and just to have this here in Wisconsin now. 5 years ago, I doubt that we would expect to even see anything like this. So it's great to see the work that ICIA is doing for cannabis just all over. And so I just want to say thanks so much, and looking forward to meet everybody on a more personal level.
Thank you so much. Again, the fire station all across Michigan and in the Hannahville community. So I personally wanted to give a shout out to somebody that's not even in the room, but it was actually one of our attendees who said, I head over to the fire station, and they got a, tribal community presence, and you should reach out to them, because I know that they love doing work in tribal communities and they want to build and grow their vision as well. So I really appreciate Zor Fulwilder for giving the shout out to the fire station and putting that, the opportunity out there. Allyship is really important in the work that we're doing in Indian country for cannabis development. Super huge. So the organizational support, that we're getting from, having the National Congress of American Indians here present, the National Indian Carbon Coalition, who's a part of the Indian Land Tenure Foundation, that's really, the Native Farm Bill Coalition, really what we're doing. We're not stepping in to reinvent any wheel necessarily. We're trying to come in with a really strong ICI spoke to build onto other people's wheels so that it's a little less clunky and it kind of just starts to roll a little bit smoother. I am super duper honored for, the collaboration as well with the work that Winona's been doing at her farm. I've been honored and had the opportunity a couple of years ago to travel out to the community and go to White Earth and attend Winona's conference that she puts on in March every year for a couple of years in a row, and went out there with my mom. And it's an amazing immersive opportunity. And that's when the light bulb went off for me to just, really immerse yourself in community as much as possible, the grassroots communities that are really working to make the change, and do that through storytelling. And so on the front desk out there, you saw a magazine publication. So I am the owner and publisher of Tribal Hemp and Cannabis magazine. That's kind of how I was nerding out, trying to find out who's doing what in policy, who's growing flower, who's doing what in industrial fiber. And so I was like stalking Indian country hemp and fiber communities since 2017, learning that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in tribal nations, but there has been a lot of work already done. Connect it, showcase it, make a print publication, and put it out to the world. And so the second issue of THC magazine, I featured Indigenous women in hemp and cannabis. And I could not do so without featuring, a story from Winona LaDuke, because a lot of folks internationally know what she's doing. And I wanted to share that love with Indian country as well for her work. But just before I call her up to the stage, a lot of folks, I actually had some of you, and I'm not going to name any names, but some of you actually even reached out and says, I am coming because Winona LaDuke is your keynote. I want to meet her. I haven't seen her speak since I was, younger. And so it's really an honor and a privilege to be able to have her join us on the stage. Winona is an internationally renowned activist. She's been working on sustainable development, renewable energy, and food systems for a long time, sharing that with Indian country as well as international communities. She lives and works on the White Earth Reservation in northern Minnesota, and she's the program director for Honor the Earth. Like I said, I could go on and on and on, and if I read her bio, I would cut completely into her keynote time, and I know that we want to bounce over to get her address. So we'll just have Miss Winona LaDuke come up to the stage. A round of applause for Winona. One more quick little story while she's coming to the stage, not to throw her under the bus, but okay, so we were at NOCO together last year. And we were having a good time, and you know how exhausting networking can be, and you're going to get a great little networking break right after this, but you just put out a lot of energy, a lot of output, and you get exhausted. So by the time dinner rolls around, you may just want to grab a smoke and relax, right? Well, I decided to go to the reception, and Winona, she's like, I'm going to head back to my room and go and relax, go put my feet up. So I'm at the reception, and what Winona didn't know was that she was going to be winning the Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'm at our reception table, and they call Winona LaDuke up for a Lifetime Achievement Award. And I'm texting her, Winona, get down here, you're winning an award. So I hopped up on stage to grab the award for her, and she comes walking into the door, and I'm like, holding her award up. So it was an honor and a privilege to be a sit-in to accept the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Hemp Expo, NOCO, but truly an honor and a privilege to have her joining us on the stage here today to share from her heart, which she always does, the wisdom of the journey that she's been on in hemp. And I'm sure that she can tell you that it hasn't always been the easiest journey, but it's becoming one that has got a lot more people joining the New Green Revolution than when she first started. So that in and of itself is a huge accomplishment, because our plant medicine and our plants, they need ambassadors. They need the human people to speak up on their behalf. So one more round of applause, Miss Winona LaDuke.
Hi, Ani Nindoe Magadantuk, hello. I was, so what she didn't say, so I was at this conference and I was tired. It was way up high in Denver. You understand what I'm saying? And it was just like all those people and they were so smart. So I actually went up to my room because I'm a good girl to do my report. That's what I was doing. It's like doing my report on what I learned that day. And then she messaged me. But you know what? I mean, that's pretty good. She had this really just dynamite outfit on already. I was like kind of slacking. So she went up there and accepted that. It looked like she was winning an Academy Award. That was like very cool. But anyway, I'm very honored to be here with you today, as I had said. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our experiences as a farmer, which is, I guess what I kind of got to start as. Because, I farmed most of my adult life. And when I was a young woman, I went to Harvard, and my father, he went to school to 8th grade. He came to see me one day and he said, "You're a really smart young woman, but I don't want to hear your philosophy if you can't grow corn." That's what he told me. So I went home and I started growing corn. And so that's kind of how I got into hemp, is as a farmer, right? So I grow corn, beans, squash, Jerusalem artichokes, and potatoes. And they're all organic and they're heritage varieties because I've really been interested in like how we're going to eat and be healthy. And and also those are just amazing plants, and they all teach you something, which is part of what he was telling me. So like my corn we grow, I grew a Mandan variety this last couple years, and I'm trying to scale it out so that I could do a lot more with it. But like when they had a big drought, my varieties still came. They were short, but they were sturdy. And like GMO and hybrids did not. And so it kind of reaffirmed this need for heritage varieties, and that plants will teach you because plants are smart and they can adapt. And so I just wanted to say that to start with, is kind of how I came to this. And, of course, I used to smoke in the 70s because you could see how old I am. I lived in the 70s. And I used to smoke. And then I quit smoking when I went off to college, and because I was in the American Indian movement. And I wanted to be super, good person and whatever, And so I didn't smoke. And I used to listen to all these cool people talk about this and that. And I didn't really come to hemp, till more recently. Just to say, 2015, I think is when I first started growing hemp. And I have a federal license and a state license. I have Minnesota state license because my tribe doesn't have a tribal hemp permit license, right? So I really came to it not with any experience in growing cannabis at all, but just really kind of trying to understand. And what I want to say is that one of the things I learned that I think is really important, and I don't know how many of you farm or grow, but this is a female plant largely, is what we are talking about here. We're talking about the medicine of a female plant. We are talking about the boys. We're talking about feminized plants, right? So think of her as a woman. That's what I'm going to say to you. And those girls are divas. Can I just be very clear about that? They are divas, A lot of guys want to go out there and transplant and row crop, and I don't think it's really what this plant is about. That's what I'm saying, is you got to treat this woman with respect, because this isn't your row crop, buddy. And I have to say that because going to these industries, she's right. I've been to the Minnesota agriculture and the hemp farming permits, and I'd be the only person of color and the only woman in the room for years. And it'd be like a bunch of guys saying, well, we're going to go out there, we're going to use this glyphosate, and we're going to do this and that, And I'd be like, no, not this time. This is not that plant for this. And I just want to say that this is a really important, because we know that this is a sacred being and she's a medicine. But we also know that there's a lot to be learned from her that we don't even know because she is criminalized for so long, right? The other thing is that, so I grow hemp. I do grow CBD varieties. I only grow what's legal under my permits. But Minnesota is expected to legalize this year, so I expect that I will be applying for a dispensary license. And I will be growing based on, that experience that I have, because I think that the combination or the entourage effect of CBD and THC is very good. And I think that there's a lot of medicines in that. And as having grown for 7 years, I feel like I, woman of color who has grown for 7 years in the state of Minnesota with a clean permit, I should be able to grow. I think that's what equity looks like. And so I'm like, but as I get into that, I come from this experience of growing. And I just want to say, if any of you have been in a hemp field, I didn't know this because I never grew this before, but okay, so my hemp field, let's just say this, there's all kind of sex going on, right? The males and the females are all kind of business going on in a hemp field. That's why bees like this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Is like it's all going on out there, right? Which is why you can't keep your hemp near your cannabis, right? And we know this, and there's like wars over this stuff in different places, you know, but I'm saying, you know, so this is be mindful of that, and all you know that. But I just want to say, like, if you look at a hemp field, you know, I'm 63 years old now, so I can talk about sex. But anyway, the male plants are exhausted. Can I just say that one more time? And when you look at the field at the end of the season, the male plants they're dead. They die early, right? The females are rocking. So I don't know exactly what that tells you, but we expect a lot out of our males, I guess we could say that. But, you know, also the male plants are very good for their fiber, you know, in themselves. But, you know, I'm just saying there's a lot to be learned from the cannabis plant itself. And if you don't know those things, you'll get it all confused and you'll try to do the wrong thing with the wrong plant, right? All right, so this is my farm. This is Winona's hemp farm. And I have this farm. I bought it because I was kind of sharecropping, farming on other people's farms, and then I decided I would grow hemp on it. So during the pandemic, all those kids moved in with me, and most of them did not leave. Okay, so this is kind of my life. I changed to being an on-site farmer with a bunch of now 16-year-old boys. And basically, that's what I still do. And we're interested in, you know, training. Obviously, you know, my retirement plan is to have farmers trained, right, that look like me. And so this is part of our work is really in leadership development. Now this photo is kind of funny, but this is the tribe's hemp crop in 2015. Let me say this, my tribe had a hemp crop the previous year. Then my tribe decided it didn't have an interest in fiber hemp. And so they left the crop and we went out there and the spirit of volunteerism was very high. Can you see that? And so that's us harvesting a hemp crop near Callaway, Minnesota, right? And so that's some of my family, but this is what we grow, right? So this is fiber hemp. And I'm just saying this is like how I began learning about this, right? This is my CBD girls. They're separate, you know, and they're super happy. I've been growing these varieties and they say, like the guy, that Sun Genetics, the first time I got him, he said they're the furthest north and the most robust plants of anybody on these permits. I was like, thank you. They like horses. They like manure, right? These are the things, you know, I'm saying is like I understand a little bit from growing what the plants actually like. You know, someone gave me a whole rap about how horses and cannabis co-evolved. I thought that was very interesting. You know, is there historical dispersion from Eastern Asia? You understand what I'm saying? So I just thought that was kind of interesting.
In Chinese, the same word for horse and for hemp.
See, look at that. There you go.
And mother is another, it's 5 meanings of the same word.
Right. Hemp is very important. So this is what you all know, and I'm not going to do this class. This is the class on like cool things that hemp do for you, right? But my work is really on the how you heal Mother Earth part of this. And so this is our situation with CO2. This is because we are combusting ourselves to oblivion and we're addicted to fossil fuels. And Wisconsin and Minnesota are really just as horrible as everybody else, right? I hate Enbridge. Does anybody know that? I just like the old 7 years fighting those guys, and they're still trying to run your state. So this is how much it costs. You know, climate change related disasters. We have disasters of biblical proportions. Let's just go with that description, right? And those are increasing. Now, this is a lot of this has to do with this rise in CO2, right? Now it turns out that and there's, this is New Jersey as a state, right? So my point is that hemp sequesters carbon at the fastest rate and the highest rate of any row crop. And so one of the best things to do, like we should save our forests and our biodiversity. We should save our wild rice and our peat bogs. We should save our land. But one of the ways we need to save our land is by growing hemp to keep those guys out of our forests, right? And another reason we need to grow hemp is that it sequesters carbon about 4 times faster than anything else. And so if we want to reduce the temperature of Mother Earth, you got to start sequestering some carbon. And the reason it does that is because it grows so fast, right? You saw those plants that my sons had, right? So, 90 days, you got 10-foot tall plants, or if you're at Yankton, 12-foot tall plants, or Sisseton, right? These guys grow really tall out there, right? And that's because in our region, particularly, I think of the long daylight. That's one of the reasons that you have that. But it just grows so rapidly. So when those plants grow, they like suck down all the carbon into their little plant bodies, right? And then they breathe out oxygen. But it's that rapid growth rate that causes that. That also allows them to bioremediate because they just as high as they grow, they also grow deep, right? And that's why hemp can pull toxins out of places like Superfund sites that are left all over Indian country, right? I was trying to mention this to the ho-chunks at Badger Munitions. You should just get some hemp down there, see what you can do. There's some studies on these things, you know? All right, so this is what we're interested in. And I'm primarily interested in the, so I've been researching this for like 5 years. I work for Anishinaabe Agriculture Institute. That's who Esther, do you want to give the wave? Esther in the back, she works with me, and she's the hemp program coordinator. So we've been researching these varieties out, and so the first thing I did is, like, I just distributed seeds to tribes regionally and nationally. Because, you're trying to understand a crop that has been criminalized for many years, and there's no understanding of the diversity of the seeds, or like what's going to grow where, if some are better at some things like oil. These are all questions, and the only way you're going to learn is land grazing it, And so this is a Navajo farmer named Urtuli. This guy here is my hero. That's Ronnie Chilton, and I talk about everything, but he actually does it. So this is a field that Ronnie just planted with hemp, and he's pretty proud of himself, and we're all pretty proud of him too. Went out and got ourselves some big equipment. I like this picture. This is Madonna Thunderhawk and Marcella Gilbert. Now, there's this really badass picture of them in this movie called Woman Warriors, and they're really epic women, epic, and really, like, I used to work for Madonna in the 70s and 80s. I was terrified of her, and I'm still scared of her. But so I said, I gave her some hemp seeds, and I said, send me a picture of you with your hemp crop, and this is what they sent me. So hemp makes people happy. That's what that says, right? And then here's Sherilyn Spears from Red Lake, with her bag of hemp seeds, right? So I kind of like did this, we distributed the hemp seeds to these different tribes to try to understand how to grow this stuff, right? And the goal really is seed sovereignty. Because right now we're going to be spending probably 80 grand this year on buying new seeds, and that's ridiculous. We should own our own seeds, right? But to get to owning your own seeds, you got to grow them out. You got to adapt them. You got to combine them. You got to save them, and so it's very complex. But, so what we've been doing is we grew seeds from all different places, and then this last year we purchased seeds from a Russian seed collection. A Russian seed collection, 71 varieties. Now, the reason we did that is because we're interested in northern seeds. Like, I've been growing the French seeds or the Spanish seeds, that's all cool. But, say that we grew something from Russia or the Ukraine. That makes some sense to me. And then say if we just adapted those seeds and all our tribes, like the tribes here, would own their own seeds, right? And the thing is that that's what we basically need to do. We need to own our seeds because that's what seed sovereignty is about. And if you're going to control the hemp economy, you're going to have your own seeds. Otherwise, you're going to be in seed slavery for the rest of your lives, right? All right, so that's Sherilyn, and this is our New Green Revolution logo. This is what we call it. We call it the New Green Revolution. And the reason we call it the New Green Revolution is that, Minnesota was the foundation of what they called the Green Revolution. There's this guy named Norman Borlaug at the University of Minnesota who figured out how to put a bunch of fossil fuels, pesticides, and chemicals and hybrid crops and distribute them around the world, causing a great amount of food to be produced and a great amount of debt and contamination to be produced. That's called the Green Revolution. And there's a lot of particularly discussion about how great that was, but I think it's time for a new green revolution, one which undoes some of the damages that were caused by the fossil fuel agriculture and the ownership and the GMOs and the Monsantos and the Bayers and the Syngentas, right? So that's hemp. And the thing is that in order to be revolutionary, you can't just be by yourself. Like, I'm not talking about that I want to keep it all myself, because that's not going to change the world. The world is changed by working together. The next economy is cooperation, not competition. If we want to survive, we got to work together. That's really, really important. That's really like indigenous thinking as opposed to white man thinking, or whatever we're going to call capitalist thinking. And I'm saying if you want to change the world, you got to figure out how to work together. And so a lot of our work at AAI is in trying to figure out Anishinaabe Agriculture Institute, right? call it AAI. You know, I want to be like, you know how they have these ag extension agents for the state and the USDA? I was like, no, I'm that, but we're traditional stuff, you know, traditional values. You know, they laughed at me for a long time, and I was like, no, someone need to figure this out. So we got to figure out how to decorticate, how to grow, how to process it, you know, and there's all different steps in the processing of hemp. And there's all kind of people that'll have you make $1 million off of it, you know, but that's actually not going to likely happen. You know, what you need to do is slowly scale the industry. I mean, so you think of this. One of the things that I learned from, well, I mean, I didn't even know this till like 5 years ago, no, maybe 8 years ago, that the word canvas comes from cannabis. The word canvas comes from cannabis, right? That never occurred to me, right? But what does that mean? It means all them sails, right? All them tarps, everything. The materials economy was largely made from hemp. You know, and that was before plastics. These guys will tell you, oh, we need plastics. No, we don't need plastics, because hemp did all that. Then they replaced it with stuff that they called petroleum byproducts, or plastics, right? But so, you know, the potential for transforming the materials economy is very significant. And why that's important, I mean, I don't think any of you need to know. You know, I mean, need an explanation of this. But just think of it this way. Last year, I think, the amount of stuff that we have as humans, human stuff, surpassed all of the world's, the live things in the world. In other words, like our computers and our clothes and our buildings and our concrete is more than all the elephant herds, all the rainforests, all the whales. You see what I'm saying? We just got a lot of stuff, and most of that is not biodegradable, and a lot of that is made out of plastics and concrete, right? So our opportunity, which is a spiritual opportunity, is to heal up. You know, and I'm sure that this plant, so for instance, you know, cotton. I was going to wear my cool hemp outfit, but I was kind of half asleep on the plane, so I wore my cool jean skirt outfit. But my point is that, you know, so cotton, you know, is 24% of the world's agricultural chemicals and 4% of the world's agriculture. Did y'all hear that? Like cotton is like toxic, right? And hemp doesn't require that stuff. And you can make a lot of the same products, you know, but the challenge is getting to cottonized hemp. That's what decortication is. That's what degumming is. That's what a set of processes that were criminalized in the United States are. But, you know, hemp can replace that. And then hemp is like super cool in that whole concrete equation. And that's really important. And I think about it a lot, particularly in terms of tribal housing, right? Every reservation has so much problems with not enough housing, right? Now, what if you could grow your own materials for your house? That'd be like super great, right? And that's kind of what we need to do. And so hempcrete, you know, there's a number of different mechanisms, and that one guy out there has some information on it. Like we've been looking at all kind of things, and we're doing some samples or examples on White Earth. There is like hemp insulation. I have some hemp insulation. I'll show you a picture of that. Then there's like hempcrete, like panels that you can make. You can stick together, like make a house out of that, right? There's this guy here. I really like this, the hemp gun guy. I just thought, like, what teenage boy in my house would not like to be doing the hemp gun? You know, I mean, you know, and they're doing something cool and getting the R value like quadrupled or something. You see what I'm saying? There's like all kind of ways to do this. And then hemp itself, you know, can replace concrete in many of the reasons that they are using concrete. Now, my point is that, you know, we want to be in the next economy, the economy that was prophesized with the lighting of the 8th fire. We want to be in the economy that is the good one. We don't want to be in the bad economy, you know? So here's some of the building materials. And so we're testing out this hemp insulation. I got a couple places with that. We're going to do these hemp blocks, not blocks, like panels for a house. And then, you know, I'm looking at doing some of this hempcrete blow-in for another facility, right? You know, and the questions are, how could you scale that for tribal communities? That's really the question. You know, I was just out on Pine Ridge, and like, you know, 70% of the people are living in trailers, probably. Let me just be clear about this. What do you not want to be living in an extreme storm? A trailer, right? You know, we are so at risk. Our communities are so at risk in climate change. And so the more we can stabilize our houses with, like, you know, I don't know, someone probably has enveloped one of those trailers with this, you know what I'm saying, with the hempcrete, I don't know. But that's what we should be exploring, because we need to figure out how to get our people to stable housing. And if it's stable housing which sequesters carbon, and you grew it and employed your own people, like, that's pretty much good, right? So that's what, we're interested in. Then there's the textiles, which is how I started. And so, we went through a lot of processes and a lot of, I met all kind of guys, all kind of people in the industry, and usually they either merged or disappeared within a year. Should I just explain that to you? It's kind of like this entire zoo of businesses and mergers and acquisitions and gonna make $1 million and bought this equipment and I know how to do it. I've been at this for 7 years trying to figure out, who knows how to do this stuff. So we took our hemp that we grew on the White Earth Reservation, we shipped it to North Carolina, and some cool people down there whose names have changed a couple of times processed it with a decorticator, which is how you separate the hemp hurd from the hemp fiber. Y'all follow me on this pretty good? So it goes down there, and then they send it to somebody else in Virginia to degum. So my hemp traveled very far, and the hemp textile that came out of that, the hemp fiber that came out of that, is going to be a bag with Patagonia next year. Very cool, right? So now that's what we want. Basically, that's what I want to do. But, textiles represents about 10%. 10% of the plant. So what do I do with the other 90%? That's this other business, right? And I was trying to get that. This is a Navajo rug. I was like, I don't know anything about weaving, so I had some Navajo friends. One should always have some Dene friends. I sent this, they came up and got my fiber, which is, it's illegal on Navajo to grow hemp. So they took my fiber down, they degummed it in, by boiling, kind of like with ashes, making it kind of like you make hominy, right? And they got it cleaned up like that, and then they wove it into some textiles. And they took their textiles, this is not a particularly good picture, they blended it with 60-40 with churro sheep wool, which is their sheep, their special sheep, and that they make their high-end textiles from. And then they sold their product at the Indian market for twice as much as they would have sold it for otherwise. So artisan textiles, right? And so, there's this whole range of things that you can do with hemp. Those guys are good at, and they put my hemp on a fashion model that was in New York for Fashion Week this last year. I was like, there you go. Let's do that. So that's the potential of this industry in terms of both artisan level, and then, I'm saying it's like you take that little bit of textile fabric, some of it you're going to turn into insulation, and then some of it you're going to turn into, this high-end stuff, and then some of it you're going to just turn into hempcrete, Here's the rug that they gave me, and there's the insulation. I put in one in our house. Thank you. This is, I already showed you that, and I already showed you that. Am I going backwards? Oh, here, sorry, we had a few extra slides in there. This is some of our horse farming operations. I didn't mention that, but I'm interested in post-petroleum farming, right? This is cool here. This is what happens, how hemp biodegrades. This is the coolest thing yet, is hemp batteries. I just wrote Elon Musk a letter. I was like, come on, buddy, do something useful for us. Enough, right? I mean, pretty much. The guy's smart. Could he do this? And now he's driving this whole market for these electric cars. But, because it sequesters carbon so much, when you burn the biochar holds graphene, or is some, it's a super for conducting electricity, hemp batteries. So there's some guys that are scaling it, and it's not scaled to where it needs to be. And so instead, I'm facing a giant lithium mine for Elon Musk in northern Minnesota. And so what I really want is the hemp batteries instead. So, this era is over. Those are some nasty Nazis, basically. Let's just be honest. And this is the new era. I don't know what we were looking at. We were all supposed to be pointing our lips, but anyway, only some of us were. But that's that same field that Rodney was in. And what we're doing there is we're buying back our land, growing hemp where bad guys were, sequestering the carbon and bioremediating, right? And we believe that that is the answer to industrialized agriculture. This is the equipment that we started using, super dangerous stuff we got from China, right? This is a decorticator. We didn't lose any limbs on it, but you could easily lose a limb on that baby, right? But my point of this is that we don't even have any of the equipment in this country. Talk about a need, This is where I got my equipment from these cool ladies in China. The value-added potential of this industry, if you're going to scale to millions of acres of hemp, is huge. You know, and at every level, you know, that's our opportunity. And in our case, you know, just in my closing remarks, I said at the beginning that we're forming a cooperative. It's called the Indigenous Hemp and Cannabis Farmers Cooperative. Now, our interest is in ensuring that farmers have access to seeds, farmers have access to know-how, you know, and then farmers have to work together in order to, you know, you might need someone to come in and harvest for you because you don't have a combine. That's just it. You know, but the thing is that then those farmers could have access to processing, value-added processing, and so farmers benefit. You know, and there's a lot of Native people that are farmers, and you know, we're some of them. And I want to own the, you know, I don't want to be on the menu. I want to be at the table. You know, and that's what this has to be about. But this also applies to cannabis. You know, as our tribe looks to legalizing, because they're going to legalize in the state of Minnesota, I want to make sure that farmers like me can grow. You know, and that we can also work together to sell at dispensaries, so that you ain't putting someone up for, you know, growing 1,000 plants. Maybe they only wanted to grow 50. You know, because I think the ladies would like it better if they aren't all mass produced like that. They like that quality. So anyway, please, you're welcome to look us up, but thanks so much for the honor of being here with you today. Miigwech.
Never, never, ever fails to provide such a great address. Just real quick, Winona. So we got a little gift, and while I was out looking for different items, I found something that was just perfectly Winona. A Prince phone cover.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you. So I've seen and heard a lot of buzz created from just having the diversity of voice, knowledge, and expertise in the room, which I know you want to talk with each other, be able to, I mean, you just got done breaking bread with your sandwiches with each other. So now if we could have everybody reconvene here at 1:55 for our next panel, break time, network, connect with each other, take care of yourself, check in on your families. 1:55, we'll be right back here to get regrouped for our next panel. ICIA. could, please. No, starting in like 1 minute. Don't give them 5, give them 1. Yes, exactly, because then they'll be in by 5. Yes, exactly.
Ask him all the
We'll get started in 1 minute. 1 minute, and our panelists will get started. Knock, knock. I don't have any knock, knock jokes. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if anybody was paying attention. All right, 30 seconds. We're going to have our moderator get the panel started in 30 seconds, folks. Please take your seats. Another big thank you to BDSA Analytics, Midwest Hemp Council, Tokeland, Quarles, Sarah Lee Gossett Parish Law Firm, Forest County Potawatomi, OnStar Digital, Oneida, Dope CFO, Purple Circle Cannabis, Ropers Majeski, New England Cannabis Solutions, Perodigm Media, the Indigenous Business Group, most definitely. A lot of what you're seeing here is a big part of the Indigenous Business Group. So in October, the Indigenous Business Group hosted a summit, and they brought together tribal and non-tribal businesses from across the state. And they invited the ICIA in for a 1-hour panel. And I think that the discussion of the panel created the need for a larger conversation, which is today. So I want to thank Indigenous Business Group co-founder Colin Price for also being a part of the ICIA board of directors. I'm out in Idaho, y'all, and sometimes it's kind of lonely in Idaho when it comes to discussing progressive cannabis policy, especially amongst our tribes. That conversation is still a long ways coming. So I have the honor and the beauty of being able to travel outside of my own community to, immerse in other conversations. I'm really excited that Wisconsin, similarly situated to Idaho, is, public law 280 state, no legal form of THC, but a room packed out with tribal leaders, business community leaders, advocates and allies. Colin Price, again, is our moderator for this next panel, and he is on the board of directors for ICIA, but in his private business, he owns B-Team Strategy, and he's doing some phenomenal things. So I'll let Colin take it away with the next panel.
All right, thank you, Mary Jane. Again, my name is Colin Price. I'm a board member at ICIA. I do a few other things, but I have the pleasure of moderating the first panel after lunch, so we all know how that is. So if I could just, get some enthusiasm going for this rock star group of panels, let's start with a round of applause before we even get going. That's what I'm talking about. There we go, see? All right, here we go. So this is not about me. This is about some amazing professionals working in the space. I can't wait to hear. I've had offline conversations with most of the individuals up here. I've learned a lot. And I'll just preface this. I am not an expert. I'm still continuing to learn about the opportunities, about the cannabis space myself. So I think this is going to be an interesting panel. Hopefully you get some nice takeaways from this. So with that, we're going to hop right in, start out with some introductions here to my immediate left. I know Susan, but I'll let you introduce yourself. If you could introduce yourself, tell a little bit about what you're doing, and maybe a little history of your professional career.
As Colin said, Susan Wakan. I am a project manager for National Indian Carbon Coalition. I am also a member of Ho-Chunk Nation, same tribe as Colin and Samantha here, a couple other people. former legislator. I served one term from 2011 to 2015. Since then, I kind of worked in a lot of business relationship management positions and just working across sectors. And I just started with NIC, National Indian Carbon Coalition, which is a program under Indian Land Tenure Foundation in September. So just hitting my 6-month mark. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Esquivel. I am the president and geneticist at Green Luster Phenos. I am a federally licensed geneticist, and we have a facility in Madrid, Spain. We have a facility in North Carolina, USA. We hope to open our 3rd facility in March in Long Island, New York this year. My niche in the industry is stabilizing genetics. So just like you see soybean, corn, or tobacco, it's very uniform in the field. We specialize in creating homozygosity within cannabis genetics, and essentially that just means stabilizing cannabis. So we have regional zone-specific SOPs, so we produce tailored seed for each and every state to go along nicely with their regional zone. Any kind of environmental pressure, pest pressure, anything like that, we actually breed and tailor offspring specific for licensed producers. I've helped put up about 62 cannabis facilities in the States, 34 of which operate commercial canopies. Myself personally, I'm from Belize, Central America, just right outside of Quarles, but I've spent most of my life here in the States, and I've been in the traditional ag and cannabis arena most of my life. And then we also specialize in tissue culture. So we set up about 16 tissue culture labs last year, and that's our niche in a nutshell, genetics and tissue culture.
Bo, you want to go? It doesn't matter. Go ahead. All right. Well, I'm Kerry Hinkle. I'm with the U.S. Hemp Roundtable. I'm the membership coordinator there. So we are one of the largest lobbying groups for hemp and CBD products. We helped write the language in the 14 and 18 farm bills, which legalized and decriminalized hemp. Well, one of our biggest priorities nationally is getting CBD regulated as a dietary supplement, which the FDA a couple of weeks ago did state that that is the intention, is that they cannot develop a regulatory framework for our products, so they pushed the responsibility back to Congress, which is good for us as people who work with policymakers. Really understand the federal landscape. We've got bills that will be introduced in the coming weeks that will, one, hopefully regulate food, beverage additives as CBD products. We're going to try, and Congressman Trone from Maryland is going to introduce a bill that would remove the felon ban on hemp. So when we were negotiating the 2018 Farm Bill, Senator Tester, his huge gripe with legalizing hemp was that there was too many social provisions, and he made us have a felon ban. And so one of the things that you come back to when working on national policy is we're going to come back to the table, we're going to negotiate this out, and so that bill should be introduced in the coming weeks, and hopefully we'll be able to remove that felon ban from the 23 Farm Bill in December when we expect those negotiations to take off. So I have a good and depth understanding of federal policy. Wisconsin, I'm still here to learn a little bit about. I am not a lawyer and not an attorney, but I like to say I play one on TV. I've met and lobbied for hemp and cannabis policy now since 2017, and I'm excited to be on the panel with everyone.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexander Oxendine. I was born and raised in California, cut my teeth growing there in Central California, Santa Cruz area, with a very, very high quality crew. I since then have been to Hawaii and Washington, but ended up here on my reservation, northern Minnesota, which is White Earth Reservation, where I was brought on board to help finalize and run Wabagwan Mashkiki, which is our medical cannabis facility under White Earth. And it's been quite an adventure, but we are finishing our R&D phase in May and have products soon. So it's very exciting and eye-opening to deal with everything I never wanted to deal with, which was politics and craziness.
Honored to be here. My name's Josh Lau, cannabis advocate. I also am a co-founder of a software company. We started in Madison around facility management, which deals with a lot of data, which is something that we talk about here as a group. And what I'm really interested in is how do we start to use that data to start to change people's minds. I have a daughter who's medically fragile. Actually, if you attended any of the recent Republican hearings the last session, she actually kicked it off with her speech. She's nonverbal. She's wheelchair bound, yet she can use a computer with her eyes to advocate for herself. One thing that I think we overlook a lot here that I always think is good to talk about is I love innovation. I'm an entrepreneur, right? I think we've innovated wrong in this industry. I think we look for differentiators, right? You market, you sell, and they're like, oh, differentiators, that's what gets you there. Sorry, but it's a plant. And changing plant medicine isn't differentiation. And I know I'm unpopular in some circles for having this, but even the chlorophyll in the plant has medicinal properties. And we're building a cannabis market that is around, oh, it needs to be clear. It needs to be golden. It needs to be yellow. And that's not the medicine that comes from this plant. And so I think we miss this conversation a lot when we talk. Rob and I were laughing. I feel very comfortable in a room like this. I grew up in the UP around Menominee and Ojibwa. My father was an educator, so I spent lots of summers at Indian camp as the only white kid there, right? And so for me, I learned a lot and grew up with plant medicine, and when it became very personal with my daughter, and we found out that she was going through $300 of CBD a day. That's not okay that it costs us $300. And so how do we change the market, and how do we address the medical community, which when we talk about disease doesn't see race, right? And so why are we, it frustrates me every year. I'm a Democrat, but the Democrats get up and they put their bill up every year that's not going to get a vote. And we don't get stuff done on our high horses or holding the line. We get stuff done when we get dirty. We learn stuff when we get dirty. We learn that the plant doesn't love what Winona said, being homogenized. We grow butterfly gardens in between our rows of girls because it helps with the pests, and we need to start focusing on that. And my wife tells me I talk too much, so I'll shut the hell up here in a second. But I get passionate about this, right? And I think we should be here to have those shared stories and visions for what should be for a plant that is truly medicine.
All right, Bo Parmenter here. I got a question for you. What's the one thing that you can live off that contains all the minerals, vitamins, and everything you need to live in this world? Got it. Hemp seed. Hemp seed's the one thing in this world that you can live off. Contains amino acids, proteins, everything essential to live. So it's great that we're making the transition into something so wonderful. As the nation's leader in hemp seed, we've adapted to a lot of different environments all over the United States. We've done that with help of some of our talent in-house through Korean natural farming and different techniques, adapting to all the different environments for our seed, which we feel is very vital in the industry, being able to do such. In doing that, we've also been part of adapting to a lot of the industrial side. We've provided product for Pepsi, Patagonia, different places for a lot of their research to develop products that they're doing. Levi's for some runs on this as everybody's learning and transitioning in. It hasn't been the easiest go because a lot of companies were scared of getting into it at first. It was just legalized. So their banks are telling them they can't, so on and so forth. And some of them wanted to, and they would pay for shipping on product that we donate to them or buy product, and they would get their bank account shut down, so many different things. So a lot of that's finally started to make the shift. So right now is a great time for the hemp industry. We just bid the U.S. military contract for rope, so it's definitely at a very vital switching point, and glad to see so many people interested in it. Really glad to see the medicinal aspects of it and see that so many people are interested in that here. That's what I originally got into it for, so that really spiked my interest. And what Rob said about the tumors for the boys and how that really affected him, speaking on that. We do have a great attribute to that. We've got a company that we work with that actually invented a swab where they can come in and swab the inside of your mouth and tell what receptors you have. So then you're treating yourself with the right receptors for the cannabinoids that you have, because everybody has different cannabinoids in their body. So the more we can teach each other, the more we can learn together and move this along, the more it's going to move the industry along. This is a great thing. This is wonderful that you guys are part of this and doing this. This is what a lot of the industry's lacking and why it's dragging behind. Farm agricultural industries, they have different co-ops in place, for instance, like Landis is a very large farm co-op. And that's very advantageous for the industry because everybody's able to talk amongst each other and do large deals together. By you guys working together, you guys will put yourself in the same position, and it's a wonderful thing.
That's awesome. I have some canned questions here that we're going to start off with, but I think that you can tell there's a lot of talent up here. There's a lot of industry expertise, so we look forward to tapping into that. But I'm going to get started here with the question here. Based on a study by Leafy, cannabis was the 5th most valuable crop in the U.S. in 2020. In fact, cannabis beats out rice, cotton, and peanuts, and only wheat, hay, soybeans, and corn ranked higher. What advantages does a state like Wisconsin have in the cannabis industry? Who wants that one first? I see
We know we can do it, right? I mean, if you look back through history, Wisconsin was the leading hemp producer amongst all of the states. In fact, they grew more here than all the states combined. So we know our climate's primed for it. We've done it before. We can do it again. I think it's more of a let's go out into farm fields and find broken down piece of hemp equipment and start manufacturing it again. That's the missing link here for anything we try to do beyond CBD. And you know, I think those numbers are skewed a little bit when we start to think about it because frankly, they're inflated numbers from where I think we'll end up getting to when the market bottoms out and we level out and get federal legalization. I don't think the prices are going to hold where they're at. And so there's a lot of change to happen. Fiber and grain is definitely the future, but boy, we are not ready from a manufacturing and scale standpoint and harvesting standpoint there.
Anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, you guys have the fortunate time to enter the industry where you're learning from a lot of the other cultivators across the globe. I can tell you, I got in this in 2012, and I've seen many companies succeed, and I've seen many companies fail. But to be able to enter the cannabis industry at this particular time is a huge, huge advantage. There's so much innovation, there's so much learning, there's so much money lost that you can learn from so you don't make the same mistakes. So I think you've picked, there isn't a better time to enter.
In addition to all that, carbon credits went up 173% last year. So what better time to get in Wisconsin and grow hemp than for the carbon credits, especially with companies like Microsoft paying $600 per ton. Stripe paid $2,000 per ton. The amount that equates out to per acreage is unparalleled to anything with the exception of maybe some very specialty wildflowers, which your cost to produce would be significantly higher.
I kind of want to do a little bit of a reset here. I think in my discussions with a lot of the panelists here, everyone is in the industry at some level. They're an expert, they're comfortable, their peers know what they're talking about. And I don't want to assume anything for our audience here, but I think it would help me and maybe some of the others that aren't in the space if you could kind of unpack the carbon credits, because we're going to have some more follow-up questions about that. And I don't know if you want to take that or Susan. Either way. Looks like you got it.
Oh, no, I'm actually super interested on this end.
So carbon credits, for those who don't know, businesses that cannot conform with the amount of regulation for carbon they're allowed to emit have to buy carbon credits to offset it. They do similar things with wetlands. If you need to expand your business into wetlands, you have to buy wetlands elsewhere. Well, they're doing that with carbon credits. Well, they just changed it to net zero. So now all the companies are trying to reach net zero that were allowed so many parts per million previously. So now the race for carbon credits, and everybody thought Bill Gates was buying land up to poison America's food, and well, that might be one of his plans. But carbon credits is one of the big things he's doing. We work with his team on projects, so we do know that. And carbon credits, being that it went up 173% last year, a lot of people are getting in the race for that. Hemp sequesters 4 times as much as trees, so it's a very innovative way to get into it, and it sequesters it directly into the ground where it can be stored for thousands of years, where a lot of the other ways they're having to store it or they're pumping it down into fracking wells for oil to get more oil to come out of it, and there's a lot of different things they're doing with it, but hemp's about the most environmentally friendly way of sequestering carbon that there is.
Sure. Part of what National Indian Carbon Coalition does is we work with tribal nations and individual landowners to develop carbon sequestration or carbon offset projects. A lot of the projects that we have been doing have been improved forest management. As the panelist said, I forgot his name, Bill, Bill Bo over here, had just said that, yeah, hemp is really, the carbon credits, the only problem with the hemp carbon credits is there's not a methodology approved yet for that. And I think that's where this partnership really comes into play with, you know, National Indian Carbon Coalition and IAC, because we've had a couple tribes when we've been at conferences ask about hemp carbon credits, because that's one of the things that a lot of tribes are starting to get into is growing of the hemp. So.
Yeah, and I think from the national perspective, industries have been helped and propped up by government in the past. And so one act that we like to reference a lot that I think has some similarities here to hemp is the Cotton Act, I think of 1913 or something like that. And what was so instrumental about that bill was that it set up and identified and classified a system so that when I'm shipping cotton from one state to another, or producers, that we're all speaking the quote unquote the same language. And so we actually have a meeting tomorrow with Bill Richmond, who's the head of the USDA hemp division, and that's what that meeting is about, is we want to set up a system of classification that when I ship my hemp fiber to Patagonia for processing, that it is going to be seamlessly instrumented into their processes as it is, and hopefully be a little cheaper as well, because if anybody runs a business, yes, hemp is better for the environment and it is a better product, but a lot of times they don't want to spend more money and they don't want to interrupt the processes that they already have in place. And so that's one thing that we're looking to the USDA to help us with, is to set up a classification system similar to what they did to cotton, so that the hemp industry can thrive, it can get subsidies, it can get grants, and hopefully be propped up better through appropriate regulation, and that so that when I have to ship my fiber to this company, they know exactly what they're getting, and they can instrument it and go from there. And some of that stuff that I think Winona talked about earlier about decortication and degumming, a lot of that is the same thing there, because you know, the left hand's not talking to the right hand, right? There's somebody's out in the field processing and winding down the hemp, but when they shipped it off to actually be used in a product, it's not what that person needs. So to that point of adding more carbon credits and getting more help from the government, that's one thing that we're looking to USDA to help us with. And after tomorrow's meeting at 1 o'clock, hopefully we'll have some good news. So I wanted to add to that. Thanks.
I like it. That kind of jumped a little bit ahead, but let's stay on the carbon credits. Another question here. Why is the market for carbon so hot right now? And how can farmers get started, hemp farmers get started? Who wants to take a crack at that?
I'll take a little different spin at this. Right. As a farmer, and in Wisconsin, look, this all sounds great, right? But so did the CBD rush of 2018, when everybody jumped in and got burned by the market. I think there's some trust to be built back up with the farmers. I mean, if we're talking about growing in mass, we're talking about converting current cash crops into hemp and convincing them that they won't lose money doing it when they watched people do it for the last 3 years. And so it all sounds good in theory, and I don't want to be the one here to, rain on everybody's parade, but it is the reality of, if we want to get on the leading edge of this and we want Wisconsin to take this over, there's sore feelings in the industry. You have farmers who will never go back to growing hemp ever again because of what happened. And so I'd even throw it back to the group maybe a little bit for, and interested in what your take on this is as a farmer as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Again, rebuilding that trust is huge. And, my expertise is more in cannabis, but these are all the same problems and issues that we're going to deal with in cannabis. So in a way, I'm watching where the hemp industry is going, and it kind of gives us some idea of where the cannabis, as it gets to be the commodity that it will become, how we're going to deal with that, because there was a time when hemp was greatly inflated in prices, and some people think that the cannabis is greatly inflated. When you look at other countries paying $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a pound because they just open the doors, and people are paying sub $1,000 for very quality product here, and less. We got to think of these things moving forward, and the hemp is kind of going to be a case study for us to move forward in the cannabis industry.
Yeah. Very valid points everybody brought up. One thing that I would suggest, as you would with any of the hemp side of it, obviously a lot of this is the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, but try to have your customers lined up first. Don't wait till the end. That's a big mistake a lot of farmers made. They saw people buying jets and stuff after their first couple years in Colorado, and all these farmers jumped on it, but they're not marketing companies, they're farmers. There's not elevators for hemp like there is with traditional products, so they weren't able to sell that. So that's why there was a lot of those concerns and a lot of those farmers. What we're doing on a lot of the carbon credits is we've already got net zero built in, plus what the farmers would have already made on it, built into the contract on that, so they get the profit after they produce on that. A lot of the other countries are jumping on a lot faster than the United States is on the hemp-deprived carbon credits, so it makes it a very valuable thing in Wisconsin. And then they're also pushing for local. You guys are in our backyard for, GM, Ford, Chrysler, so you guys are all local to that. So it's a lot more local than a lot of these other companies have been buying carbon credits from in a lot of other countries and everything. Bitcoin and a lot of those other trades and big fuel collaboratives have been buying up a lot of this, stockpiling it because they knew it was coming down the line because they've got lobbyists in-house.
And one of the reasons why carbon credits are so hot right now, pardon the pun, with global warming and such, is just recently, they had COP27, and of course, with the Sustainable Development Goals, the nation, not even our nation, but like every single nation in the world has committed to trying to reduce the global greenhouse gas emissions. So that was just talked about, and so now they're getting more involved with carbon credits and kind of pushing for those more, because that's one of the things that will help in keeping the trees and doing the hemp, which absorbs more carbon dioxide. So that's one of the reasons why it's so hot as well. It's just coming off from that conference.
All right, good stuff. So what I'm going to do now is just kind of push back on some of the things, just from my ignorance. But I like that there's different perspectives coming into the conversation, and I want to kind of challenge you to kind of lean further into your perspectives and takes. So one of the things I think would be interesting as we talk about existing opportunities, as you're all in the industry at some level, can you share some tangible examples of somebody that wasn't familiar with the space and how they've entered and what opportunities that they're taking advantage of, so that some of the audience who may be considering entering the space and doing some business can kind of have some type of takeaway instead of the whimsical, it's big business, a lot of opportunity, go do it. Who's up for that one? we go.
So one thing I can share with that's been probably the biggest mistake I've seen made, as we've talked about the fragile state of the CBD market, comes back to think big but start small. You heard many stories of farmers that grew hundreds of acres and lost it all. I'm a big fan on prevention, and I'm a big fan of going to the source. And one thing that I saw coming out of Colorado is all your eastern states and all your central states, they bought genetics from the West Coast. And those genetics have been cultivated on the West Coast for a long time. And what happened is farmers brought those genetics that were bred for those regional zones, their environments, their soil, and they tried to grow it in other states, in other regional zones where they weren't meant to grow. So just like in the horse industry, just like in any other ag industry, soybean, tobacco, corn, it all starts with genetics. And I think that starting with a good genetic and then starting small. Start small, learn the plant, learn your market, learn your consumers before you scale. And I think that's probably one of the best pieces of advice I could share today.
I think piggybacking on that, in the cannabis industry, start small, but build in the ability to scale. Build it in. Make sure you have that ability, because when you find that genetics, that cultivar, that something that works with your people, with your facility, with your land, you need to be able to scale, or you'll be, it probably sounds horrible, left in the dust. And there's a finite amount of time to kind of build your brand, if I'm saying it correctly, in the cannabis market, because, and I liken it to, many people go to the bars and they say, I just either want the cheap vodka or I want top shelf. And if you work with like quality genetics that you've learned and you have the ability to scale it and you maintain that quality and that branding, that will give you longevity in this industry. And I think as Native peoples in Native country, it's important that we get as much education as possible from people that truly know and have been in this industry, so that you can learn from them. And I knew growing up I couldn't learn a thing from anyone else's mistakes. I had to make 20 times the mistakes. But if we can learn from that in and of itself, then we need to learn from people that came before us and have done it for many years. I think that's a takeaway.
I would say a lot of the farmers that failed, a lot of them, they weren't dealing with like a lot of the manufacturing and the processing side of it. And in the beginning, we didn't have very many options. We still don't have a ton. But building those relationships as you're looking into growing on who's manufacturing and what they're manufacturing, this is especially important in the industrial side of it, because as they start manufacturing, if they're going to put 70,000 jeans on a shelf in every state, or tires, or whatever it is they're making out of it, they've got to have that supply to be able to keep up with it. So the manufacturers need to know what's available. So develop and build those relationships, and always keep thinking, keep that eye open for what's next. It might be somebody somebody you've done business with, somebody you previously worked for. What can they replace that they're currently using for manufacturing that they could be importing from another country, or it's not the best option? Hemp's a lot better option. And a lot of times you're going to get additional carbon credit for that, especially like if you're switching from cotton to hemp. So in addition to sequestering it in the ground, you're going to get the offset of the difference from the carbon that would be producing the cotton, compared to the negative side on the other side of the equation for your sequestering. So always try to look at all the different options, and doesn't hurt to ask.
I'm going to jump in and add a little. I think all this is great conversation. I think it's also, we're in a really weird freaking time right now. You want to get into cannabis? Guess what? You don't even need a friggin' license. Go on whatever, buy hemp, mix bottles in your kitchen and white label it. Buy labels and put your own label on it. And I think the biggest issue right now is that it's so muddy that you have marketers taking advantage of, frankly, our undereducated and, in a lot of cases, dumb consumers. And it's hurting the CBD opportunity in general as well. Because I talk to a lot of people who are like, oh, CBD, heard about it, thought great things about it, pick some up at the gas station. It was garbage. I'll never try it again. That's half the issue now, right? You have people coming in with good intentions, good scalable business practices, really good product, and they're beat out by the person who came up with the funny name and put it on a label and beats them to the store shelf. And so lack of regulation, lack of understanding, lack of labeling standards. Frankly, I talk about the medicinal qualities. There is bullshit out there that says full spectrum. Frankly, I wouldn't put it in my body because it's probably poison. And it says full spectrum CBD. You have all this stuff out there, and nobody can be held accountable because there's no regulating agency to hold them accountable. And so we're our own worst enemies in our innovation, especially in this state where it's illegal right now. We're trying to innovate around the law, and in fact, we're hurting everybody in the process.
You brought up a really good point. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. I don't remember if it was NBC or Dateline. One of them did a study on CBD, and 94% of everything that they went and bought at the local stores and tested contained 0 CBD. So that does not help the industry when something that truly helps people with addiction by 68% and has 85% better rate of working on whatever the symptoms were that originally outlined what they got addicted to from. We really need to make sure that they're getting a good quality product. They know what they're getting, and that it's essentially not a marketing scam. So I'm glad you brought that up.
I got to add the conversation here. This is what I live and breathe every day. So, first off, there is a certification body called the U.S. Hemp Authority, and that is the industry's attempt to have self-regulating standards so that when you see that seal that says U.S. Hemp Authority on it, you know there's been a third-party regulatory agency that came in and reviewed the crops, made sure they weren't using insecticides, pesticides, etc., and so that when you buy it and it says 300 milligrams of CBD, that's what's in there. So there is an attempt at self-regulation, but we're doing that because of the lack of federal regulation. And so to the point that Josh made, why we are looking to regulate CBD as a dietary supplement is because it would require listings and labeling requirements and a regulatory structure that would allow the consumer to be safe and know what I buy when what I put in my body is going to be okay. We're hopeful it's going to open big box retailers and Pepsi's, Cokes, the likes, these larger manufacturers to feel comfortable jumping into this industry that we know needs it. And what's difficult and what's added such a complexity to this issue is, you know, when we helped write that language in the 18 Farm Bill, right, the big push was it's rope, not dope. Hemp is not going to get you high. When we were meeting with Senator McConnell, right, the idea is that I don't want people in the state of Kentucky to get high off these products, right? Like, sure. So we write that sentence that says anything over 0.9% or excuse me, 0.3% delta 9 THC is you know not legal, with the intent being let's legalize CBD here. And boy, oh boy, 5 years later, that has created such a headache for everything that we do, and that you can make Delta 8, 10, 16, 24, whatever Delta number you want to add now. You can make it in your basement and sell it, and it's got some cool graphics on it, and I took it and I got high, but what is that going to do to me tomorrow when I wake up, right? Who made this? What is the regulatory stance there? So some states, like where I live in Kentucky, have adopted a regulatory model to put labeling requirements, age restrictions, age gating on websites for these products like Delta 8. So that we can get them out of the hands of minors, because you know we were at a commission in Virginia last year, and there were stories of minors getting a hold of these products because they look like Skittles, and they're getting sick and going to the emergency room, and that does nothing but hurt us. That does absolutely nothing but hurt the industry, hurt cannabis, hurt CBD, etc. So this regulatory environment is really complicated because the cat is out of the bag. Unfortunately, because of that language in the Farm Bill. But as we go back to the negotiating table, as we go back to the Farm Bill discussions again in 23, one thing we're looking at is establishing a federal commission to study what intoxicating means. Because that's one of the challenges is to how much can you have, to what point are you now considered impaired, right? We have these limits. It's something similar to out to alcohol, but it's not quite the same here on the hemp and cannabis side of things yet. So it's a really complicated, convoluted issue that now with different states taking up different rules, right? So Washington State right now has a bill going through that would mean anything over 0.0001% THC would be declared marijuana and had to be sold at dispensaries. And the idea is that, you know, we don't want Delta 8 to be sold at a gas station, we want it to be regulated. Well, that bill now makes CBD illegal at retail, right? And you know, when I take CBD, that doesn't get me high. That should be available to be purchased over the counter. So there's these competing interests, and the cat is out of the bag, and it has been quite a headache for us to deal with it. I'll end on this. It's like whack-a-mole. We'll go to one state and try and knock down what's going on in Colorado or Oregon or Washington, Virginia, but you know, and then something else will pop up over here, right? So it's, you know, I could go on and on about this all day because it's just what I live and breathe every day. But it's a really complicated issue. That's not a simple answer to it, but that's why we do what we do. So I hope I added some context to that.
Yeah, I like it. I think we'll have to get some boxing gloves up here. I think that's the only way to settle some of this. No, I like it. One thing, just a heads up for the tribal elected officials. I am going to be coming around asking or handing you the mic to ask some questions coming up. So heads up. I see the eyes looking up, rolling your eyes. But no, the reason for that is I know as elected officials of sovereign nations, you have a lot of responsibility. And oftentimes your membership is asked a lot of you and for you to be the expert. And I think that's unreasonable. However, you all campaigned for these leadership roles. And I think that your perspective and your kind of insights into what this looks like for your tribe is really helpful. And I think we have a great opportunity here to ask some of those questions that maybe have been raised by the council or the community in terms of what to get started. So before I do that, I just want to throw this question out. We've talked a lot about a lot of different things today. What are some low-hanging fruit that you see, given your understanding of the opportunities and the capabilities of sovereign tribes? How can they get started? From your perspective, and I'm not saying we got to run this business model, this business plan tomorrow, but from your position where you're seated at with the information you have, what do you think some tribes could take advantage of and jump into this industry?
I would say states that do not have legal cannabis yet, they've got a head start on the market. So you can get in there and make a name for yourself a lot easier with so much competition not being out there available. But do it the right way. If you want to create new products, if you want to vary off SOPs, that's wonderful. Innovation is kind of the key to it. We've got the only UL-rated vape. As you're inhaling it, we can tell exactly how many CBDs, cannabinoids, everything are going in your body. And the bad too, we can see exactly how many carcinogens are going in your body as you're inhaling that. But as you do this, full panel SOPs, be transparent, put all that on your website, let people know exactly what you're producing. If there's any metal content, everything in there, test, test, test. It's very important. Create good products. That's going to build for the longevity of the industry, practice, and teach everybody to do the same. The more the better products are, the more people that are out there getting healed and cured from these products, the longer it's going to be for the longevity of the business and medicinal side of it as well. So,
I think partnerships and education is the key here. For those that aren't in the industry yet, all these nations, education, and that's potentially going to a nation that is currently doing it or is involved in building that situation. Partnerships in that not everybody's going to be able to, want to, or need to grow. So if you have these partnerships with people that are, have their regulatory system in place and have their testing in place, and they have a consistent product and they're a brother or sister nation moving forward in that respect through a dispensary, through smoking lounges or consumption lounges, I guess. But that partnership and education piece is huge because people that are doing it right now have a big head start, and if you want to get into it, you might need product tomorrow. So partnership.
Well said. I couldn't agree more. We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for all the synergistic relationships that we've collaborated and put together over the last decade. I think coming into this industry here in Wisconsin for the first time, be a student, not a follower. As you can see, what's saturated isn't working for everyone. And one thing that I've done since day one is I picked a niche and I got in it. And I think that's something I'd encourage you guys to do as well, is find a niche, specialize in something, master something. There's so much innovation right now. We've talked about carbon, tissue culture, something as well that's huge right now. Outdoor farmers can implement it, indoor farmers, greenhouse growers. It's a way that you can keep plants growing without ever watering or ever feeding them. They stay growing in cryo. And you can keep up to 50,000 at a time in a space the size of a bathroom. So tissue culture's been around for hundreds of years. We've done it in tobacco, we've done it in soybean, corn, and it's just now trending and making its way into the cannabis arena. So definitely be a student, don't be a follower, do your homework, and till this day, I learn something new every month.
Yeah, I like to be the student, right? And to that point, hey, if you're in a state, go get your license with the USDA. Guess what? It's free. You pay for testing. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but you can start, right? The best way to learn is to get your hands on it. You can't understand cannabis till you've grown it, I believe, and understanding the different stages and watching and all those things. There's therapy and medicine in that as well. And so I always encourage people to grow no matter what they're doing. And so, hey, if you're not ready, you don't think you're ready for scale, see what works. Try some different strains. See what works in your soil, your area, all those kinds of things. It's all data points that you can use later on.
Anybody else fill that in? Why don't someone take that? I'm going to make my way back to some of these highly esteemed tribal leaders back here for some questions, comments, anything like that. If you're a tribal leader, if you're elected, if you ever put an election ad in your tribal newspaper, raise your hand because I'm coming for you. Guzman, come on. Let's go, Oneidas here. While I'm searching for that tribal elected, I just want to say thank you for everyone being here. I know everyone's got a lot of things they could be doing, but they've chosen to spend some time here learning and networking, and we really do appreciate that. So, Shelby.
Good afternoon, everyone. My platform when I ran for office was economic diversification. Right now, we own a property in Illinois where it's legal, and that property isn't making us the money that we want it to. So, what would it take for us to turn that into a dispensary? And is that even possible? What are those steps?
Question back to you. When was it legalized there?
Any Illinois? When was that? 2 years ago?
So you'll have to get your state approval. If you're only 2 years into it, you're still in a good market, usually for about the first 5 years. After that, it starts getting saturated. The longer you take to get in, the longer you're going to take to get on the supply chain. For instance, when we first got into the cannabis side, it was all the dispensaries wanting the product, so we were basically taking wall space in exchange for promising the product. You're in a position now where you'll be able to get product and get it out there. What I would suggest doing, though, as you do that, if you're close to a border, it's even more advantageous for you. A lot of people crossing borders, border towns are very successful in the dispensary side as well. But I would suggest, going after the innovative things. We've got one that just come to us where it actually explodes inside your mouth and time releases the pain medicine. So as a lot of these things transpire, they're putting a lot of marketing behind it. So getting into dispensary with the new innovative products, and a lot of the old names that are there, Cookies and a lot of those guys, they're behind a lot of the new dispensaries, and we grow for like a lot of them in Michigan. So find the companies that want to be in the different locations, and they'll help assist you a lot along the way.
Thank you. Any other context from the panel? We got another follow-up from Rep. Byzantine here.
Something real quick here. I would recommend knowing your tribe's constitution in and out, and the constitution in and out, and just in general get very familiar, because oftentimes it's First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Second Amendment, but what do these all mean in relation, I'm using this as an example, is to your constitution and what you are sovereign to be able to do and what you have written into your lands. It's extremely important, because everybody thinks feds, they're going to, but you have the sheriffs to deal with, or to partnership with. There's so many different layers and so much power that you have that is often overlooked, and I recommend doing a deep dive in that, your legal counsel, and then have them disseminate the information throughout.
Thank you. And maybe I'm wrong, but I've read, and I think I've seen maybe a documentary or two where it says that the mom and pops dispensaries are really hard to get established because they cost so much with licensing and things of that nature. So someone basically, let's say, I don't know, an impoverished neighborhood who could maybe open something like that can't. And a corporation with hundreds of billions of dollars more will come into that neighborhood and open there. And that's not helping that neighborhood, that's helping that corporation. So what is the cost in something like that to get established?
It's going to depend on your state. Frankly, Oklahoma was held up for so long as, the state to go get in, because at one point it was like $2,500 and you could get a grow process storefront license for that, which allowed mom and pop stores to thrive, and allowed for that localized dispensary, right? I mean, why not make the drug dealer your grandma from down the street, as opposed to the corporation? That idea of kind of micro scale of dispensaries and growing ops and everything else is the way, frankly, I think we should lean across the board. It also allows for caretakers like myself, right, who have other people. Frankly, we have a CBD company, but we give most of it away to people in need because we understand how expensive it is. That's something that should be available and affordable to be able to do at a micro scale and take it across. And I do believe that that's the future of cannabis, right? We're in this like weird thing right now. We can look at the beer industry. I have a lot of buddies who run microbreweries, right? But we're in this really rapid growth of beer industry, right? We hit after Prohibition, we had refrigerated rail cars, and it forced us from getting our beer at the local tavern and taking it home because it didn't refrigerate and didn't travel well, to Budweiser's, Coors, Miller's taking over the market, and then we all realized that this is shit. They took what was a good product and now tastes like piss in a bottle. I want the stuff that was made locally by the German who knows how to do it from the old country, and we brought microbreweries back. We will go through this pace. We will get exhausted by bullshit on the market and edibles not working and all the other things that are going to happen with scale, and we're all going to realize that we want grandma growing our weed. Right? We're going to come back to this, and we're going to come back to the micro scale. And for those of us that are passionate about the plant, guess what? I can wait for that day. I'm cool.
And to piggyback off that, if anyone's grown cannabis before, I can make this one plant yield amazing and just unbelievable. Unbelievable, this one plant. Now give me 10 plants. Okay, it's still going to be pretty good, but there's a lot to look at. Now go to 1,000. 10,000, and you can see how the quality incrementally drops at an extreme rate. I'd like to pride myself on being able to take care of a lot of plants at an extremely high quality level, but in reality, quality does suffer the more you scale, and nanobreweries and microbreweries, it's huge, so it'll go back, boutique.
Yeah, that's all real good points. $400 a square foot is where we're seeing a lot of on the building side of the industry. Everything is starting to switch back, as they said, and we're seeing a lot of it. A lot of the kickback is coming towards the bigger companies that have done exactly what you said and went in and put up 20 dispensaries in one state, and they're kind of controlling the market. And a lot of the people that have been in it the longest are starting to see, you know, we want the locally made products, just no difference than the farm to table restaurants all start coming back. It's just a matter, it takes a lot more niche and a lot more really getting out there to get your name out there so they know you are the local smaller one. So it's a lot more due diligence in that aspect and really fine tuning to get your name out there. But it's coming back. I mean, we've got oil that just was selling 3 months ago for $1,200 that just went up to $2,000 last week. So, you know, the quality is taking over. It wasn't the first one to win the race, but it's catching up.
Well said. Well said. Couldn't agree more. I personally, I work with small craft grows, and then I work with some of your big MSOs. I do work with Curaleaf, Columbia Care, and then I work with your mom and pop growers, your family-run organizations. And I can tell you, in the last 10 years, something that I've seen trend is the boutique, the craft farms, always thriving, succeeding, being able to stay around when the bigger farms fail. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the MSOs laying off hundreds of employees, and that's because when they take it to scale, the quality plummets. And there's a huge market for premium cannabis. Just like you see an organic tomato sells for more than a synthetically salt-based grown tomato, it's the same with cannabis. So if you can niche yourself and start small again, think big, but as well as make sure that you're ready to scale, I think that's going to continue to win and continue to be a profitable endeavor.
Daniel Guzman King from Oneida Nation. Colin kindly asked me to say a few words, so I'll go ahead and do that. So I wanted to comment a little bit further on what one of the panelists mentioned in regards to understanding tribal constitutions and government structure. And that is so key in regards to doing business and building tribal economy. If you look at the tribal structures, and they're structured depending on their constitution, where the government is overseeing business. And really, a lot of tribes that are structured that way, such as Oneida, it actually inhibits economic growth. It inhibits business from taking place. And a lot of our constituents and a lot of outside companies that want to work with tribes that don't understand that structure. You have elected politicians and bureaucrats making business decisions. And so it doesn't matter if it's cannabis or some other business venture, you're having, I don't want to say uneducated, because there's definitely educated politicians and bureaucrats, but you're having folks that are experts in governance doing business. And so what governments need to do, tribal governments, is separate governing and economic growth. And so several tribes in the United States have done that successfully, and you can take a look at them, and you can see economic growth when they've completely separated their business decisions from their governance. And so they create corporations, hire business experts, and then they can, see economic growth in their nations. So putting that aside, then you have, the issues of sovereignty. And that comes down to belief and understanding. And when you have elected politicians that maybe have a limited understanding or maybe a limited appetite for risk, their desire to exercise their sovereignty can, it depends on the elected body. So one elected official might be, yeah, let's do this. I don't care what the state says. I don't care what the feds say. You can have the next person sitting next to them. No, I don't want to do that because the feds might come in and do something. So you're dealing with politicians. You're dealing with belief and understanding, and not more so than data and facts and economics in business. So those are all factors that come into play when you're dealing with tribes. And so, and, you know, we have, you know, companies that come in and want to partner with tribes. It's not as simple or easy as just saying, yeah, this is a great idea, let's do it, and it makes sense. There's a lot of other factors that come into play. And so I think, you know, it's behooves, you know, tribal members, tribal governments really to educate themselves on how they should be functioning as a government first and foremost, and then they can, you know, do other ventures like cannabis and such. For Oneida, we did a project, a hemp project back in 18 and 19 before COVID, and it was a learning experience, and we did okay, but you know the plants ended up being hot and we had to destroy them, but it was a good learning experience for them. Right now we don't have any projects going simply because of manpower. We lost a lot of you know, folks due to COVID, but we're looking to get into the cannabis sector, but really unsure how to go about that, simply because politicians aren't the experts in the industry, and neither are our staff or bureaucrats. So it's, you know, we have to look to the outside and get the help, get the education and understanding. So thank you very much.
So we'll wrap it up here. We'll take some questions before we close it out.
I was just wondering if they, if Wisconsin's putting any pressure on the USDA for hemp to be a feed crop.
It's a good question. So one of the initiatives out there right now is a certified seed campaign, which I want to talk to you about that afterwards. And there's also a grain and fiber exemption. And so what you will see is that some advocates in the industry believe that anything with that 0.001% THC and less should be hemp, and anything above that should be classified as marijuana. Now, that's not where the industry is right now, so if you push that way, and if that's where the federal law goes, there's going to be a lot of cleanup, and how do you get these products that are now considered marijuana off the shelves, particularly in states where it's non-legal. So there are some, especially the feed side of things. There's a great organization called the Hemp Feed Coalition that is pushing for that. So there are organizations that push for it and believe that hemp should be its own thing, and anything that has cannabinoid in it should be classified under a different thing. But I personally wouldn't fall under that belief. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll take some more questions here.
Boujou, Philomena, Quebec, Economic Development Coordinator for Bad River Tribe. So following up on Representative Guzman's question, or his really good statement, I'm curious about how to tackle due diligence and feasibility study for tribes if they're going to enter and create some sort of hemp-related business. I mean, I think there's many different entry points for this business in terms of raw product, and then various forms of value-added product, testing, marketing, branding, all sorts of things. And you know, I'm curious from the perspective of panelists, is it, you know, for tribal governments, we're looking for economic opportunities for our communities, workforce, and also revenue growth. Would we tackle a feasibility study that is going into more than one of these aspects? So we're looking at not only creating, maybe doing some growing, but then also the market and the value-added production.
I would recommend getting with a consulting company. There's a lot of consulting companies. We've got a consulting division. A lot of other great companies do. But somebody that'll take that start to finish, obviously start with a business plan showing your EBITDAs and different scenarios, so you've got a platform to kind of decide what you want to scale from, and maybe even just start it as simple as a budget on where you guys want to go from there. And there's a lot of different viable options that any of the consulting companies could create for you to show you different channels and different pathways to take it, depending on where you're at as far as your state in the legalization and the different opportunities that persist at the current moment for it. You got to be able to adapt and change as the industry changes.
Excellent. Any further questions? You sure? Any questions before we close it out? Here we go.
Hi, my name is Nadine Poupar. I work for the Lactoflammable tribe. And my question is for the lobbyist. You mentioned the 1%. At that level with the negotiations with the new farm bill, do you see that as a vehicle of legalization versus waiting for the government to deschedule or decriminalize?
Yeah, I hear your point. The only thing that I would view it as not legalization is that if I smoke a 1% plant, it's not going to get me high. So that 1% is still not that high as far as a percentage that would be considered intoxicating or impairing. The idea with the raising the 1%, as the gentleman in the back said there, people are burning hot crops, and it's just not right to have a grow session. You're 6 months in, and all of a sudden it's at 0.4% instead of 0.3%, and now I burned $50,000 worth of crop. So the idea with that raising the 1%, and that bill is called the Hemp Advancement Act, and that should be introduced by Shelley Pingree here within the next week. And so that would raise the 1%, but the idea there is to help the farmer out, because that 0.3 was an arbitrary number that was made up by a scientist in Canada, I believe. There's no scientific data or relevancy to that number. Now, 1% also isn't based in science, but it's the idea is that farmers need a little bit more leeway, as Alexander pointed out, because farming's hard. And I'm going to plant one plant here, and then over there it's going to be a little different. And so that's the idea behind the 1%. It's not as a vehicle of legalization, but rather to ease the burden on farmers.
And I had a meeting with the USDA last week, and one thing that they've got a lot of comment on, they've been doing surveys and testing hot on products. So they're talking about eliminating that or just doing a base test on the seed for that in prospect to the industrial side of it. So that wouldn't apply on a seeded crop where it would on like a flower crop, which would be very advantageous and help a lot of the people that would have had to destroy perfectly good crops just because of that being caught by the law.
All right. Well, any closing comments? We got one right here. I will make my way over there.
Actually, just kind of a question. I know the first two things you think about are I should start growing, or I should open a dispensary. Is there any other areas that you guys think are needed right now that maybe could be an opportunity for somebody to go into that helps support these systems?
Are you speaking cannabis or hemp?
Both, but pick one if you have an easier answer for one or the other.
Well, if you're speaking cannabis, because they're talking about cannabis possibly legalizing here soon, the testing is usually what drags behind in the industry and usually gets a big backlog, and that actually results in a lot of good product failing because it sits in the bags for so long before it gets tested, because everybody's product's waiting, it's not getting burped and exposed to air, so essentially it's molding because it's locked in there with its own moisture and it's got no other options to do. So the testing and the transport are great options. The transport companies, we did the first transport company in the state of Michigan with a pharmaceutical company that wanted to lease space off me, and we helped them facilitate that down through when we did the first cannabis company, and they did extremely well. They ended up selling their pharmaceutical division altogether because they were doing so successful, partnered with LeafLink, and now they're doing, I think it's like 1,200 deliveries a day. So Obviously, you've got to be on the right side of the logistics and stuff with that, but a lot of that doesn't have a lot of the added problems and dilemmas that you have to deal with growing and making sure you've got the perfect environment, and somebody isn't overwatering, underwatering, burning your plants, putting the wrong nutrients on that you test positive for heavy metals and all the different things that can go with that. Those are a lot safer options to get into, and usually needed more in the beginning than what they are supplied with.
Well said. I definitely want to second that. And testing's huge right now. A lot of you guys don't know this, but if you test a marijuana plant in its seed form or vegetative form, it's going to pass as hemp. So my business in particular, we've been selling marijuana seed internationally and across the globe for the last 12 years legally, because all cannabis seed tests as hemp seed. This is another big reason why you don't want to necessarily follow the politicians that put in the law, because they put a law into place that there's lots of gray areas. I have hemp farmers right now that for 6 years have been selling marijuana cuttings to licensed adult cannabis cultivators, and they've been doing so legally. The USDA or their state licensed testers come in, test the plants, everything pass in compliancy, and they go from there. We are, myself personally, Green Luster Phenos, we're federally licensed, and we are a certified GMP TC lab. So that's something that we've been able to leverage since 2012, is we've had high THC germplasm as well as CBD germplasm that we've been able to grow underneath our license since 2012, because again, it's all going to test as hemp. So I think testing's a big deal. You got growers that are paying labs to give them a higher percentage on their COA. So there's lots of things that are happening right now, and I think that we need some good HPLC labs that have integrity, authenticity, and they want to establish a brand that everybody can know and trust, the farmer can trust, as well as the lawmakers.
Well said. Well, with that, I want to wrap up this afternoon session. So one last round of applause for our panelists. And with that, I believe we'll be back in this room at 3:30. So take a break. Thank you so much, everybody.
Kicked out of the Hilton tonight. I'm just teasing. We represent the Indigenous Cannabis Industry Association, a very reputable, brand new baby organization, still in our diapers. Yes. I wanted to give a quick little shout out because we're talking about all the sponsors and everybody that's doing all of this work and the board members, our members, all of you as attendees. But there is a man in this room that is quiet and super mighty, and he does some great things for the ICIA. And so if I could just have our wonderful representative from Paladin Consulting Group, Mr. Brian Brooks, if you could just stand up for just a quick second. He does some great work for ICIA, so a little round of applause for Paladin and Mr. Brian Brooks. Yeah, they're the quiet, stealthy, behind the scenes. This is what the Republican side and the Democratic side of the legislature, they're our pulse check in Wisconsin to really kind of keep our eye on the prize of how we move forward with Wisconsin tribes. So without further ado, it is a very, very big honor to introduce Ms. Marnie King, the moderator for our next panel. Hub International is like a pretty big deal across Indian country. Risk management, tribes have to do their due diligence to try to figure out how to move forward. And to be able to have one of our own Indigenous sisters, really high up, again, another pun, all puns intended, really high up, in the executive administration and the leadership of Hub International is a pretty phenomenal thing. When I first heard about Marnie, I was just blown away by, what she does. And then I'm visiting with her and she starts telling me all about her daughter. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I know your daughter. I want her autograph. So I feel like this is really coming full circle to be able to connect with the Wisconsin tribes. Now, if you take a look at your sheet, I'm not saying this so you guys feel sorry for me or anything like that, but if you take a look at your sheet, the map on there of the United States, that one little yellow square, that's where I'm from. The only state with no legal form of anything whatsoever. 3 weeks ago, I just did a live feed recording of one of my cousins almost getting picked up by the Idaho State Police on the side of the road over paraphernalia, not even over actual amounts of cannabis. So in Idaho, people are still going to jail over paraphernalia. So pray for us. And without further ado, Miss Marnie King, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Today I have the pleasure of being the moderator, and this is my first time moderating a panel. I'm used to sitting on a panel, but I'm kind of liking this a little better so far. So really excited to talk about equitable capitalization and commerce in cannabis. And so as it reads on the agenda, ways to engage the industry at large, the need, opportunity, and shifting our focus to the future. And the topic would be how companies are working to provide assurance and protection to an emerging and unregulated market. And so Hub, as Mary Jane mentioned, we're one of the largest brokerages in the world, and we do have the largest cannabis specialty division when it comes to insuring cannabis business. And so I'm proud to say that Paul De Benedetto is one of our cannabis specialists out of our corporate office, and so he's here to speak with us. And then we have Tina Begay of Red Tail Accounting. So we're insurance, she's accounting, very important side of the business. And Stephen Parker with E2 Strategies, and Earl Pendleton, who's the vice chair of the Lower Sioux Tribe, and then Rick Collette also. And I'll let each one of them make a bit of an introduction because I can tell you what they do, but I don't exactly know what they do. I know insurance better than anything. So I also am on the board at ICIA, so I'm trying to help push this movement forward. And I'm also on the board of directors at the American Indian Chamber of Commerce here in Wisconsin. I have a personal passion for helping entrepreneurs So I know there's people in the audience, and so just a personal plug for the American Indian Chamber of Commerce. If you're looking at starting a business or looking for funding and such, the American Indian Chamber of Commerce here, we are looking for members always, and we're always trying to help Native entrepreneurs, tribal entities, enterprises, and tribes be able to continue with economic development. So with that, I'll pass it over to Rick and then on to the rest.
Well, good afternoon. Well, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I am from Wisconsin. I'm Menominee and Stockbridge, Munsee. And I bought my first company at age 15 and been in a multitude of companies. But I think the way that I can help here today is more on the manufacturing side. So I've been in a lot of manufacturing, including the food industry. I heard in the last section, they talked about maybe getting in with the big boys like Pepsi and Coca-Cola. They're going to want documentation on how you're producing the product. Lot code traceability is everything in the food industry. So in order for you to sell them an ingredient, you have to have all those things to happen. One thing that I wanted to say is to basically be absolutely sure you'd have good GMPs, good manufacturing practices. Those good manufacturing practices is not just having the book with those manufacturing practices, but it is actually having the documentation that shows that you've done everything in your book of good manufacturing practices on a regular basis. So an auditor can come in and audit you. I ran one of the largest food plants in America that I started in Nevada, and we packaged products for almost every grocery store in America had something that came out of my plant. In order to get those customers, and my customers were people like Mars Foods, Costco, Walmart, all the big majors, I had to make sure that I could prove that I documented everything. So that's how I could help you guys in maybe helping you get those documentation as a consultant to that standard that the big boys would be looking for. And also yourselves, you know, there are many varieties of hemp and cannabis, and so how do you make sure that you're creating that lot code or paper trail? That's where I can really help you. We also own a major manufacturing company for packaging. So we own Well-Built Machinery. And Well-Built Machinery produces all kinds of packaging equipment that will package cannabis. I'm out there in the hall, so you're welcome to come over and see what I do. But I'm going to pass the mic right now to the next person.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Paul DiBenedetto with Hub International. Very honored to be here, and thank you guys so much for having me today. Very much appreciate it. Like Marnie said, Hub, we are the largest in the cannabis space. I've been doing it for about 5.5, 6 years now. Full service brokerage, so anything business related, employee benefits, risk management, and everything in between. Hub, when a lot of our competitors were not embracing cannabis and still aren't, we got in right out the gate. So we own carriers. We touch the business in every way possible. I think we're over 900 plus clients nationwide, getting very heavily involved in tribal nations right now is why we're all here today, of everything that's coming on. So, you know, delighted to be here. Thank you all for doing this, and I'll try to make insurance sound cool where I can.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Bigay. Bilagana Nishli Tapaha Bashishchi, Bilagana Dashishche, Ashine Dashinala. And what that means is I'm born for the Water's Edge and Salt Clan. I come from Rock Point, Arizona, but I make my home in Arlee, Montana, on the Flathead Reservation among the Confederated Salish and Kootenai people. I provide virtual bookkeeping services, and my niche is serving Native American people, and I want to just kind of for most of you in this room, you understand this, but some of you may not. There's two types of Native Americans. There's a Native American tribe, then there's a Native American individual. And so we got they're usually a member of a tribe. And so lots of times people try to put those two things together. And when you're working in business, those are two very separate things. And it really has to do with taxes. I specialize in Native American tax. I've devoted my whole career, 25 plus years, to serving Native American people in business and tax. I've taught for 10 years at a tribal college. I can teach anything from intro to business to finance. My specialty is bookkeeping. I am not a CPA. I do have an MBA, but I do not have a CPA. But I'm the person that handles all your transactions from tracking that little seed to the sale. And how does that all happen? Let's see. I also focus on small scale verticals. Either if you're a grow, a dispensary, are doing all three. I usually get the clients that have investors and have not made a 1 cent. And I grow with them, and then I guess my specialty is serving smaller startups and then watching and helping them grow. I also have some clients where I only do a certain, like accounts payable. I do just all the billings for a certain client. Some I just do receivables. Some I do all of, from payroll to everything. I do not do taxes, even though I have dedicated my career to taxes, and I want to explain that. And the reason why I do not do taxes is because it's not a good return on investment. You spend a lot of time and energy working with one person and doing a lot of work, and you don't make the margin is not that great, people who do taxes. And as a businesswoman, I have figured that out. And so I've stopped doing that as part of my business, and I outsource that to other people that can do that. I do get you ready for the tax person, and I'm very proud at the fact that any of my clients, I'm able to make sure that you're happy with your financial statements and you can sleep at night. So if the IRS knocks on your door or the state agencies, that you are compliant. And so that's what my company specializes in, and I'm just thankful to be a part of this initiative, and thank you, Mary Jane, for inviting me. With that, here's...
Good afternoon, everybody. I share the sentiments of my fellow panelists. I'm definitely grateful to be here. Thank you, MJ, for inviting me and asking me to participate on this panel. Definitely looking forward to it, because like many of my fellow panelists and other panelists that we heard earlier today, I definitely have a passion in helping tribal entities and Native American entrepreneurs succeed and grow their business and grow their bottom line, as well as push this emerging market forward so that it can be more acceptable in the public. I have about 20 years of operational leadership, nearly a decade of financial services experience. I am a military combat veteran. I've got an MBA as well and a master's in information system. I was the chief executive officer of a fintech company for nearly a decade. And the last half of my tenure there, I helped grow the company from 14 employees to over 120. We took our revenues from about 25 million to over 70 million. So I'm very proud of that, and we were able to give back my tribe, my home tribe, over $85 million in distributions in a little less than 6 years. And just recently stepped away from that company and decided to start my own consultant firm. My firm is called E2 Strategies, where I specialize in providing cannabis financial services and banking solutions to MRBs, as well as I do a lot of consultant work for tribal lending entities and state licensed lenders. When I stepped away from my tribe's tribal lending entity, I really thought, oh, it's going to be so good to work for myself and not have a board or a council to report to. The council was 9 elected officials. My board was 7 members, and boy, was I wrong, because now that I got clients, my clients are my board. So now I have an infinite number of bosses, which is everybody in this audience and beyond this room. But I am very pleased to be here, and I love my job. I have a great passion for building up Indian country.
Wow, impressive group we have here. I should have went first. But admittedly, I don't know much about equitable capitalization. I am an elected tribal official from the Lower Sioux Indian community. Right now, my background in cannabis and hemp is I know our needs for our community, and number 1 is always housing. Number 2 is economic diversification. So I've kind of committed myself into hemp lime installation and creating housing from a seed to wall model that I think is unprecedented in Minnesota at the time. We have one of the only fiber processing capabilities in the state. I come from this from the housing standpoint, not necessarily hemp, but I've taken a deep dive into hemp and hempcrete, the common, I guess, term for that. And what we're here to do is kind of share with you our experience and maybe inspire another tribe to follow our blueprint that hopefully we're building. So glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, everybody. That was wonderful. I also wanted to say thank you for your service. And if there's any other veterans in the audience, thank you for your service. Because I think it's important that we always recognize our vets. So I do have some questions that I wanted to ask, and maybe just I'll throw out one question. And if anybody else in a different industry, because you're all in different industries, can add to it, that's absolutely fine. Just pass the mic. Paul, I'll start with you. So from a social equity perspective, what are some of the pitfalls and issues that you've seen in the licensing across the U.S.?
Well, first, I love your bias of picking me first since we worked together, so that worked out well. No,
you just happen to be first on the
Oh, perfect. It's interesting to kind of see anybody who's from, I live in Illinois outside Chicago. The licensing there has been an absolute disaster. Anybody who's experienced it, it's still a disaster right now. And a lot of what's going on is it's driven by the social equity piece, which I fully believe in and want to back and way behind that. But they just keep doing it the wrong way in every single state. So what we're finding right now in Illinois is they released a bunch of licenses. They put together all these partners, very expensive application process. I mean, I know people who spent from $25,000 to $250,000 throughout the process. It got a little nutty. What they're finding is all these licenses got released, and now there's not any real operators. There's no money. There's nobody investing in cannabis in Illinois because it's all new operators and different things. And you've kind of created this calamity, if you will, of all these people who are on a ticking time bomb of their license. They just spent all their money. They've signed leases. Now they have no money, and they can't get open. So it's really an issue of the funding piece, which is great. And I'll get your card afterwards. It's hard to find money in cannabis right now. It's hard to find investors in cannabis right now for the smaller operators, just because people are not as they're not as big as risk takers as they were early on. I think a lot of the people early made a bunch of money, and then it went away. The nice part is, though, a lot of the mistakes were made by other people. So if you really can pay attention and learn the business and go through the process and align yourself with the right partnerships, you can avoid a lot of the pitfalls that cause people a lot of issues throughout there. So I think the biggest issue right now is really getting a grasp around that piece and making sure that people who are getting licenses can actually afford to get open. But it's definitely a major issue.
And then, Stephen, I would ask you, what is the relationship between equitable capitalization and commerce?
So the relationship between equitable capitalization and commerce is the fact that in a individual business, everybody that has an ownership stake or equity within that business needs to understand that they have an equitable stake, right? Sharing the proportion of profits and losses. And then with commerce, commerce is obviously the exchange of goods and services. Well, you really can't have one without the other. If you can achieve equitable capitalization within your business, then you can be a little bit more competitive in the marketplace or commerce because you have less things to worry about and you can focus on efficiency and being competitive in your marketplace.
Rick, one of the things that I noticed about, Rick and I had a chance to meet earlier and talk about where he's from, how he got to where he has, have a little bit of laryngitis, so. But we got to talk about where he's from, how he started in business at a very young age. And so I thought it would be appropriate to have Rick share his perspective on just being an entrepreneur, because I think there's a lot of people, as I mentioned, that probably want to get into this space, and maybe on a personal entrepreneurial basis, but maybe some of the lessons that you've learned. And I also noticed in doing a little research on you, that you had a DBE. So the DBE, I think, is very important for some of us in the room to be able to have a space and to have some opportunities where there may not have been opportunities previously. So maybe if you want to speak to that a bit.
Sure. Well, I think anyone that wants to be in business needs to have a business plan. The business plan is really like the Bible of how you're going to run your business, how you're going to make money, who your competition is. And you're going to want to have a good lawyer. And there's a lot of Native American lawyers to choose from. They're here in the audience today. So those are really important. But you want to be dedicated to building your business the best way that you can. I can tell you I've had probably 40 businesses in my lifetime. I now operate 6 or 7 of them, and they're successful because I paid attention to them. I pay attention to the details. So really, it's all in the details. When I spoke earlier about the SOPs and making sure that you can back them up by the documentation, that's what I mean by details. If you walk into a bank and you need to borrow some money, well, they're going to want to see your financials. They're going to want to know who you are. It's all in those details. And if you can show that you're organized, they will give you the money, and that you pay your bills. So your credit report on a personal basis needs to also be good, really good. And then banks will work with you. And it's all focuses back onto that business plan. One of the things I didn't talk about is I worked with the United Nations in Africa when growing food organically wasn't even a popular thing to do yet. And both my wife and I spent a lot of time over there teaching small farmers through the United Nations on how to grow food organically. Well, after we came back home, the business really took off. The organic industry as a whole. You go walk into any store, they have whole sections on organic food now. Well, what does organic mean? Organic means that there's no pesticide that touched that food, or that animal didn't eat food that was sprayed with pesticides. So that's super important because it messes up the bile that's in your stomach, and the good bugs that live in your stomach can be destroyed by such things as not eating the right types of food. So organic is really super. We have an organic company that makes organic fertilizer, and we'd be happy to work with any of you, even on a pilot program.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. Earl, what benefits can the hemp line installation that you were speaking of provide from a practical standpoint?
From a practical standpoint, I think it's pretty obvious the current building industry is kind of trapped themselves in this method and a material issue for sure, but this method of trapping us in a plastic bubble where they try to keep moisture out, but they never really can. So you always have that wall cavity where mold and moisture, the hot and cold air collide, and those things start to fester. But with a hempcrete wall, it's a monolithic wall, so there's no wall cavity. The recipe for hempcrete, which, hemp lime insulation is kind of the way we use the term, but hempcrete is kind of the common term, but it really has a lot of negative connotations with concrete, so we don't use it all the time, but as hempcrete, it's 4 parts hemp, 1 part lime, 1 part water, pretty simple recipe. Both of those components have their own benefits. Lime, nothing can eat lime. Lime can't burn, and no pests can eat lime, but mold cannot grow on lime. So when you have a home, those 3 things are maybe, and as a homeowner, those are the 3 issues that kind of pop up that'll be your most expensive remediation over time. So that's lime side of it, and hemp is a breathable material, so we don't have that barrier, any kind of barrier on the wall. It has thermal mass, thermal inertia, so it doesn't dry out like concrete does. 40 years after concrete is poured, it dries out, cracks, and needs to be replaced, while hempcrete always retains moisture, and it keeps the indoor temperature at a steady 65 degrees all year long. I've talked to builders, we've had consultants in the community that have built in India where they don't use central air. Canada, Chris Magwood up at the Endeavor Center, they don't put furnaces in their houses they build. So these are the things that I think our community members need. It's a house that will be healthier, it breathes, it doesn't need the ductwork and the air handling systems that we see typically. And in Minnesota, we live in maybe the most extreme climate in North America. It's 100 degrees in the summer, 40 below in the winter. So these are the things where I think hempcrete is going to be most ideal. So the practical advantages, the mold, fire, pest resistance, the breathable walls, the temperature control. Lime, once it is poured into a wall, continues to absorb carbon, so it petrifies over time. It wants to be a rock again. So, we continue to pull the carbon out of the atmosphere, but theoretically can last hundreds of years. Hempcrete was discovered in Europe, where a bridge in France, which was Gaul when they built it in the 6th century, so 1,500 years old, still there, still used, stronger than ever. Tested it in the mid-'80s, found out it's hemp and lime. So, I think it's new for the U.S., but Europe and even China, where there's a house, or Japan, I should say, 400 years old, made out of hemp and lime. So I think the concepts have been proven, but we'll be building a house, our first one, in the spring, where should be breaking ground in May, and our hemp campus facility will also be breaking ground in May, with help from a grant from Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development. So that we have partners that have bought into this concept. We just have to kind of prove it in our climate and in our region. So I think the practical advantages are proven, but I guess people are still skeptical, and so am I, right? I don't have a background in ag, building, or any of this, but I know what my community members need, and it's housing, it's jobs, and it's economic diversification. So that's what we're trying to do. But
absolutely. So I think it's interesting that we have you've started businesses, you're insuring businesses, you're investing in businesses, you're creating another economic development, and then we have Tina, who handles all the important part with the money. So Tina, what kind of obstacles have you come into? Are you working with cannabis clients? Okay, I thought so. So I didn't want to assume. So what kind of obstacles are you seeing with the cannabis industry currently, and how are you trying to overcome some of those?
Goodness. Gosh. I'd probably say the first thing that I see that anybody that's getting into business is you have, I'll just give me a few minutes, is in order to be in business, no matter if you're Native American or non-Native American, you need three things. And it's universal all over the world. Number one, you need a marketer, an idea person, or first of all, you need an idea, a dreamer, right? The idea person, a dreamer. Second, you need marketing and sales person. Third, you need finance and accounting. And you will not be all three. You will need to align yourself with those people in order to achieve what you want to achieve. And what I see happen is I hear all this you can, open a dispensary, you could do a grow, you could be a transportation person, you could be an accounting person like me, and there's a lot more opportunity out there than we realize in the non-touch cannabis field that we could all really do without, permits and state regulators and federal regulators. We could all do, we could focus on that as well, but I see that this is of like growing and dispensary and extraction, that kind of thing. But what I see in every business is you do not have your financial savvy. You just go out there and start doing what you want to do, and you worry about the books later. And then I get the call 2-3 years later that says, we haven't filed our taxes since 2019. Can you help us? And so then I get to clean up, years of taxes, or years of transactions, and I reconcile everything, and then give you the big tax bill that you haven't paid yet. And then they're just, it's downhill from there. That's kind of what I see. I like to start with companies when they're very first starting, so I can get them going in the right direction. I can get their chart of accounts set up. I can get their banking situation figured out. I can create a perpetual data room that has their bank statements, their receipts, everything in one area, all their legal documents. And so when they are ready to get investors, they're ready to present to tribal council people. If you're a tribe and you're running this kind of a business and you got to report to your tribal council, you're able to do so. I just see people all in just general in business, they don't figure out the accounting part until a couple years later. And because they're so busy doing their business that they forget about the accounting side. They don't really forget about it. It's almost like, I see this all the time, like they push it aside and I'll do that tomorrow. I'll call Tina tomorrow, or I'll get that to you tomorrow. And honestly, I just don't work with people like that. I started off with 7 clients. I have 5 now. I fired 2. And I'm about to fire another one because you just can't run business without being a partner with your accountant or somebody that does the finances in your business. And so if you are, and I think this is one of the questions, so I don't want to, but one of my questions was, how much do you charge? So let's be real here, like how much do you charge? And I charge 4% of revenue for non-payroll, 5% of revenue with payroll. And it's a flat fee, and if you are not spending at least 4% on accounting, you shouldn't be in this game. You really have to, that has to be a big commitment of yours. You have to be expert in cost accounting. In college, when you take an accounting class, they teach you just basic accounting, right? And they have a little bit on FIFO and LIFO. Well, if you're in cannabis, you better learn about FIFO really quick. And I don't know if all of you know this, but what is 280E? What is it? Anyone? I have a prize if anyone could tell me.
Jane.
Go ahead. You better know. Perfect. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was soft. I wasn't in softball. But 280E says, and if we talk about taxes, in tax terms, you have money coming in, right? That's your money comes in, then the next line item in look at it 1040 or Schedule C. Look at a Schedule C. Get on the IRS website right now and look at it. It says your revenue coming in minus your cost of goods sold, and then that's what you're taxed on in the United States, everybody that's in business. Then you have another section that's for business expenses, like advertising, rent, utilities, insurance, and the next section. Well, cannabis people, we don't get to deduct those deductions. So you have to become a master of cost of goods sold. And you have to learn how to track that. And if you have to have a chart of accounts that track every little thing that's going through, who's doing packaging, who's just managing the business, how much are they doing? Is the manager doing some packaging? Well, how much? And so you have to track every little piece. And so you have to be very good at cost accounting. And that takes a specialized field. And honestly, I didn't learn that in my MBA. I had no idea. I was like, I have no idea how to do this. So I joined, I'm a member of the DOPE CFO program, and I took cost accounting training, and I learned it. And now I know it like the back of my hand, and I make sure that my clients are maximizing that to minimize their tax liability in a legal way. And so it's so key that you understand just simple filling out a tax form, looking at it, but every business person should do that. And so my biggest downfall is people just kind of pushing accounting aside and thinking about it at once a year at tax time. You should not do that. It should be pretty much a daily interaction. That's my comment.
No, I have one more thing for you, Tina. So in our world, in the insurance world, and I know Paul talked a little bit about this, we have an issue with what insurance companies will insure cannabis or businesses that are in that industry right now. I'm on the benefits side primarily, so we're having a hard time making sure that our clients have access to good payroll and ben admin systems to help with their employee benefits programs. So what software or program are you finding works best with your cannabis clients? Because that's one thing we're really having to help cannabis clients figure out.
I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I only use QuickBooks Online. My client, some of my fellow colleagues, I have two of my colleagues that are here with me, Ben and Angelita, they're in the back, and I think she's a desktop. She's a QuickBooks desktop person, and I am not. I'm a QBO, and that's kind of how we talk. Yeah. But all of my clients use QBO. I will not work with someone who doesn't, just because I'm a virtual bookkeeper. It doesn't make sense for me to do desktop. So QuickBooks Online, I've seen people use Xero. So probably mainly QuickBooks Online. And then and POSs, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so I use QuickBooks Payroll and everybody hates it. But I love it. I don't know why people hate it, because I never had a problem with it. I really do think it's the user. But, you know, I don't know. The other one that I see a lot of my colleagues use and recommend and love is Gusto.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's mainly what most people use, but I use QuickBooks Online.
Stephen, do you have any?
I do actually.
Industry-specific vendors?
If
'Cause
I
think
remember
that's a
correctly,
good
the
topic.
original question to Tina was about some of the challenges and the barrier of entry to get into cannabis and become a ganjapreneur, right? So some of the challenges that I'm seeing are the fact that this industry is severely underbanked and underserved, right? So going back to what you said in and around the three things that you need to have a successful business, right? Regardless of where you're at in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she said an idea, a marketer, and then you need to have your accounting. So I would put my own spin on that and agree to everything you said, but I would summarize it a little differently. So you need to have a visionary for this idea. You need to have an implementer, somebody that's going to execute your idea. And then you need to have all the infrastructure that supports any business. That includes your accounting. That includes the financial services, the bankable solutions. Being able to get a bank that will host your depository accounts for you in this industry is extremely difficult. In fact, according to the US Treasury, there's only like 10% of all banks in America that are actually in this industry, and only 4% of all credit unions in America are banking cannabis. So again, this industry is severely underbanked and underserved. So in my opinion, those are probably some of the bigger challenges.
Paul, I don't know, do you want to add to that from an insurance perspective? Because one of the things, like I mentioned, that we're having issues is what vendors want to work, one, with Indian country. Because some I think don't understand the sovereignty and what that means to them, and so they're just a little afraid of dipping their toe in to even insure on the benefit side that I can speak to. And I know Paul can speak to the business and cannabis side of things, but I've even had to meet with large companies that people are probably very familiar with and say, look, I was an underwriter, come on down, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, and explain to me why you don't want to insure a tribal entity or a tribal business for their employees. And then once we had the discussions and talked, they're like, oh, I guess there wasn't a problem. So now they're willing to work with them. So I think from what my perspective, I'm seeing the same thing with the cannabis side, but there is that federal regulation issue that comes up in a lot of the experts you have to surround yourself with to be successful in this emerging industry. And then, Paul, I guess I would ask you to add to the piece on your end, right?
Yeah, so I want to add on that payroll piece, because that is a huge issue in cannabis right now. And one of the things that people don't realize is these payroll companies have to work with a credit union. They can't work with the traditional bank. So some of the bigger companies like Paychex or like ADP, who's never going to touch cannabis right now. They're publicly traded, not going to happen. Paychex, Paycor, some of these other ones are kind of dipping their toes in. But we had a client recently where Paychex lost their credit union, so they couldn't pay payroll on a Friday. So these people had to do handwritten checks, had to backdate them. So it is a real big issue in cannabis for sure. And there's not a lot of great solutions. There's a lot of fly-by-night stuff right now. It's getting better, but it's not where it needs to be. And the banking issue, to your point, is what's going to clean that up. Because going through the credit unions, I mean, you take people in cannabis and credit unions 5 years ago were paying $45,000 to $100,000 a month for their banking. That has changed significantly now to become more normal rates, but that's kind of how this has progressed. From an insurance perspective, it's been the Wild West. I mean, it's been absolutely crazy. It's gotten a lot better, but it's all wholesale. There is no admitted carriers. There is no, it's not as traditional. There's 3 comp carriers out there versus 200 you could have normally. There's very limited capacity. It's very unique, and it's very heavily underwritten. So take a traditional business where you can place your insurance in, 48 hours or less, or go online depending on what you're buying and get it done. Cannabis can take weeks at times, and it's a lot of interactions with back and forth. So really knowing, and what we find a lot of times is you have a lot of brokers out there, people who don't actually understand cannabis or what they're selling. So people are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on insurance and actually not insuring anything. So you're a vape manufacturer, and your big exclusion is we exclude all vapes. Well, you probably shouldn't be buying that insurance then. So it's getting a lot better. There's more markets coming into it. I think we're probably 2 years away from seeing some traditional, the Travelers, Hartfords, probably not them specifically, but those like-minded companies coming in. But it's complex. It's the crop coverage is very hard to figure out for people. Hemp side's even harder on with the outdoor crop stuff. So yeah, it's getting better, but it's definitely not a traditional insurance experience that you would have done in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to go back to that payroll situation and give you an example. Maybe you have some opinions on it. So I'm not advocating for this situation, but restrictions and not having the typical traditional business infrastructure that you would normally have in any other commercial entity. A lot of these cannabis business owners are getting super creative. So what I've seen in a few cases is a dispensary will create a holding company or a management company, and all the employees that work at the dispensary are hired and employed by this management company. And the payroll goes through that, and they're able to get around ADPs and the paychecks of the world. I'm not advocating for that solution. Definitely, consult an employment attorney. But, when you don't have any options, these guys are getting super creative. So, I think at a local, state, and federal level, these business owners are due some real solutions and that framework so that they can actually compete and have that more traditional commerce in the marketplace.
Yeah, I would add to that. I actually have a client that owns many businesses. So real estate, gaming. There's probably 4 other businesses that have different industrial codes, if you would. They now are getting all these cannabis license, and they're ready to launch a CBD dispensary division. So we had to change over their whole payroll and ben admin system to a company that would accommodate cannabis. But that is a very clunky system for them, and it's not working very well, but it was their only choice at this point. So they may or may not be creating a holding company. So it's funny you say that, because there is a way around that then. Is that the right way or not? I think it's very important. As Tina's mentioned, as everybody has said here, surround yourself with the right people in business. Make sure that you're getting the expert opinion of what to do and what not to do, the pros and cons of doing those different things, because there could be repercussions that would not be positive if you do make one of those choices, and it's not the best route to go. But one of the things that I think is important too is that economic development is what's coming out of this emerging industry. It's not always the cannabis, the hemp, so not the legal, illegal, recreational, medicinal conversation, but what other pieces come out of it. And so I think the hemp, the building that you're doing, Earl, with hemp lined, I would assume that then you're not having to conform with cannabis laws, rules, more of the hemp, which is quite a bit different than the conversation we're having a lot today. So I think there's so much more economic development to be done. And what are the biggest benefits? I mean, you mentioned some of them to your community as a whole. Jobs, obviously, is a big piece of all of the economic development, but what do you think are the biggest pieces that caused you to make the decision to go into that space?
Yeah, this is really complex conversation that, we come from such a small community in Minnesota. We're a really small land base, 1,700 acres. We have 500 tillable acres. 1,000 people, men, women, children, res dogs, total. So, we are really small, but we have casino jobs, but we have people in the community who are in construction. And so just a diversification of the jobs. I worked in a casino, that's my background, my whole life. Before I have 12 years on the tribal council, but before that it's casino, and it's a burnout job. And customer service just wears on you over time. So, and we have this really great system of applying for grants. We get a lot of grants for housing, but then we bid those out to the local contractors, and they hire our members. So this is a way of controlling that now. Instead of them bidding it out, or us bidding it out to the local contractors, we have our own contracting company now that we can build with, and a building with a different model than they have. I think it's better for our members and our community to just keep recycling that money now. We're surrounded by ag, so I think there's an opportunity. We're a small processor now. We didn't want to just build hemp and import it in. We want to really get a a true cost of what this will be, and we know the real cost is shipping hemp from Europe and Canada. It's not heavy, but it's voluminous, so it takes up a shipping container or a truck really easily. So the cost is shipping and transportation. Lime is abundant in Minnesota and Wisconsin, so there's really great sources for that, and we've already been on that track to getting our own lime and to be able to slack the lime and to bring limestone to lime. So I think we're on the right track with that. I think there's a bigger opportunity in processing. Though in Minnesota for sure, egg is king in Minnesota. So, they let us have gaming, but their real power is with egg. And I think Minnesota, as with probably most states, don't see hemp right now as being a cash crop, but it's a great rotation crop as it is right now. The price for hemp is competitive, but not with corn and soybeans. As I know there's just discussions here earlier about the USDA approving the grain for seed, that would be a big boost to the entire hemp market as far as grain for sure. But Coca-Cola and Pepsi, I heard earlier too about recyclable bottles and the car parts, and for Ford and GM. I know every car maker in Germany uses hemp in their products as it is now, but they don't sell enough cars. Like Ford and GM will sell more in a day than I think they do all year long. So, but there's no domestic supply, and hemp processing on a large scale is really the top of the food chain. Right now, I know I can contain what we're doing. I'm not worried about, and we're surrounded by CBD businesses all around us, and they're positioned themselves to enter the recreational market now, and that's great for them. We don't have that expertise in our community. I don't want to compete with them. There's going to be a lot of players in that game. Right now, we're running in a race nobody's in, and that's we can grow it, process it, build with it, and I don't need to. We're 100 houses short in our small community, and that's workforce housing. We have a incredibly huge population of younger 20 to 30-year-olds. It's like a baby boomers type of situation going on with Lower Sioux. So we need we need single-family housing, but we also need housing for those people too who aren't, and not everybody wants to have the big family anymore. So we need everything as far as housing. And I could build 100 houses and never have to worry about who's going to buy them. It's just it's a simple game. I'm kind of glad we're not into this other game, because the things that people on this panel are talking about are way above me. And it is true. I mean, this is an impressive panel. But I
was going to say same thing about your hemp lime.
It's pretty simple game, though. I mean, we brought in some of the best consultants in the country, in the world. Alex Sparrow from the UK. I have Jennifer Martin from Hempstone in Massachusetts. We brought him in to train and we had a Chankuya program where we trained a construction trades program in our community where we trained 20 people. We ended up graduating 12. And we brought her in to train them in the hempcrete. And I've always heard it's easy, and nobody believed me. And who would? Because I didn't know anything either. So we brought them in, and by noon that first day, everybody knew what they were doing. So a child could learn this in a day. It's not difficult, right? It's just simple. You build forms, and you pour in the hempcrete. You mix it in a simple concrete mixer, and you pour it in there. And but that's a kind of a slower method where it takes a lot of labor and time for the wall to dry out so we can finish it with breathable lime plaster. But there's definitely an opportunity when we get our hemp campus up that we're going to be making blocks. We've already experimented with it, and prefab walls and modular designs. And with our tax situation in Minnesota, value-added products are tax exempt. So we could definitely ship blocks and prefab walls outside of the Lower Sioux, and we'd always have that advantage. But we'd always be up against bigger processors. And in Minnesota, the two counties we live in that we kind of border lead the country in corn and soybean yield. So we know, right, that there's going to be a push for processing. And just recently we heard Dun Agro, who's maybe one of the world leaders in a Dutch company in hemp fiber processing, has targeted a county just a couple above us. So we know they've done the feasibility study for us. They know this is the area where they're coming in, and we're always kind of keeping our eye out for that opportunity to expand from our 1 ton per hour. There's 1 million tillable acres in our 30-mile radius. So just 5% of that could sustain a 10 ton per hour processing facility. Right now, it's a rotation crop that all farmers, we've grown it for 4 years, so we've had the local farmers. And it's another thing that's come from this. We've been in existence since our Constitution was enacted in 1934. We've never farmed our own land in the Lower Sioux, so we've always just leased that out to the local farmers. Now we're using it. You know, we're kind of taking control of that and showing them a better way to farm, right? We're not, they tiled the entire area, so all them chemicals just run right into the Minnesota River, which we live right on top of. So, you know, it's in our drinking water, it's everywhere around us. Everyone knows, you know, like the common farming practices are just, they're terrible for human health, for animal, wildlife, and you know, the Minnesota River drains into the Mississippi, and where that confluence is it's a stark contrast how muddy and dirty the sediment from that ag use has created, and it goes all the way down to the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico, where a dead zone exists from what we do in Minnesota. And that tiling.
I think you're a testimony to how this is bigger than just the CBD, the THC, the cannabis conversation. It is economic development. It's also sustainability and environmental benefits.
And 12 years ago, when I started exploring hempcrete and all these things, you know, you see a story every now and then about climate change, and you know, maybe once a month. Now it's every day, you know. So as more and more governments start recognizing this, carbon credits for absorbing it during the growth, sequestering it in the wall for 100 years. You know, there's opportunities that have been coming. It's a perfect storm, I like to call it. Opportunity. It's kind of a miserable storm, but you know, it's a doom and gloom story that's coming for us. But it's our opportunity. And when I first started this, and I would bring it to our tribal council, you know, they laugh and say, "Well, they're going to smoke their wall up," you know, and like, but that, you know, that's, and I know it's something that people don't like about what this industry is, but it's also the opportunity. You know, without people being so pessimistic and against it, we wouldn't have the opportunity we have now. And I think I think the blueprint that we've kind of tried to build, we've been really successful with grants. We've learned, I think a speaker that I've heard before said the only way you become an expert in anything is if you fail every way possible. So I think we've done that with our ag side and our processing. We're dialing that in. So you know, we've done the trial and error, and you know, anybody in the audience today who wants to know more about our trial and error to get where we're at right now, you know, I'm more than happy to share.
I think a lesson I learned personally in my life is that, you know, when there's a problem, we can look at it as if it's a problem, or we can look for the solution. And I remember in our world in insurance in 2014, when the Affordable Care Act passed, so many people panicked and they thought, you know, insurance was going to go out of business and the government was going to take over. And I remember thinking, no, this is when our clients need us the most. This is when our people need us the most. We need to educate, and you know, that's what we're trying to do here today with ICIA, is educate, share the pros, the cons, the goods, the bads, so that everybody can build that foundation, so that you can build the rest of the house in a good way. Keep your records in order so that Tina doesn't have to sort through 3 years of stuff, right? But Rick, I know you want to add something too, and I want to make sure that we keep some time for questions from everyone. Mary Jane, do you think we leave about the last half hour open for questions? I think there's probably a lot of good questions.
I wanted to expand on Tina's comment about have a good marketing plan. And I want to explain OnStar Digital is the holding company for all my companies. And OnStar Digital is a marketing company that really creates design and branding. Our brand manager is Peter Sanchez, and he comes from the casino industry. He was the brand manager and developed the Harrah's brand that you'll see all over. And Harrah's now is the largest casino company in the world. So it was because of Peter Sanchez that many of those things that Harrah's did are very valuable to them and made them grow. So he is the brand manager at OnStar Digital. Packaging, collateral materials for your walls, for instance. You know, there's so much competition out there in this industry. How do you separate yourself? How do you show that you're different than other people? There are a lot of ways to do that. The backstory on how you got started with your walls, I mean, that needs to be shown. That needs to be out there. So it's those types of things that when you reach out to OnStar, we're gonna create your backstory. We're gonna create the marketing plan that is gonna accelerate your business, and that's really and there's others in this room that are also in the marketing business. So reach out to some of us. Yeah.
I would just ask, maybe if we want to pass the mic along, if there's any question that I didn't ask, or there's anything that came out of this conversation that you feel is important to highlight, please take the time to do that, because we don't know what we don't know, and I know one side of the world, and lean on everyone else to be the experts like we need. So I would just ask for you to share whatever best information you have.
I just have one final comment is, I hate marketing and sales. I can't sell a raffle ticket, but my business cards and my pencils are down at the back row over there. And so afterwards, if you want to get a hold of me and you want my pencil, you can go back there and get it. That's about the only sales I'm going to be able to do for you. There was one more that when I say, people say, what are red flags? So this is my red flags from people. It says, I called you because I'm trying to beat the IRS and the 280E. And I just wanted to tell people is you should spend more time not trying to beat them and more time trying to figure out how to work with what's out there in a legal way, because you'll spend more time trying to beat them and money doing that, and it's just not going to work out for you well. And so you want to, the first thing that you can do when you get into this industry is you need to learn complex entity structure and cost movement. So like you said, having the company that was processing the payroll, there's ways to do that. But you have to have lawyers and people that know that kind of know that system. You just don't want to do that on your own. You want to have non-cannabis divisions. So merchandise, paraphernalia, things like that. So you can put some of your costs into that business. And then third, you want to focus on maximizing your cost of goods sold. And so that you're not paying so much in taxes. And my last comment I'd like to say is we must remember, I started with this, was an individual Native American, and when we start a business, we have to pay federal taxes. We are not exempt from federal taxes. That's a misconception of people, and it grinds my gears. The second thing is a tribe. When a tribe owns a business, takes on a business, they are federal exempt. Now, the next level is state. So if you are running a business and you're an individual tribal member and you're running your business within your reservation boundaries, you're state exempt. If you are a tribe running your business, you don't pay state tax. So I just want to give an example of my own self. I'm enrolled in Navajo Nation. I live on the Flathead Reservation, within reservation boundaries, but I am not enrolled in that tribe. So my business, I pay state tax and federal tax. And my biggest bill of my business is my state tax. And it grinds my gears.
I would just add, there is a lot of, be open-minded. There's a lot of partnerships with tribes happening across the U.S. right now. We have 3 clients that are, have partnered with the tribes. They're being funded by the tribes. They're starting to think outside the box. We have one that's doing a grow facility right now where they sectioned off into 2 different condo units, and the other half outside the grow canopy for cannabis is for their tomato growing contract for the U.S. government. So there's a lot of stuff happening across the U.S. and with the tribal nations that it's in real time. It's happening every day, and it's getting very, very active, very, very quick. And I only see it expanding exponentially. As things get harder, there's going to be a lot more opportunity, right? So there's a lot of licenses. Like I said earlier, it's not all doom and gloom, because where somebody else can't be funded, somebody else can fund it, right? So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for things across the board, and it's been very good to see.
I think we could take some time now to have questions for any of the panelists that anyone has, and I'll have Rob bring the microphone along.
Any questions?
I have one question for Tina. You mentioned the 280E federal tax code and how tribes, when they own a business, are they still going to be subject, if the business is on trust land, to that 280E tax?
Yes. Well, it depends, because it will depend on each state and what kind of compact they have. If let's just say, let me think of a tribe. I don't have any tribes as clients. I have individual tribal members. So I'm trying to think of a tribe that's that way. If you partner with a tribe, they are still subject to 280E. But the difference is, remember, in tax, it's your revenue minus your cost of goods sold, right? And then your profit. And of that profit in the United States, what is our corporate tax rate? Don't answer that, because you better know it. But anyone else know? What is our corporate tax rate in the United States? Seriously?
I'm not allowed to answer.
21%. 21%. So when however you're structured, so like if you partnered with a tribe, obviously if you're not a tribal member, your part of it is going to be taxed at 21%. But the tribe's part is not. That's the magic of partnering with the tribe, but they're still subject to 280E, no matter what. So they can't claim business expenses either, but the bottom line is that 21%. You also, for people that are going to go into this, I hope I answered your question. Did I answer your question first?
Yeah, I guess I'm just like from an education standpoint, and I understand that we're not exempt, but for tribes like Bay Mills, where everything is contained, or my understanding is Lactiview is doing it all on their own. Like for tribes like that's a great point or understanding that I think that these tribes need to know, because there might be huge tax benefits to that.
Oh yeah, you don't have to pay the 21%. Like think about it, people. In the United States, if you're an LLC, a sole proprietor, in a partnership, and you haven't made the S-Corp election, and you're at paying 24%, 32% on your taxes, hello, like move, like get out of there and make that election and pay yourself a paycheck and, do those kinds of things, and then you can minimize your tax liability. But most Americans don't understand our tax bracketing system. If you just right now Google it up and say, what's the 2022, 2023 tax bracket, and you'll see these percentages. And it's way more complicated than that. It's not like people think, oh, my tax rate's 24%. Well, it depends on where you lie in between those two numbers. But you can kind of get an idea. So I could just tell you, so if you're making $100,000 in profit, you do not want to stay as an LLC or a partnership. You want to make an S-corp election because you only want to pay 21%. 3% is a big deal in business. So I feel like the best opportunity is for a tribe to get into this business because they don't have to pay that 21% or even state, other than their permitting fees or whatever the compact is with whatever tribe or whatever state they made this agreement to give them part of their money, which I totally disagree with in myself anyway. But I feel like we're not there yet. We've been preaching this in Indian country forever to have our own business registration system, not only in cannabis, but any business. We've been talking about this for years, and I don't understand why we haven't done that already. So now the reason why we don't have this regulation thing going on is because states, you have to go through a state, and there's not one tribe or one entity that's submitting permits or registering businesses. Did you know, like if for Native Americans, if we want to register our business, if we start a business, we don't have to register with the state. We can start our businesses and we do not have to register them with the state. We can just apply for an EIN and be in business, and we can go in front of our council and say, hey, I'm a business, and sometimes they're like $5, or sometimes you just have to go in front of the council and say, I'm in business. But there's no way that you can get online and go to this like you do in a state. You go to the Secretary of State, you look up somebody's business, and you say, oh, they're in business, they're an LLC, they have a DBA and they have this, you can check them out. You don't have that in Indian country, and you also don't have the way like business codes for people to look you up. So I feel like we, as Native American people as a whole, we've missed that boat, and now we're like, oh, we should have did that, or we should do that. Let's do it. And so we're just behind, and I feel like we're like, what's that called? We're like forced to go through state now, because if you don't hurry up and do it, we're gonna miss the boat. But it's a perfect opportunity, what you're saying, tax-wise. It's not to partner with the individual tax person or Native American, because that they have to pay federal taxes. An individual tribal member, they have to pay federal taxes. But a tribe does not. So if you do partnering and you want to save on that tax liability, you would want to do it with the tribe if that's your motive. But if it's just to be in business with the individual tribal member, that's a go-getter, and they, look like a good partner for you, the only advantage of that is just being a good partner and making some money. So if you're gonna do any kind of partnering, I guess I would do it with a tribe, because then they would save. But you wouldn't, just so that's clear. It has to be stated that just because you're partnering with someone doesn't mean you get to claim the tribe's federal exempt.
That would be nice, wouldn't it, if they could? I bet.
Yeah, I wish they would.
Yeah,
they should give incentives, honestly, for because that's the problem is Native Americans, we don't have the capital to do this. And so we need non-Native Americans to help us invest in us. And so we should, in the United States, we should allow for like some kind of incentive program. So like if you gentlemen there wanted to partner with the tribe or even an enrolled tribal member, they would say, hey, if you help them out for 5 years, we're gonna give you a tax credit of something, something. Like that seems more realistic to me.
Sorry to cut you off there, but bringing it back, there's a lot of work to do. Like that's what we're figuring out, and she's a wealth of knowledge. So like all these ideal situations for opportunity obviously need to be investigated, but it is opportunistic to work with tribes. Now, vetting those opportunities is what's important for the tribes to make sure that those opportunities are valid and credible and backed by good people. With that, any other questions for this panel? I've got one. So if I'm a tribe, let's say if I'm Paul, and I'm interested in investigating getting into the cannabis industry, and let's say I want to do a feasibility study, you know, from a Hub International perspective and with the client base that you have, Canada and US, and the most experience kind of working in Indigenous country, what sort of mentorship or programming is there for a tribe to take that first step with someone that might already be your client?
Yeah, we definitely get actively involved in the due diligence phase and kind of run through, and we'll use our like-minded clients to kind of go through that process with you. I mean, it's a free service from us to our clients and future customers. And then we also will bring in other experts who are already doing it to speak with the tribe. So, you know, kind of a collaboration all together to kind of walk through it to kind of, you know, the point we were just talking about. So talking about the one client who partnered with the tribe, and they're doing the tomatoes grow with the grow canopy. Kind of their setup to this whole point was, all right, how do we get write-offs, right, while giving the tribe the advantage of not having to pay the taxes on it? So their setup was basically the tribe owned the dispensaries. So there was 3 dispensaries with this purchase. Tribe owns those dispensaries outright. They partnered with the grow in that facility. What they did was create a holding company to where the shared revenue was with a real estate holding. So basically the tribe would own it in totality, and then their partner would get paid back and have write-offs through the real estate. And that's been kind of how the setup was to kind of bypass some of these things and create a better partnership. So we kind of go through those we go through a whole business evaluation, walk through the whole process, look at what you're trying to do, the facilities, let you know the good, bad, and the ugly of those states that you're going to be looking at and kind of where that goes. So we get pretty involved, and we have a lot of vetted vendors. I mean, with us being the biggest, I mean, from you name it, from accounting to equipment to seed to labs to you name it, there's some client in the cannabis industry or hemp industry with Hub right now. So we're all about the collaboration and kind of looking at it as an ecosystem that we can bring together.
And just to follow up on that, sorry, I found another mic over here. The reason that I just wanted to jump in there, I'm going to leverage Paul on that. I'm going to leverage everyone that's on this panel, everyone that's in this room, you know, for what ICIA is doing, for what Canndigenous has going on. Leverage me, you know. So I think that's what we're talking about here. You know, there are real deal resources, real deal names, and people that, like, you can go talk to this person right now. And that's the kind of power that's in this room right here and up on this stage. So I just want to say thanks. Thanks for answering my question.
I just wanted to add something as well, and I think Rob can agree with me because we're also both part of the American Indian Chamber of Commerce. So, you know, don't forget that there are those tax advantages with tribes, but there's also advantages to being a minority-owned business, having certifications as a minority-owned business, even women-owned, veteran-owned. So partnering in business with people that are maybe Native or woman or veteran can also help you in business. And we have our CDFIs, and I think we have discussions coming up with the banking side, but we do have CDFIs, and there's a lot more money available now to Native Americans in this realm than before, because that has been an issue. So that's just something that I wanted to throw out there as well.
You know, I was in such an amazing situation, but back in the 1970s, I was producing product for a company that had a contract with Aquachem here in town. And Aquachem made desalination equipment and chemicals. So I owned a chemical company. So the guy that had the big contract came to me and said, I need a minority to be part of my contract, or they're going to take it away from me. So would you be that minority? I said, of course I would, because I have a chemical company and I can share in the revenues, right? And he says, absolutely. So about 1 year passed, and Aquachem came to my door, and they said, how's it going with so-and-so? And I said, well, he's a really nice guy, but I haven't seen one dime. They said, really? So we're going to leave right now. We'll be back in about a week. So a week later, they came back, and they looked at me, and they said, Rick, we canceled his contract, and you are now the contract. So you are going to supply the entire world with our product. And every Navy ship had a product that came from me. Every small ship that does desalination on ship in order to drink water had product that came out of my plant. So that catapulted me. So your point about don't forget about minority business. If you're a Native American, you can get a minority status. My food plant, we were certified by the National Minority Business Council in New York City. And that's how I got a lot of these big food contracts, because I was part of that council. And they do something like $10 billion a year in transactions. So it's there. And all we got to do is tap into it. And I'm ready to help any one of you. All right, thanks.
I think unless anybody else has any more questions, I think it was a really good discussion. And as Rob mentioned, I think we're all here in this room for the same purpose, to learn from one another and in our good way to help one another as well. So if I can be any help, and I'm sure everybody on the panel feels exactly the same, just let us know. However we can help, that's what we're here for.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists, from the kickoff from early this morning up until our final panel, just full of wisdom and knowledge. Oh, that's all right. Another round of applause for all of our panelists throughout the day. With a special thank you to Dr. Haring, as well as Winona LeDuc, for providing our keynotes for today. Tomorrow, we have Chris James, who is the president and CEO of the National Center for American Indian Economic Development, also coming in to provide our morning keynote address. So tomorrow, a lot of exciting things. Expect to see you all back this morning, in the morning. Before I go over a brief review of the agenda, I just wanted to call you to our ICIA one-pager, the front and back again. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over our accomplishments, because they have been aplenty. But I think that the work ahead of us is more imperative, to discuss why we're all collectively gathered and the work that we need from all of you to help with this heavy lift. As you heard earlier from Earl Pendleton, with Lower Sioux is blueprint, draft model ordinances, draft compacts. ICIA is a wealth of knowledge with the resources, combing through them with, a fine-tooth comb to be able to provide the resources to you all for what will work for your community, because cannabis is definitely not a one-size-fits-all, business approach or solution. There are tribes out there, that have, as it was mentioned earlier, they've stepped on the landmines, and they want to share their stories of why it didn't work and how it could have worked better for them. And so the work ahead of us is definitely a lot. And so we look forward to you all joining the ICIA in whatever level and capacity that you can to help us grow and build that work. The legislative alerts, the policy, the research, those resources take time and money. And what we really envision ourselves being, in the next 20 to 30 years is, parallel to the Indian Gaming Association, to be able to lead and always be on the forefront of the legislative initiatives on policy, continuing to connect and network, and to work under a model of rising tides lift all ships. We didn't see that in the gaming industry, unfortunately, but that's something that's different that we can see with this plant medicine. And so the membership benefits are spelled out on here. Some of them, others, we can't even necessarily put into words. But gratitude is definitely one of the words that's, with me. Since I've been doing this work in cannabis, I think that one of the most honorable things that I have been able to witness is parents, the parents' love and the fight that they do for their children. And so I would like for everybody to please stand up and give a round of applause for Nora Lau. She has created amazing ambassadors with her father, Josh, and her mother, Megan. They are a force to be reckoned with in the Wisconsin legislature. Consider them allies in Indian country to move this forward and speak on behalf of the young people. And so I just wanted to, for all of the parents across the nation that have taken up this cause on behalf of their children, because we know as parents, we will do anything for our children, and that includes not asking for permission to get well. And so thank you again, Josh, for what you do on behalf of your family and on behalf of Nora. Yes. And please join us at 5:30 for our reception. We're going to have a wonderful time. And tomorrow, join us back here at 9:30 for networking and coffee. And we're going to promptly kick our agenda off at 10 a.m. So 5:30 reception here, a little break in between. Definitely continue to network. Visit our vendors out in the hall. And thank you so much to all of our sponsors for making this event happen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, IBG, the notorious IBG, joint team trivia. Joint team trivia. Down in the Empire Ballroom, go down the escalators around the side in the lobby area and up, and that's where the reception is. If you have any questions, ask somebody. Otherwise, let's party.